She accuses a man of assaulting her daughter, and then a short time later, she is murdered. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Ada Senenfelder. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us here to Winona, which is in Minnesota. That is where 40-year-old mother of 5, Ada Senenfelder, was living at the time. Ada was acquainted with a group of people that I guess you would consider friends at that time. One of those individuals being this man here, Jim Bolstad. Well, at one point in late 1984 or early 1985, Ada had accused Jim Bolstad of sexually abusing one of her children, her daughter. And this would end up landing him in jail, awaiting, further court proceedings. At that exact point, that is when this friend group, who are all connected to Jim Bolstad, began to harass Ada. They threatened her to harm her, and by May of 1985, they're basically trying to force her to recant her statement to get Jim Bolstad out of jail. Now, at first, she's like, no, he sexually abused my daughter. I'm not going to do that. They stole some items that she needed. They stole her glasses that she needed to see to do things. She didn't have a car, so they took her only means of transportation, a bike. They stole it. Another one of them grabbed her basically off the street, put her in their car, drove her way out of town, and dropped her off and said, now walk home. One of these individuals, named Jack Nasalki, actually took a hatchet and threatened her with it. And he was the one who was primarily threatening to harm her severely, if not kill her, and eventually she agrees to recant her statement out of fear. So she writes a statement, and she even records a statement that they force her to record. They then send all of this to the police to say, see, she's recanted her statement, you gotta release Jim. Later that same day or the following day, they're at a party, this whole group of friends, and they get a phone call. The phone call states that Jim Bolstad's not being released from prison, the charges are still sticking. And that's when they decided as a group, okay, then we need to kill the one and only person who is making this go forward, Ada. This is a newspaper clipping from an article about this case, but the following morning they had looked into her home, a friend had, and they saw Ada on the ground through the window, just covered in blood and not moving. When they got the door open, they realized that Ada was dead. Ada had been stabbed 33 times. When police arrived and cordoned out the area, obviously a group of people was there as spectators. One of those spectators was Jack Nasalki, and the then girlfriend of Jim Bolstad, the guy who's in jail, who's being accused of sexually assaulting Ada's daughter. This is Linda Parrish. They were just sort of looking on at the scene. I don't have a photo of him, but also there was a man named Edward Bolstad, who was Jim Bolstad's brother. Edward Bolstad had some fresh cuts on his hand. His brother, Edward Bolstad, had also been seen driving around the apartment complex where Ada lived the night she was killed. But for some reason, the case, they don't ever find the actual evidence they need to arrest anyone. And so, bizarrely, Ada's murder goes unsolved for decades. And that's because this friend group wasn't talking. They were all sticking together. Despite there being this understanding or belief that, Jim Bolstad, who's in jail, may have orchestrated this, or maybe the friends got so mad that they orchestrated this, the police just didn't have the evidence. But sometime around 2006, they began to get some evidence, and they also got some people talking finally. Jack Nasalki had begun to make some really incriminating statements. He even told some guy one time, I fucking offed that Ada woman. And as they're beginning to finally piece this all together, they're understanding, and they're getting some more witness testimonies about all of the stuff that happened that surrounded this murder, that all of this came because Ada had reported, Jim for sexually abusing her daughter. And this was a retaliation killing for all that happening. So, Jack Nasalki is arrested in 2006 or 7. Jim Bolstad and Linda Parrish were also arrested around that time, all of them charged in connection to Ada's murder. Linda ends up basically spilling the beans, saying that Edward Bolstad, the brother, was also very much involved, and she agreed to testify against everyone essentially in order to get a lesser charge, which ended up happening. So Linda Parrish ends up getting a conspiracy charge. She is convicted and sentenced to a very brief time. She has since been released. Jim Bolstad, who they know for a fact was in jail when all of this actually occurred, when the murder happened, they knew they couldn't connect him physically to the actual murder. He also would end up taking a plea deal where he was sentenced to a brief time and he was released. Jack Nasalki, however, was not so fortunate. Basically, everyone pointed the finger at him as being the one who actually physically murdered Ada, all while defending his so-called friend who was accused of assaulting a child. He wasn't necessarily the ringleader, but he was He was the killer itself. He ends up being convicted of his crimes, murder, and he is sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Where he is still today. He looks great. If great also means shitty. Hopefully he's there forever. And it's unfortunate that the other two got a slap on the wrist. It took around 25 years or so for Ada to finally get justice, but thankfully it finally came. And her primary killer will be in prison for the rest of his life, and Ada is hopefully now resting in peace. This horrible criminal murdered a man in prison who was serving a life sentence in prison for murder. Convicted of the same murder, another man was sentenced to death for who was executed in 2009. Got it? What a disgusting cycle of death. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Adela Simmons. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will ultimately take us to the Dania Beach area of Florida. It's not the clearest photo, but it's the only photo of the victim I can find. Adela Marie Simmons was actually born in Yugoslavia, and she moved to the United States with her family when she was 9. Adela loved a lot of things. She just had a zest for life. She loved to go to the beach. She loved playing golf. She liked dancing and parties. She loved football and movies. It was easy to make friends with Adela, a woman who just loved to laugh, who loved to travel, and who was also a wonderful mother of 2. 45-year-old Adela and her friend Jean Trach worked here at this university. It's called Barry University in Florida. But Adela and Jean were actually on a vacation from work when they decided to finally come back home. This takes us to June 16th, 1983. They were driving down the highway, specifically near the Florida Turnpike, when all of a sudden the car breaks down and they have to pull off to the side of the road. And then 2 men in a pickup truck pull up next to them and say, "Hey, do you need help?" The 2 men couldn't fix the car. It kind of sounds like they didn't actually try to fix it at all. They asked the women, "Do you want to come with us? We'll take you to a nearby service station so we can get you some help." Jean says, "No, I'm okay. I'll stay with the car." But Adela says, "I'll go with you." And that was it. That was the last time anyone would ever see Adela alive ever again, other than her killers. Because what they actually did was they drove her about 60 miles north to the Dania Beach area, where they dragged her into an abandoned lifeguard tower where they began to assault her. Both men would take turns raping her, and then ultimately they strangled her until she was dead. They used a bandana to wrap around her neck, and then they set her on fire. Adela's body was found a short time later. The 2 men, including this man here, John Richard Merrick, were actually arrested several hours later because the vehicle they were in was actually stolen. Someone had reported that car stolen, the truck, and a police flagged it down and arrested both men for stealing the vehicle. John Merrick was arrested with this man here, Raymond Wigley. Both men were identified by Jean. They found John Merrick's fingerprints inside the lifeguard tower. And the truck that they were driving in, the stolen vehicle, they actually found Adela's jewelry inside of it. John Richard Merrick was essentially the head of the snake of this duo. He was the one who physically murdered Adela. But both men would go on trial for the murder, and Raymond Dwayne Wigley was found guilty of the murder and sentenced to life in prison. John Richard Merrick also went on trial and was also found guilty, and his jury says death penalty. But while Raymond Wigley was in prison, he just so happened to be in the same prison as this man here, John Richard Blackwelder. John Richard Blackwelder was a child molester. He was in the same prison serving a life without parole term. John Richard Blackwelder wanted to be executed, apparently, and the crimes he had committed that got himself a life sentence weren't enough to get him executed. So he found Raymond Wigley, and he murdered him in prison, thinking, this will get me executed. He went on trial for Raymond Wigley's murder. He, in fact, was sentenced to death. On May 26, 2004, he was executed by lethal injection. About 5 years later, on August 19, 2009, John Richard Merrick was next to be executed. His final meal consisted of a BLT sandwich, berries with whipped cream, french fries, onion rings, and a Dr. Pepper. His final words were, quote, "Jesus, remember the sinners." And then he was executed. Whether or not Adela agreed to go with these 2 men to the so-called service station, I think in the end it really wouldn't have mattered, because I think if she said no, I think these men would have just taken both women. Unfortunately, Adela was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it led to her horrific torture, rape, and death. But thankfully, both of her monsters are now rotting in hell. A question was asked back in 1976, and it has remained unanswered ever since. Where's Joe Lepley? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Andy Joe Lepley. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the Colorado City, Colorado area, I guess, which was then called the Crow Junction area. In 1976, Andy Joe Lepley was an 18-year-old senior at Rye High School. He was a former class president, he was a pole vaulter, he was a basketball player, he was a football player. Andy had plans to enlist in the Air Force, and he was scheduled to graduate from high school about a month after all of this happened, but unfortunately, he never got to graduate. Andy, who I guess went by Joe to many people as well, was working at the Crow Junction Texaco station, which is what this looks like today. He was working there part-time. He had been there for maybe a couple of years, and this is where it was. And you can see it's kind of surrounded by a whole lot of nothingness. But this is where he was in the morning of May 30th, 1976. Andy got to work at about 6:15 that morning. He took the keys from the manager, and the manager would leave. At some point between 6:30 and 7 a.m., a couple of people would go to the gas station, but they found no attendant there. And eventually, Andy's manager came back to the gas station. They found Andy's car parked in the parking lot of the gas station. His keys were still in it. And then inside the station, I guess they had this CB radio, and someone had forcibly ripped the microphone away from it, like it ripped it apart. And the cash register had also been forced open, and the cash was missing. I guess it's somewhere between 50 to maybe $100 in cash. But Andy was not there. He was not in his car. He was nowhere to be found. He was gone. And then the question was posed. Where's Joe Lepley? What happened to him? Some witnesses would come forward to state that around that same time they saw what appeared to be a slightly older or middle-aged white male with graying hair. He was approximately 5'11" to 6 feet tall, maybe weighed about 175 pounds. They don't know if this guy had anything to do with what happened to Andy, but that's just who they saw there. This guy was driving what they described as a very flashy, almost, rich-looking car. It was silver and white with possibly some maroon trim. And attached to the car was like this kind of long trailer with a big blue tarp over it. It's kind of unusual to see a car like that pulling a trailer like that, but that's what people saw. Meanwhile, a month goes by, and they still have no sign of Andy, and graduation goes on without him. Something that he was really, really looking forward to. He had a lot of plans for his future, but all of those seemed to just be gone in an instant. The more than obvious belief here is that Andy was probably robbed that morning at gunpoint, and, the person couldn't have a witness to this, so they abducted him and then probably killed him. I guess based on the description and the proximity, one man came up as a suspect. This was a college professor. His name was Charles Humphrey, and Charles Humphrey also came up as a suspect because Charles was accused of abducting and or murdering at least 2 women. Specifically, both women were, at one point, his wife. One of his wives, Lucilla, disappeared just a couple of days before Andy did. I guess Lucilla's body was found eventually in 1981, but Andy was not with her. He also had no connection to Charles or his wives. So what exactly the connection is that they had with Andy's case and this professor and his missing/murdered 2 wives, I don't know. But it does sound like he fits the description of the man who was seen near that gas station the morning that Andy was abducted. That he drove a car similar to what was seen, the one that was pulling that trailer with the tarp. This could have been a man who was trying to maybe flee the fact that he had committed at least 2 murders, killing his wives, and possibly underneath that blue tarp was the body of Lucilla, who he had yet to bury. And maybe Charles pulled up to that gas station and he needed some money desperately to do whatever he needed to do, and he just decided to rob this gas station. Or maybe Andy saw a body, underneath this tarp. And so now he has to be eliminated by Charles. I don't know for sure. But if Charles Humphrey knew what happened to Andy, he took it to his grave because he ended up committing suicide before police could ever arrest him or charge him with connections to the disappearances and murders of his previous wives. He may have absolutely nothing to do with Andy's disappearance. It just sounds like it's the only real lead they ever got. Andy Joe Lepley disappeared from that gas station 50 years ago to this very day. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where he is located so that he can be brought home and laid to rest. And if justice can be served, then if you have information on that, then please come forward with that information as well. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 719-583-6125. He would approach a couple who was having a romantic evening at a lover's lane. Then he would fire his gun. He murdered 3 people. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the 1977 Atlanta Lover's Lane murders. Viewer discretion is advised. So this is from archive footage from a newscast back in 1977 of Adams Park, located in Atlanta, Georgia. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning on January 16th, 1977. A young couple would pull into the Lover's Lane portion of Adams Park just for a little romantic excursion. The individuals were 26-year-old LeBrian Levitt, who unfortunately I could not find a photo of, and his 25-year-old girlfriend, Veronica Hill. This is a slightly younger photo of her. The two of them were engaged in sex at that point when all of a sudden a man walks up to them with a gun. In this 1977 artist rendering, he then just opened fire on them. Both of them were struck several times each with bullets. LeBrian managed to speed the car away, and then ultimately, because he's experiencing blood loss, he has been shot numerous times, his car just crashes into a sign, and then the police are called. LeBrian had been shot through his head, his legs, his arms. Veronica had gunshots to her abdomen and her leg. They were both still alive when police arrived. They were rushed to the hospital. Veronica was only slightly coherent at the time. Again, numerous bullet wounds, where she said something, it sounded like they were shot by a friend. But unfortunately, both her and LeBrian would succumb to their injuries, and they would soon be pronounced deceased. The following month, on February 12th, 1977, it appeared to happen all over again. This time at a lover's lane at a different park not too far away from where the first killings happened. This time was at West Manor Park. The victims in this case were Dennis Langston and Deetria Tatum. I don't have photos of them, but what I will tell you is they survived their attack. They were at another area also considered a lover's lane at the park where they were also engaged in intercourse when, again, according to them, an unknown male approached them and just began firing at them, unprovoked, for no reasons whatsoever. Both of them were shot several times, and eventually both of them were found and rushed to the hospital. And like I said, thankfully, they both survived. Similar to the first instance where one of the victims was able to briefly describe the individual as a black male, this time they were able to say that they can confirm it was a much larger black male who also approached them and shot at them. And so now you have someone that's now being referred to as the Lover's Lane Killer. A man who's going to these lovers' lanes specifically, it seems like, to just shoot and kill people. They offer rewards, any information that can help bring this man in to stop these killings. But they got tips here and there, but unfortunately it never led to any arrests. And then, back at Adams Park a month later, it happens again. March 12th, 1977. A couple had gone to see a movie that night, and then they decided that they're going to finish their date by going to Lover's Lane at Adams Park and do what people do there. This was 20-year-old Diane Collins, and also she was there with her fiance. It was obviously pretty late at night. It was dark. It was hard to see anything because the witness said that all they remember is that just suddenly bullets started coming into the car. This time they didn't actually see anyone. About 6 shots were fired into their car. Diane Collins was shot in her head. Her fiance also had a bullet wound to his head. He would end up miraculously surviving the attack, but Diane Collins was not so lucky. She too was pronounced deceased. At this point, the media is running with the Lover's Lane killings, that this is an unknown, larger black male who is doing this. And this obviously puts fear and panic into everybody. Now, people were afraid to go to any park, let alone the two parks where these things happened, in fear that they're also going to be shot. This appears to be a random person who has no connection to any of these victims doing this. Despite the first victim who ended up passing away stating that something along the lines of it was a friend who shot us, they looked into all of her friends, all of her ex-boyfriends, all of her acquaintances, co-workers, everything, her family. None of them were ever considered a suspect. This may have just been someone who had been shot numerous times just saying words. They put out these artist renderings on the news to see, maybe this might help jog memories, but unfortunately, none of the surviving victims got a good enough look at the person. They could really only give a very, very vague description. It got to a point where police there in Atlanta would go to Adams Park, they would go to West Manor Park, and other parks in the area where they would basically do stakeouts. Would they be able to observe any other couples pulling into these parks being stalked by some unknown man? Well, unfortunately, they did not have any luck. The killings, which started and then a month later happened again, and then a month later happened again, just stopped abruptly. There is some belief amongst the police there that maybe this person who's now all over the news decided to change up their MO. Maybe they went to a different part of Georgia, maybe they went out of state and continued doing this at other lovers' lanes, or maybe they killed different people with different weapons to kind of throw them off the scent. Because sometimes people who do this kind of thing, they just don't stop. It's also possible this individual died after the third one. 3 surviving victims and 3 individuals who sadly were murdered, all by the same person. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this. Maybe the killer is dead, but maybe they're not. Either way, the families and the police deserve to have the answers and deserve to be able to close this case, get closure, get answers, and maybe even get justice. If you have any information on the Lovers Lane murders in Atlanta, Georgia in 1977, you are asked to please call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. A wedding reception amongst friends. It was a wonderful, fun time. Fun until one of them never came home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Bob Dale. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us up here to Sault Ste. Marie in Michigan. Bob Dale, pictured here, was born in November of 1962. Bob was one of 4 brothers. His other 3 brothers were named Steve, Scott, and Rich. And by the way, before I continue on, I do want to say that there is a family-made website based on this case called findbobdale.com. I would encourage you to please check out the website. But Bob and his family, it seemed like they were your typical suburban kind of household. Bob and his siblings had a love for outside. Bob loved to play sports. Bob was also considered the woodsman of the family. His siblings would recall a time where, Bob took them all out camping and they just had the absolute best time. It was nothing but laughs and fun, because that's the kind of personality that Bob brought along with him. Bob graduated from high school in 1981, and by 1982, he had joined the Navy. He also met his wife in high school, and the two of them got married after high school. And her name is Christy. And they went on to have 3 kids, and Bob was an absolutely wonderful, wonderful father. Bob Dale was just, simply put, a really good person through and through. But unfortunately, one day, Bob would just suddenly vanish. This takes us to May 18th, 1996. Bob and his wife Christy were invited to one of Bob's boss's wedding reception. The wedding reception was in a home near Mackinac Trail and 6 Mile Road. Sometime around 6 p.m., Bob and Christy arrive. At approximately 7 p.m. or so, Bob and Christy would leave the reception to go to Monocle Lake. They went out there to, scope out a camping site that they wanted to camp at a later date. Then they head back to the reception. Bob is seen inside the reception sometime around 8 or 8:30 p.m., and he is socializing, he's drinking, he's having a fun time. At approximately 10 p.m., Christy notices that Bob is no longer inside where the reception is being held, and instead he has gone back to their van to take a rest. At approximately 11:15 p.m., some of the folks decide they want to take the party to a local tavern called the Downtowner. Both Bob and Christy are seen leaving together at 11:15 p.m. to head towards this direction. Now, at that 11:15 p.m. point, that is the last time that anybody ever saw Bob Dale ever again, other than his wife, Christy. At about 11:50 p.m., Christy arrives at the downtowner alone. Bob is no longer with her. She tells what it sounds like is conflicting stories. One time she told someone that Bob got mad and decided to walk home. Another story she told was that Bob was actually still asleep in the van. And then another story was just simply, I don't know where he is, I can't find him. To be fair, Christy and Bob had both been, from what it sounds like, drinking a lot that night, as were most people. And obviously when you've had a few, too many maybe, you are going to possibly forget some things. So now at about 1 o'clock in the morning, Christy gets into the van. Again, no one sees Bob. She drives back to her home where there are babysitters watching their kids. She then takes the babysitters and says, "Let me take you home now." And she does that. And then at 1:30 a.m., she goes back out with her friends where, I guess it used to be called cocktails, but now it's called Zims. She goes there to drink some more and to dance. No, I don't know what was going on with the kids at that point because she had dropped the babysitters off into their homes. So I don't know. The following morning at 5 a.m., she starts to call the couple who was having the actual wedding reception to say, "Hey, have you seen Bob? Has he stopped by?" They say, "No, we haven't seen him since he left here." That's when she tells them, "Well, Bob's missing. I can't find him." She tells the couple, "We got into a fight that night and, he walked home." About 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, a few hours later, she contacts Bob's family, his brothers, his, everyone in his life, and says he's missing. By 8 o'clock that morning, it's all hands on deck. They report him missing and they begin to search for him. They search for Bob near where the wedding reception was. They search the downtowner. They search everywhere they can think of that he might have gone, but they find nothing. A couple weeks later, police will give Christy a lie detector test, which she does apparently pass. But then police found out that she borrowed a book from someone that's literally about how to beat a lie detector test. And they do in fact find that book in her possession. They then give her another lie detector test, which she again passes. In a later interview, Christy will say, quote, "We got in the van and we were driving into town. This whole time I'm saying I shouldn't be driving. He wants to go home and I didn't because everybody knew I was going downtown. So from here to here, I couldn't tell you what happened. From 3 Mile Road, which would be out here, to downtown, I don't remember the ride. I don't remember if I parked the van with him in it or let him out before I got down there. I do remember going into the bar and seeing some people from the downtowner." Now, again, you could attribute that lack of memory to drinking a lot of alcohol. You could also reasonably say, that sounds suspicious. But they also interview other people who were around that night, and they all say the last time they physically saw Bob was at about 11:15 p.m. And so just, technically, by process of elimination here, Christy was really the last person to ever see him. It doesn't mean she's guilty, it just means that's what they're left at. Other witnesses did come in to interview. Now, there was a report where someone had called in a domestic dispute between a man and a woman sometime around 11:30 p.m. But by the time police arrived there, there was nobody there, so that was never officially, technically documented. Around 2 to 2:30 a.m., a man woke up and said, because his window was open, and he said he heard what sounded like a man and a woman having a conversation, but they were clearly trying to be quiet so that nobody would hear them. Who that man and woman were, though, there's no confirmation of that. And unfortunately, from that point moving on, there really was just no updates. Bob Dale has never been found. The police themselves have never labeled anybody a suspect in this. But the Dale family did receive a tip at some point around 2017. Obviously, the people involved here are going to remain anonymous. The tip was, quote, "I am married to blank. His dad was awoken very early in the morning that Bob disappeared by Mr. Blank. When blank asked what was going on, no one knew yet at that point. The reply was, 'It's better you don't know and you never saw me.' The story I got was that blank hit Bob with the car. They used the cats, the construction thing, to move Bob's body and bury it somewhere. And so then there were rumors that Bob had been buried under a site that was under construction that I think turned out to be a hockey facility. It's called the Big Bear Arena. By 2021, police brought in canine units and ground penetrating radar to see if they could find anything. They did not. In 2023, Bob's family received another tip that almost immediately after Bob disappeared, his wife was selling all of his belongings. Bob he was a carpenter, did construction and stuff like that, and so basically she was selling all of his tools for that. They also learned that Christie sold Bob's truck within a couple of weeks after his disappearance. And that was actually confirmed by Bob's father, Robert, because Robert saw that truck at the buyer's house. Suspicious? Yes, obviously. Proof of guilt? No. And that is where it is left. They do not know what happened to Bob Dale on the night of May 18th, 1996. We could all make assumptions, but we don't know the actual truth. But someone somewhere out there absolutely knows the truth about what really happened to Bob Dale that night, and perhaps that someone is you. It is time to come forward, help this family get answers, get closure, and also to bring him home to lay him to rest, and to get Bob Dale the justice he deserves if justice needs to be served. If you have any information on the disappearance of Bob Dale, you are asked to please call 906-632-3344. You can remain anonymous. She was viciously attacked and murdered inside of her own home, and it took 28 years to finally get her killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Brenda DuPont. Viewer discretion is advised. We're going back to 1988 for this case, and it took place in Opelousas, Louisiana. She was actually born Brenda Faye Bergeron in July of 1958. Her obituary states that she had 9 brothers and 6 sisters. One of those sisters being Linda, and eventually Brenda would move essentially next door to her sister Linda. At one point, Brenda did get married, and she ended up having a child who they named Monica. At first, she was really nervous about being a mom. She wasn't sure she could do it, but she then took on the role, and she loved being a mom. It does sound like eventually she had separated from her husband, and when this case occurs, I believe Monica was not with Brenda at that time. The last time Linda saw her sister Brenda was the night before all of this occurred. Brenda had gone next door to her sisters where, she was like hanging out with Linda's kids and Linda's boyfriend. Then there was a friend there named Janelle. And eventually Brenda decides to leave and go back to her home. And that's the last time Linda would ever see her sister Brenda alive ever again. The following morning, Linda went next door to Brenda's home and knocked on the door, but Brenda did not answer. Then she managed to peek inside of a window and she saw what looked like Brenda on the ground, unresponsive. So Linda calls police. The police kick down the door, and right away they notice something which is obviously very concerning. They see a mattress that has been yanked off the bed, was propped up against a wall, and underneath all of it was Brenda DuPont, and she was covered in blood. Linda had been stabbed numerous times, and they also found male DNA inside of Linda. She had been sexually assaulted. Now, back in 1988, there really wasn't much they could do with that DNA. They can say the blood typing, but that was all they could do. So they had to go through their list of suspects. One of their first suspects they looked at was her sister Linda, who lived next door. The police would ask them if this attack was so violent, how did Linda and her boyfriend not hear it? That was suspicious to police, but they told them that there was a loud thunderstorm that night, which there was. That because of that, plus, everything else commotion-wise going on in her own home, they just didn't hear it. Eventually, Linda and her boyfriend were ruled out. Brenda also was seeing 2 different men at the time. I guess they were both named David by chance, and police looked into both of them, got their DNA, got their alibis, and eventually both of those men were also ruled out. Then they looked into the father of Brenda's child, her former husband. They looked into him, alibi, DNA, all of that. They also ruled him out. And unfortunately, Brenda's case just goes cold. Fast forward all the way to 2012. A cold case team is now working on Brenda's case. Look through all of the evidence, they look through all the witness statements, and they also realize we have DNA. They run that DNA, and it eventually leads them to a match. When the name came up, the name kind of surprised the detectives. The DNA linked back to a man named Janelle Rubin. If you remember earlier, I said that when Brenda was at Linda's house the night before her body was found, there was another individual there named Janelle. Well, Janelle had apparently been playing or fiddling with a knife that night in Linda's home. Brenda didn't like it, and Linda didn't like it either, and so she asked Janelle to leave. And early on in the investigation, he was also considered a possible suspect, but they just had no evidence. So they bring Janelle in for questioning now around this time, and they ask him, they're trying to pry him for any kind of information. He says, well, I have an alibi. I was with my girlfriend. Because Janelle, the day after her body was found, people noticed he had scratches around him on his skin, fresh. Now he's telling police, well, yeah, I got those scratches from my girlfriend because, we had sex that night and, she got really physical. Then they bring in the girlfriend for questioning and she says, no, that didn't happen. He definitely never scratched me and I never scratched him. They're then able to get his, full DNA and they compare it to the DNA found with Brenda's body and they can confirm for a second time this was a 100% match. They arrested him around 2012 when all this came out. He was already in jail because of a domestic abuse charge. But he was very flippant and very cocky about it, and he denied having anything to do with it. They didn't really find a motive. They didn't really know exactly why he did this. They don't know the specifics about how he entered the home because there was no forced entry. They just speculate that he came in through an open window, as the front door was locked, which means he had to have left out of a window as well. His attorney would try to say, well, there's no proof he was in that house, so you have no evidence of that, which is true except for the DNA found with Brenda. That could have come anyway. It could have come outside the house. Maybe, they had consensual sex. But literally nobody believed that. Janelle Rubin was found guilty of the murder of Brenda DuPont in 2016. And he was sentenced to life in prison. He has tried to appeal his conviction, basing it off the fact that they really only had, for the most part, circumstantial evidence. They didn't have proof that he entered that home. They didn't have proof that he was physically in the home when the murder happened. They just, they had his DNA in her, implicating that he had sex with her. But to be fair, they had no murder weapon, they had no witnesses. That DNA is extremely strong physical evidence. Considering he had no prior relationship with Brenda, the fact that he was kicked out of Linda's house the night the murder happened because he was playing with an actual knife, that DNA evidence is very strong. Brenda DuPont was brutally murdered in 1988, and her killer was eventually caught and sentenced to life in prison. Her daughter Monica had to grow up without a mother, and tragically in 2016, Monica Lynn Bergeron, her daughter, passed away. And hopefully now, Monica and Brenda are reunited and that they are both resting in peace. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Catherine Runte. Viewer discretion is advised. I honestly don't know if it's pronounced Runte or Runte. I can't find a proper pronunciation of it. But at the time of this case, Catherine was 28 years old. Catherine and her husband, Robert, lived in the 900 block of North Sanborn Drive in Palatine, Illinois. This is just a general look of that particular neighborhood. But Catherine was last seen in the early morning hours of May 22nd, 1979. According to her husband, Robert, the two of them got into a very big argument that night. And he says that into the following morning, now on May 22nd, around 12:30 in the morning, she stormed out of the house and just walked away. He said that she walked out and began walking down the road. He did not let her take the car. She had her purse and credit cards on her, and that was the last time he saw her. Robert claims that that night during the argument, Catherine scratched him badly and then kicked him and punched him in the jaw and broke his jaw. Then he says she took a knife and slashed it across his hand. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But Catherine would soon be reported missing by her family. Stories kind of fluctuate. One story says that her mom hired a private investigator to look into her disappearance. Catherine's mom was actually getting remarried a short time after this case occurred, and Catherine was extremely excited to be going to the wedding. She was in a really good spot in her life. Catherine was working a good job, a job that she loved at the Cafe Metzler Interiors in Barrington, Illinois. No one said that she appeared to be in any kind of way in her life where she would have just picked up and left. Police have confirmed that her credit cards that she apparently took with her that night have never been used. And the car was still parked at the house because Robert says he would not let her take the car. Because one of the first things I thought of when I was looking up the map of the area is that I see there's little tiny bodies of water nearby. And if she wasn't in a car, she's not going to accidentally drive into one. I don't know if they've searched them or not. There's been no trace of Catherine ever since. Like I said earlier, one story says her mom hired a private investigator to look into this, but another story will say that Robert hired the private investigator. There really isn't a lot of solid information on this. All I know is that she left her house and she was never seen again. That's assuming she even actually left her house. At 12:30 in the morning, no one really witnessed it. It's all according to Robert. Robert was considered a potential person of interest in her disappearance. He divorced her on grounds of desertion and he moved to Florida. He then filed for bankruptcy. He then in 1984 pled guilty to conspiracy to sell stolen goods across state lines. He had attempted to sell $350,000 worth of art that had been stolen in 1981. Art that he stole. They never had any kind of proof or evidence that he did anything to Catherine. And in 2021, Robert Runte died in Florida. And if he knows what happened to his ex-wife, he took her to his grave. It has been over 46 years since she was last seen, but someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where she is. And maybe if someone buried her somewhere, maybe you have information on her location. And if you do have that information, you are asked to please call 847-359-9000. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Chester Lee Bell Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. Not a lot of information on this one, but it did occur in Dallas, Texas in 2001. Chester Lee Bell Jr. was 59 years old at the time this case occurred. And the only thing I really know about this case was that on May 4th, 2001, Chester went to a Dallas, Texas U-Haul station and he rented a 1990 17-foot long U-Haul. It was apparently for work purposes, but I don't have definite confirmation of that. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, the license plate of the U-Haul was AA47808. But once Chester left the U-Haul station with the U-Haul, that was it. Nobody ever saw him again. I wish I knew more of the circumstances behind this, but I don't have any, unfortunately. I don't know if he was originally from Dallas or what. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the license plate on the U-Haul was an Arizona license plate. But according to the authorities, and I don't know what evidence they have of this, but they believe that he was likely taken against his will. That this was not a case of a guy who just picked up and left, that something happened to him. There are no newspaper articles or anything that mention this case. His entire case comes down to 2 sentences and that's it. Chester Lee Bell Jr. was 59 years old. He was 5'11" and 200 pounds. He was last seen wearing a pair of overalls and black boots. He was a black male with black hair and brown eyes. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Chester Lee Bell Jr. and where people can find him to bring him home. And if justice needs to be served, get that justice done. If you have any information on his case, you were asked to please call 1-800-346-3243. The intense smell of death lingered for months on end. It was just a dead snake, they would say, but the reality was much, much more horrific. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Chris DeNoyer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Salinas, which is located in California. Jackson and Dale Villarda lived here in this home in Salinas, and in the home they also had 5 kids. 2 of those children were from Dale Villarda's previous marriage. Her 2 children were Sherry and Christopher. Christopher was born in 1967, and when this case occurred, he was just 16 years old. Chris played on the high school football team. It's something he really more just did to kind of pass the time. Football was not something he really dreamed of making his future. And Christopher didn't really get along with his stepfather, Jackson Villarda. The two of them got into a lot of arguments. It got to a point where Christopher had said that, you know what, I might run away. I can't be around this anymore. And then one day, that seemed to happen. On January 13th, 1984, Dale Villarda would leave the home that day just to do a quick little day trip, and all of the kids were still at home with her husband, Jackson. At some point, though, it sounds like the kids would kind of all just sort of leave the house and do their own thing that day. When Dale Villarda gets home, she realizes that Chris is no longer there. She found out that Christopher was supposed to maybe go to a friend's house, so she calls that friend and says, yeah, he never showed up here. He also had a girlfriend named Carlotta who was also supposed to see him at some point that same evening, but again, he didn't show up to see her either. He didn't call or anything. Dale began to worry, and so she wanted to report her son missing to police. And that is exactly what she did. But then within a day or so of his disappearance, they get something in the mail. It's a telegram, reportedly from Chris himself. The telegram says, please don't worry about me. I'm running away to Los Angeles. The letter also stated that Jackson was right, and Christopher basically apologized for his behavior. And then he said, P.S., see you when I'm in the NFL. When Christopher's biological father and his stepmother heard about that NFL part, they're like, that doesn't make sense at all. Christopher had no desire to be in the NFL. He played football in high school because, he just wanted to. But it wasn't his passion or his dream for his future. They felt that was something very strange. But the police took it as a runaway note, that he was a runaway, and so in fact, they just closed it. Nah, he'll come back. But many people in Chris's family said, something is wrong here. For the next long while, the family who still lived in the same home began to notice a very pungent, strong odor. It was very powerful, and it was bad. Jackson, the stepfather, had said, Chris had a snake that I think died, and it just died somewhere underneath the house. That's what you're smelling. And nothing comes from that. Then the family ends up moving out of the house. They end up going, elsewhere. A new family eventually moves in. So roughly 10 years or so after Chris's disappearance, the new family there, is doing some renovations, and they begin to dig up under the crawl space underneath the house. That's when this person notices that there's just a shoe there, and then he notices that the shoe isn't just a shoe. It's attached to a foot. This is a skeleton he just found. So obviously he reports this to police. The police come, they dig up the kitchen where the body was found, and they in fact unearth the full intact human skeleton of somebody. Still fully clothed, and this person had been shot. There were 5 bullet wounds to this individual. There were at least 2 of them to the back of his head and 1 to the front. This was like an execution-style murder. And based on the decomposition, the fact that this is a full skeleton, they determined this person had been down there for probably a decade. Using dental records, they are then able to confirm that the body underneath this home, right underneath the kitchen, was in fact 16-year-old Chris DeNoyer. He never ran away. He was there the entire time. This letter never came from him. The smell of a decomposing dead snake underneath the kitchen was a human body. The last person they know for a fact was with Christopher that day was Jackson, his stepfather. Police learned that the two of them never got along. They had a very tumultuous relationship. Christopher said, I'm going to run away because I can't stand being around him. Now, Christopher was very towering. He was a big kid. He was way bigger than Jackson. That if Jackson ever started some shit with Christopher and he ever got physical, Jackson knows that Christopher would lay him out. And so what the theory was that because it was just Jackson and Christopher at home alone that particular day, the day he vanished, they must have gotten into some kind of fight, an altercation, an argument that became potentially almost violent. Jackson, realizing he can't take Christopher, not at all, he just takes his gun then and shoots him. Then he shoots him 3 or 4 more times to make sure he's dead. Then he hides his body right underneath the kitchen. I mean, they ate dinners and breakfasts in this kitchen for months and months afterwards, for years afterwards. And the family had no idea that the Christopher was just underneath their feet the entire time. When they talked to Jackson, he said, and they confront him about your wife and your stepdaughter said that there was a smell of a dead snake. You told him there was a dead snake. He said, no, I didn't. There was no smell in the house. Well, they also searched the new home where the couple was living, and they found that they kept very detailed records, and they also just kept everything. And while they were searching their new home, they found that Jackson owned a gun, a revolver. Tests firing that revolver showed that it was the exact same ammunition that was used to kill Chris. The gun belonged to Jackson. So Jackson Villarda was then arrested and charged with the murder of his stepson. He goes on trial, and unbelievably, it ends in a mistrial. One juror just did not buy the fact that he was guilty, which is crazy to me. But 6 months later, he goes on trial for a second time, and this time the jury comes back with a unanimous verdict. Guilty. He is then sentenced to 17 years to life in prison. He appealed it, but the appeal court denied. Jackson Villarda applied for parole in 2023, but was denied, and so as far as I can tell, he is still in prison to this very day. Christopher DeNoyer did not run away from home that day. He was there the entire time. While the family ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, conversated in the kitchen, they had no idea, well, most of them had no idea, that he was there beneath their feet. But thankfully, he was eventually found, and his monster was captured, and hopefully his monster will be in prison for the rest of his life. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christopher Freeman and Geno Ranelli. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the state of Minnesota. Christopher Freeman was originally from Hastings, Minnesota. At some point, he would move to Arizona with the intent to attend some kind of cinema-related school, but he ended up not going to that school. He then ends up moving back to Minnesota. Along the way, he met this guy here, Geno Ranelli, and they became fast friends. When Chris moved back to Minnesota, and Geno was already living there, the two of them decided they wanted to open up their own shop, which specialized, I guess, in selling products made out of redwood trees. The shop that they had was in East St. Paul, Minnesota. But by 1977, they would end up closing that shop. The thing about Christopher Freeman is that his family apparently did not know exactly where he lived in Minnesota. It sounds like they spoke to him on the phone, from time to time, but maybe weren't exactly super close at that point. The last time his family ever heard from him was on the afternoon of May 8th, 1977. He called them to say Happy Mother's Day to his mom, but told her that unfortunately he would not be able to attend the Mother's Day festivities with the family. What reason he may have given, I'm not 100% sure. But that was it. That's the last time they ever heard from Christopher ever again. I can't find any newspaper articles or anything, so I don't know exactly if anyone reported him missing, if it was family, or if it's just an assumed disappearance. But then here's where it gets kind of strange. His friend, Geno Ranelli, also disappeared. But for him, the last time his family heard from him was on May 17th. This is 9 days after Chris's family last heard from him. And the last time anyone physically saw Geno was on May 20th, 1977. And then that was it. So you've got two guys who were friends, who owned a little redwood shop, who closed it in the same year they disappeared. One disappears one day, and then 9 or so days later, the other one disappears, falls off the face of the earth. According to Geno's side, his family said that they think he may have been traveling from Minnesota to Pennsylvania. And it's possible that Christopher Freeman was with him when he did that. Just because May 8th was the last time his family heard from him doesn't necessarily mean that's the last time anyone ever saw him. It did sound like he and his family weren't in constant communication. They didn't even know what city he lived in. It's just there's no actual accounts of anyone physically seeing him after that particular day. I have to imagine they've checked bank account records and social security numbers, see if either of them have been used. I just don't see any mention of that. But also I know that neither of them has literally ever been seen again. There is only speculation that there is a possibility that the two of them may have been lovers. Back in 1977, being gay was not a thing you really talked about out loud. So it's possible, again, just a theory, that they may have been a couple who needed to hide that fact and moved to maybe a better place for that situation. I don't know if in the 70s it was better to live in Pennsylvania as a gay person as opposed to Minnesota. I don't know. But that's, there's also no evidence to show that they were a couple. Because you could also potentially say, well, what if one of them killed the other? Did they both want to close that shop? Did only one of them want to close it? Was there a dispute where something happened? You know? Or are their disappearances completely unrelated? Could it just be a crazy, insane coincidence? Maybe they weren't a gay couple. Maybe they just decided as friends that we want to get out of Minnesota. We're going to go somewhere where no one else will know where we are, and we'll live our lives just, in peace. The problem with a case like this, where there's no newspaper coverage, there's very, very little talked about this case, you just have no idea. All you can do is speculate. But the truth is you don't know what the truth is. But someone, somewhere out there, might know the truth about what happened to either one of these men or both of these men. You might know where they're located. You might be able to help bring them home or get justice for them. It is time to come forward now. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 651-480-2300 or 651-266-5612. Beneath these trees 23 years ago, a young boy's life was brutally taken. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Craig Sorger. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Ephrata, Washington, which is where Craig Sorger was born and raised. He was born in February of 1990, and I know he had at least one sibling, a younger brother. He was described as a very intelligent, very bright, very friendly young kid. He was incredibly affectionate. Craig was your typical kid in the 90s. He loved things like video games. He loved playing outside. He loved just making people laugh. 13-year-old Craig had also been diagnosed as being mildly autistic, and he had ADHD and had a learning disability, so he was actually in special education classes. It was February 15th, 2003, when this boy here, Evan Savoy, was 12 years old at the time, along with his 12-year-old friend slash cousin, Jake Eakin. God, the early 2000s were unkind. The two of them, and this is obviously them at a younger age, but they were very good friends. They did a lot together. And it turns out they would also commit murder together. On that February 15th day, the two boys went to Craig's house, knocked on his door. His mom answered and said, "Can Craig come out to play with us?" And she kind of begrudgingly says, "Yeah, that's fine." Craig had been kind of friends with those two other kids. They had played together before. But she told the other two boys, just make sure he's home by dark because he's afraid of being out in the dark. Craig left, said bye to his mom, said, "I'll see you later," but later never would come. So then the three young boys would go across the street to the Oasis Park area. But when dark came, Craig did not come home. Craig's mom walks over to the house where she knows the two other boys would probably be. And when the door opens there, she sees the two young boys that left with her son earlier. Well, they're down inside playing video games. They're basically like, "Well, we don't know what happened to him. We were climbing some trees and then he just walked away." So the mother would call police to report her son missing. And then they all go to the park where Craig was last seen. And underneath these trees here, under a pile of branches and sticks, they found Craig. 13-year-old Craig was dead, and it did not take them long to determine that this was a murder. They found a knife nearby, which would end up matching numerous stab wounds all over Craig's body. They also found a branch nearby that looked as if it was used to beat Craig. Craig had 5 stab wounds to his chest and his torso. He had 34 more stab wounds to his head and neck, along with 20 separate blunt force trauma injuries. The two boys who were last seen with them, who acted very flippant when, they were at home after they were playing with him, they were both arrested. And they said, "We're not charging these kids as kids. We're charging these kids as adults." They made an adult decision to kill someone. They're adults in this case. In 2005, Jake Eakin would end up pleading guilty to second-degree murder. And he confessed and said, "This is what happened." The three boys went to Oasis Park. They were playing there for a brief time when Evan Savoy asked Craig to get on his knees and feel the ground. He said, "It's a game. Touch the ground and see if it's wet, and you have to put your hands on the ground for 10 seconds and you can't move." While Craig complied and did this, Evan Savoy found a large rock, and as Craig was kneeling over, Evan Savoy took that rock and he slammed it as hard as possible against the back of Craig's neck. 12-year-old Evan then took out the knife he had brought with him and began to stab 13-year-old Craig Sorger. Jake Eakin then says he grabbed a nearby branch and he began to strike it along Craig's head and legs. And once they realized that Craig was no longer moving, they realized he was probably dead. They covered him up with sticks and twigs and just went back to Evan's home to play video games like nothing happened. Evan Savoy would later try to deny that, stating that Craig just climbed a tree and he fell and he hurt himself. Now he is admitting to being there when Craig lost his life. Jake Eakin would testify against Evan Savoy, basically saying that, I was guilted into participating. I feared for my life. He said that Evan said he wanted to go on a killing spree, and he felt that if I didn't participate, that I would be his next victim. His defense team said, we will take a plea deal of 8 years. And a plea deal was reached, but he was actually sentenced to 14 years in prison. In 2006, Evan Savoy would not take a plea deal. He instead went to trial, where he was found guilty by the jury, and he was sentenced to 26 years in prison. But in 2011, his conviction was overturned due to an issue with the judge. But before going on to another trial, he would end up finally pleading guilty to second-degree murder, and he confessed that he is the one, in fact, who did participate in killing Craig Sorger. That basically Jake Eakin's story was essentially true. But Jake Eakin was more complicit than, he said. By the way, when Jake Eakin did plead out to this, he pled guilty to murder by complicity, meaning he was complicit. Evan Savoy was conditionally released in 2020. Jake Eakin here was released in 2017. And this child killer is what he will always be, by the way, a murderer of children. He is now a self-proclaimed human rights activist. He is anti-LGBTQ. He is also a very anti-abortion person. He uses very extreme tactics. He posted this on his Facebook, "A murderer at 12, saved by Jesus." He will always be known as a murderer, a child killer. You may think that Jesus has saved you, but the devil is waiting for you. I know a lot of people will disagree with this, but murder is murder. Murder is a choice that you make to end a person's life. These two young boys, yes, they were 12 years old, knew very well that murder was wrong, and they still did it. They planned this. At least one of them did. Planned to murder this 13-year-old kid for reasons unknown. They just chose him randomly because one of these kids in particular was a complete psychopath and just so happened to be friends with a lesser psychopath, if you will. Both of them were arrested, both of them were convicted, but both of them are now out, living free as a bird, while Craig Sorger does not get that option. Craig Sorger is dead, and he is never coming back. And those two monsters continue to live their lives now in peace. But hopefully, I hope those two men never know a true day of peace ever again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Vanderzee. Viewer discretion is advised. David Vanderzee was born on April 7th, 1956, and he was born in Burlington, Illinois. Along the way in his life, he would end up enlisting in the U.S. Navy, where he served for some time. And then after that, he would end up becoming a truck driver. Now, I want to preface this by stating that at the end of the day, David Vanderzee was still a human being. So he lived near Powers Lake, Michigan, and this is like in Kenosha County, where David, I guess, was known as they described, a bit of a jerk. He was just someone who had like a big temper. And this would cause a lot of people who lived near him in the neighborhood to just simply not like him. So he didn't really mingle much with like the people who lived around him. Didn't really have like a big group of friends. Just shortly before this case occurred, he would end up marrying this woman here, Roxana Vanderzee Collins. Roxana would say that David was controlling, not like physically, but more like controlling of like the finances and whatnot. It sounds like from the get-go, the marriage just went off to a bumpy start. But David was also not a monster. He was just a guy with a hot temper. He was, like I said, a full-grown human being who certainly did not deserve what happened to him. On September 23rd, 2003, Roxana apparently would enter the home, and she found her new husband, David, on the floor face down, and he was in a pool of blood. When police arrived at the scene, they confirmed that they have a deceased individual in the house, and the coroner would later determine that David was the victim and that he had been shot 5 times. And they were at fairly close range. This was borderline execution style. It appeared that he had been interrupted as he was preparing dinner because he still had shrimp that was cooking. There was a still warm steak on the countertop. It looked like he was just about to sit down and start eating when he was interrupted. There was no forced entry into this house. None whatsoever. Meaning that David likely knew his killer or let them in at least. And the reason why it's relevant, why, you mentioned he was kind of like considered a jerk in the neighborhood, is that because of that, that really would narrow down a suspect list. Because David would not just invite some random neighbor into the house willingly. There are very, very, very few people he would ever let into that house. And it sounds like the fact that David wasn't the most well-liked person, it really kind of hindered their investigation from the get-go. And I think it's because of that, a lot of people weren't really talking, and the case just sort of went cold. But one thing that eventually caught their ears is that, years later, they were listening to the 911 call that Roxana made, and on that call, she had mentioned very clearly that David had been shot. But the thing is when the body was found, it was certainly not obvious that he was shot. It was not something you can just tell right away. But she seemed to know it as a matter of fact. So they want to look into her alibi. Well, where were you when all of this happened then? Well, she says, I was out shopping. I was running errands. Here's all the receipts I have from all the places I went to confirm it, which was confirmed. But now that people are starting to kind of more slowly open up and start talking, that's when they learned that the marriage between Roxana and David was already off to a horrible start. They learned that Roxana was having an affair. With who? A man named John Viskassil. John Viskassil is one of the few people that David Vanderzee would let into his home. Why is that? Because John and David were very, very good friends. Best friends. And then, digging into phone records, they discovered that there were numerous phone calls made between John and Roxana on the day of the murder. There was a phone call between the two of them at 7:46 a.m. on the morning of the murder. They also know that Roxana had called the house to talk to David later on that evening at 6:43 p.m. And then just 3 minutes after that phone call, Roxana calls John. Now, the 911 call is made at 8:20 p.m., so there's a window between 6:43 and 8:20 p.m. where they know now that's when the murder probably happened. Then, looking at phone records, they noticed there was one more call between John and Roxana, and that was at 8:11 p.m., and they believe that that call was probably the "it's done" call. Then Roxana enters the home around 8:20, finds her husband dead, and calls 911. Now, at the time, John Viskassil had a girlfriend, and on the night of the murder, he had told the girlfriend that he was going to go out and go fishing, which she remembers thinking that was very strange because when he said that, it was already starting to become dark outside. It would be unusual for him to go fishing at that time. But she also just didn't really think much further into it. Later that night, she says he comes home, and he immediately takes off all of his clothing and throws it right into the washing machine. He said, I fell out of my boat into the water, so I'm just, cleaning all of it. And then that same night, Roxana Vanderzee comes over to the house where he's living with his girlfriend, and she stays the night. Well, now they're piecing this all together. David's best friend, John, and his new wife, Roxana, were actually having a secret affair. They wanted to be with one another, so we need to take out the middleman, David. And in 2025, both of them, now this is about 22 years after the murder happened, were both arrested. And I gotta tell you, she looks real grumpy in this photo. She looks like, I cannot believe they caught me. As recently as 2025, they have both been charged in connection to David Vanderzee's murder, but it does not appear that any trial has actually occurred yet. So I don't know the exact official motive and also what other evidence they may have, but it seems pretty clear-cut. They wanted to be with one another. They didn't want David in the picture, so of course, let's just kill him. David Vanderzee may not have been the most perfect person, but at the end of all of this, he is still a person. And we don't just go around shooting and murdering people because we don't want them in our lives anymore. That's not the answer. Hopefully one day very soon, the two of them will go to trial and hopefully they'll be found guilty. And hopefully one day very soon, David Vanderzee and his family will get the justice they rightfully deserve. Was she the killer now on the run, or was she a second victim? Or is it something completely different? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Debbie Lynn Prosser. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the very blue Pompano Beach, Florida. Debbie Lynn Prosser was 25 years old at the time this case occurred. Debbie had been in a relationship with a man named Julio Armando Alfonso. Julio owned a pretty successful scuba diving company. But about a month and a half or so before all of this happened, Julio kicked Debbie out of the house, basically. The police would go to the home kind of frequently when she was still living there for domestic situations. And it sounded like it was sort of like both ways. One time they got into a really big fight where he threw out all of her belongings on the lawn. And another time she ended up going around the entire house and smashing every single window out of it. It just didn't sound like a very healthy relationship. On May 14th, 1984, police there are called to Julio's home in Pompano Beach, Florida, because Julio was discovered murdered in his home. Julio had been shot to death. Apparently, Julio was once involved in the International Gold Bullion Exchange. He had been a big investor in it, and that, I guess it collapsed in 1983, so shortly before his murder happened. So there was some speculation that maybe the murder could have been related to that, but they really weren't sure. He had also been married and had a kid, but they had been separated for a long time. There is also belief that it's possible drugs may have been involved or connected to this murder. The truth is it doesn't sound like they really had any solid idea as to why he was actually killed. But then matters get even more perplexing, because police wanted to talk to his former girlfriend, Debbie Prosser, because she could be a material witness to his murder. They just weren't sure. But the problem is now they can't find her. That is because the last time anyone ever saw Debbie Lynn Prosser was the day after Julio's murder. She was last seen on May 15th, 1984, and has never been seen again. The police never really went as far as calling her an official suspect in Julio's murder, but there was that kind of idea floated out that it is possible, and that she could have just gone on the run and fell off the face of the earth willingly. But it also doesn't really sound like that's a very strong theory, because there's also the possibility that Debbie was maybe at his home the day in question, and maybe the killers only planned to, kill Julio, but maybe they said, oh shit, she's here too, now we have to kill her as well. And so maybe she was killed simply for being there. Or maybe her potential murder, was connected to Julio in another way where they went looking for her to kill her. Or her disappearance has absolutely nothing to do with Julio's murder. The timing is pretty incredible, that a person is killed and the following day someone very close to that person falls off the face of the earth forever, but it could just be an insane coincidence. Who knows? Maybe Debbie got scared thinking that police would call her a suspect, even though she had nothing to do with it, and fled because of that. Unfortunately, there are just numerous possibilities here. Her bank account has not been touched. She has not used her social security number. Of course, a person can fall off the grid by going out of the country and not needing their social security number. Maybe move the money to another place. A lot of possibilities again. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where Debbie Prosser is today, or what may have happened to her. And if she needs justice, maybe you have the answers to help get her justice and help bring her home to lay her to rest. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 954-321-4268. She was thrown away like garbage, tossed aside by the person who was supposed to love her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Diane Pikul. Viewer discretion is advised. She was born Diane Whitmore in May of 1943, and Diane was an only child growing up. Eventually, she would study fiction writing at Mount Holyoke College and also earned her bachelor's degree from the same college. In her early adult life, she would do working for Sports Illustrated, also ended up working for 3 different commissioners of New York City, and also worked for New York's Parks and Recreations Department. Along the way, she met Joe Pikul, and in 1973, her and Joe got married. And then they would go on to have 2 kids together. And Diane loved being a mom. She was a fantastic mother. She always wanted to make sure she was doing right by her kids and that she could always make sure they had a good upbringing. And she delivered that. By all accounts, from the outside looking in, the marriage between her and Joe seemed good, but in reality, it wasn't. Joe Pikul was actually a big-time Wall Street analyst, and he made good money. Enough money to get them an apartment in Greenwich Village, and also a second summer house in the Hamptons. The morning of October 26, 1987, Diane Pikul failed to show up to work, which is something she had never done before. Co-workers would reach out to Joe Pikul and say, "Have you seen her?" He's in a panic saying, "No, I don't know where she is. I can't find her." And so the co-workers report Diane missing. So the search for her begins. During the search, there is this big open dumpster outside of a car wash, and as people are going through it, they notice some odd things. In particular, women's lingerie and also Diane Pikul's identification card. When police talk to Joe, he says that he and his wife had gotten into an argument while they were at their home in the Hamptons. Apparently, they were discussing selling this house. He says she just stormed off and then didn't see her after that. Well, now she's missing, and now we have her identification card found in a random dumpster. The lingerie, no one can identify as belonging to Diane, though. And then on October 29th, 1987, the body of Diane Pikul was found. It was just tossed in a ditch off the side of the road. Literally looked as if someone just took her and just chucked her down into this ditch. She had been badly beaten. Diane had died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Around this time, police are learning that the marriage between Diane and Joe was not as great as everyone thought it was. That's because Joe was hiding a secret that it sounds like Diane discovered, because Diane had then said, "We're divorcing." She found photos of Joe Pikul, her husband, dressing in drag, which is fine in its own. It just came as a big shock to Diane, because along with this, he had a whole different life. That's when it turned out that the lingerie they found in that dumpster, along with Diane's ID card, was the ones featured in these photos. And when Joe was brought back in for questioning, they say, "We need to do a strip search of you because you're under arrest," because they're now arresting him for her murder. He refuses to do the strip search, but eventually he has to do it because it's the law. He has to comply. And the reason why he didn't want to do it is because he was still currently wearing women's lingerie. So now he says that he and Diane got into a fight the night before, and he says she attacked me with a knife, and so I just strangled her to defend myself. Which is bullshit, because she also had numerous blunt force trauma injuries to her body. She was beaten well before she was strangled. This was not self-defense. I saw this quote. He said, "Charges don't make me a bad dad," he argues. I would argue that killing the mother of your children actually does qualify you as a bad dad, a shit dad, if you will. He tried to basically continue keeping his kids despite these murder charges. And for a while it worked, but then eventually his kids were taken away from him. Also, headlines, I swear to God, back in the day, I feel like they were way cringier. Murder ends marriage. That's a way to put it, sure. Maybe instead, wife and mother murdered. Anyway, he goes on trial for Diane's murder, and the evidence against him is pretty compelling, and he is found guilty. It also turns out that Joe was hiding another secret. He had AIDS, which back in the 80s was way more of a taboo subject than it is now. It sounds like at one point Diane possibly accused him of giving her AIDS. I don't know if she actually did or not. I think that's just what he said. But while Joe was convicted, he would never be sentenced because he dies in prison before he could be sentenced, and he died from complication due to AIDS. And because he died, and because he was not officially sentenced in 1989, his conviction was vacated because back then I guess that was New York law. And so really Diane did not get justice. Her killer basically got away with it because he too died and never had to suffer the consequences of his actions. And because of his actions, their two children no longer have a mother, no longer have a father, but at least this particular monster is dead and gone. Over the course of 3 years, 3 people would go missing, and one of the last known locations all 3 of them were ever seen was the Fairbanks Inn. Hello, true crimeers. This is the disappearance of Dwayne DeFazio. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the Orange County area of Florida, and the victim in this case lived in a home underneath these trees. I couldn't find an image of the house, or it was actually a trailer. This is where 25-year-old Dwayne David DeFazio lived. May 27th, 1989, he would allegedly leave his home, and then he went to a place called the Fairbanks Inn, which is located in Winter Park, Florida. And then from there, it's rumored that he went to his mom's house. But I don't know if his mom actually saw him or if that portion of the story is true. But what I do know is that Dwayne DeFazio, after that evening, was never seen by anyone ever again. After a while, his mother did notice that he was missing. She couldn't get a hold of him by phone, so she decided that she was going to go to his trailer. So she heads over there and she's able to gain entry to his home, and she finds something concerning. There were bloodstains on the floor of his home and also bloodstains on his bed. Obviously, this is not a normal thing you're going to see in someone's house. But Dwayne was nowhere to be found. However, his vehicle was parked in front of the home. And the windshield had been completely broken, and some of the tires were purposefully slashed by someone. So obviously she calls police, and they arrive at the scene, and they say, yeah, we think foul play may be involved. May be involved? No kidding. A short time after that, this is the only photo of this guy that I can find, a man named Kenny Arnold would come onto police radar because apparently he was someone that knew Dwayne, and he had actually threatened to kill Dwayne a short time before all of this. He actually said that he would specifically kill him, chop him up into pieces, and feed his body parts to alligators. But when police talk to Kenny, he denies having anything to do with whatever may have happened to Dwayne, and they talk to Kenny's fiance, and she says, no, he was with me that night, so there's no way he could have done anything. I was looking at this case, I noticed that the Fairbanks Inn, I'm like, oh my god, that looks really, really familiar to me. That's because I've talked about it before. I made a video, I'm not exactly sure how long ago, but about a man named Stuart Collins who also went missing. The Fairbanks Inn was the last place anyone ever saw him. And I saw that, I think it was on Web Sleuth, someone had mentioned that there was actually a third person. This was Roxanne Spencer. In 1991, she too had gone to the Fairbanks Inn. She too disappeared. He reportedly was seen in the company of a man who people, I guess, did not recognize. She left their Fairbanks Inn, and then that was it. No one ever saw her again. It could simply be an insane coincidence, because there are different circumstances between all of them. This happened in consecutive years, 1989, 1990, and 1991. And each time, the last time anyone ever saw them was at the Fairbanks Inn. Dwayne and Roxanne, they disappeared in May of each of their years, and Stuart disappeared in January. Could be an absolutely insane coincidence. They may have absolutely nothing to do with each other, but it is still a very bizarre coincidence. I was reading that this was a place for a lot of seedy characters. There were, drugs involved in all of this, and so, again, there could be a connection, but maybe not. But then 16 years after Dwayne's disappearance, there was an update. He was not found. As a matter of fact, to this very day, he has still never been found. The fiance of Kenny Arnold, a man who was initially a suspect in Dwayne's disappearance, who had threatened him before, but then his fiance said, no, he was with me. Well, 16 years later, she comes out and says she lied to police. She now told officers that she drove her fiance, Kenny, and another man to Dwayne's trailer that night, and that she, in fact, witnessed him shoot and stab Dwayne. She said she literally saw Kenny stabbing him just repeatedly, over and over and over again. But then she claims she doesn't know what happened after that. I think she came forward at that time because I'm assuming she was probably petrified of this man, because in 2005, around the same time she would have come forward, Kenny Arnold died. He overdosed deliberately on drugs. I'm kind of wondering if maybe Kenny and Dwayne had some sort of run-in maybe at the Fairbanks Inn, and perhaps Kenny followed him home. I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is that Dwayne has never been found. And of course, if Kenny Arnold did kill him and dispose of him, he took the information of where he is to his grave. But someone somewhere out there just might know the truth about where exactly Dwayne is located, because his family deserves to be able to bring him home and lay him to rest. If you have any information on his whereabouts, you are asked to please call 407-836-9951. A young woman was found tied up and murdered inside of her own home, and she was killed because her killer made a mistake. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Egypt Covington. Viewer discretion is advised. She was born Jacqueline Elizabeth Covington, but she would go by the name Egypt to everyone. Egypt was actually part of a very large mixed family. Her parents had divorced when she was younger. This is a photo of her with her stepmom and her father. And then this is a photo of her with her mother. And she was really close with her brother, Dwayne Turner. When this case occurred, both her and her brother were working at the same bar. They were bartenders who always put on a show. They always did these routines with like flaming bottles. They just had a really good time and entertained everyone who they were serving. Egypt herself was very popular. She had a lot of friends. She just got along with everybody. She was fun. She was beautiful. She had lots of energy. She had an absolute major zest for life. And she was dating this man here, Curtis Meadows. They had this kind of on-again, off-again relationship for about 5 years. But at this point in her life, they were definitely a very solid duo. And then one day, it just tragically ended. So Egypt and her family lived in the Belleville, Michigan area. She had lived in Michigan her entire life. So she lived in this duplex. Her door was on the left, and then her neighbor's was on the right. Well, on the morning of June 23rd, 2017, her boyfriend texted her, as he did every morning, to say, good morning. But this time she didn't respond. He said that she usually would text back within 15 to maybe 20 minutes. He didn't think too much of it, though, at the time. He keeps texting her, getting no response. Eventually, later in the day, he tries calling her. She doesn't pick up the phone. And so now he is officially concerned. So he drives out to her duplex, and he notices that her door is partially opened. As he opens the door, he sees her little dog, Ruby, who's actually pictured here with her brother. Well, Ruby is like barking and almost trying to get Curtis to follow her. And he does. He gets to the living room where he finds his girlfriend. Egypt was lying on the ground in the fetal position. She had her hands tied behind her back with Christmas lights, and there was blood on her head, and she was lying in a pool of blood, and he knew that she had been shot. He rushes out of the house, goes to his car where his cell phone was, and he calls the police. And they can confirm that Egypt Covington, 28 years old, was dead. She had been shot to death. There appeared to be no forced entry in her home, so they thought maybe she let someone in, maybe this was someone she trusted. So of course they look into the boyfriend, but they do confirm his alibi. They also give him a polygraph test, which he passes, and he was incredibly cooperative, and they would quickly rule him out. Egypt also had an ex-boyfriend who apparently did not take their breakup so well initially. There was belief that maybe he was involved, and this actually ends up dividing Egypt's family, because some of them believe that he may have done this to her, and others believe there's just no way he did. But police at the time just had no evidence to say whether he did or not. But then kind of an unlikely hero emerged. So her brother's then girlfriend turned fiance, Lindsay Brink, said, I want to get this family answers. And she began to question the police herself. She began to press them. She asked all of the hard questions. She began looking into things. She was keeping in contact with police and emailing them. It became her mission to get this case solved, which got her to basically get Michigan State Police. She convinced them to take over this case. And when they did, everything began to move. Egypt's ex-boyfriend was at that point completely ruled out. The Michigan State Police then began using geofencing and cell phone tracking to see if anyone's cell phones were placed in her home or right near her home at the time. And that's when everything broke open. They were able to link several cell phones in her home or right out of her home on the time the murder would have happened to these three men here: Shane Evans, Shandon Groom, and Timothy Moore. They had absolutely no connection to Egypt whatsoever. But what police learned was that her neighbor, the door on the right of this duplex, they were allowed to legally grow marijuana because it was medical marijuana. But these three men here knew about this, and they knew that, there was money in that home. But on the day of the murder, these three individuals knew that the people who lived in that side of the duplex, they weren't home. They were at a music festival, and this was way out of town. So they planned to go into that home and rob them. And two of these men were directed to go to the door on the right. But they, for some reason, went to the door on the left, Egypt's home. They found her in there, where they just tied her up and then shot her in her head, killed her. Egypt Covington, as her mother would say, was killed because of an oops, a mistake. They just simply went to the wrong door, even though they were specifically told to go to the door on the right, where nobody was home, and they would have just robbed the home, and that would have been it. Nobody would have been hurt. But that's not what happened. One or two of the men would eventually end up confessing to parts of the story. All three of them would be arrested and charged with Egypt's murder. They all were allowed to plead guilty to second-degree murder. Shane Evans got 15 to 25 years. Shandon Groom got 17 to 26 years. And Timothy Moore, the actual confessed shooter, he was given 20 to 55 years in prison. Egypt Covington wasn't even in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was in her home. It was her killers who were in the wrong place at the wrong time, literally at the wrong place, despite being told exactly where to go. And because of that mistake, Egypt was shot and killed inside of her own home. But thanks to the resilience of her brother's fiance, they were able to capture the monsters who did this to her. And now they are in prison. Unfortunately, it will not be for the rest of their lives. And so in the end, is it really justice? I guess she got partial justice. I just hoped she got more. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Everett Marlett. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Lansing, Michigan, way back in 1963. I don't know much about Everett, but I do know at the time this case occurred, he was 59 years old and he was married and they had a daughter. Everett was also a realtor there in Lansing, Michigan. I guess specifically a real estate broker, and he was really well known in that circle. Everett showed houses every single day. I mean, it was part of his everyday life. But it was within his own home where this tragedy took place. All of the newspaper articles list his address there in 1963, which is now this building today. It was relatively late on the evening of April 19th, 1963, when 59-year-old Everett Marlett was found shot to death inside of his own home. His wife and daughter were thankfully not home at the time because they were already on a train heading to California for vacation. And according to one newspaper article, they actually intercepted the wife and daughter so they could return back home. Everett was killed with a .38 caliber, which the gun was not found inside the home, and he was shot at close range. And I believe at least 5 or 6 bullets were fired inside the home. They would later determine that there was a very expensive diamond ring missing from the house, and Everett also would have had roughly $500 in cash in his wallet that was also missing. What's kind of creepy is that literally an hour before his body was found, the house cleaner they had was actually there at the house, just doing some cleaning, and everything was fine. And then literally a short time after she leaves, a neighbor hears the gunshots go off. By the time they're able to kind of see what was going on, whoever the shooter was already gone. It was the neighbor that actually found the body. But nobody knows who did this to him and why. Well, more than likely, the obvious why is robbery. The diamond ring was worth $7,000. But I think the question is did his killer know him prior and know that he would have that kind of stuff in his house? Knew that he would have $500 in cash? Or was it just a random choice? This person just randomly picked up this house. Did the killer know that Everett would be in the house? Or did the killer expect no one to be there? All of that is questions that have been left unanswered ever since. It doesn't sound like they found any enemies or maybe customers that maybe felt wronged by him. Everett was known to be a bit of a flashy dresser. He wore expensive suits. You could tell that this guy was probably just wealthy by looking at him. So whenever he went out to do things socially, like go to a bar, someone may have noticed that and said, I'm following that guy and I'm going to take what he has. It could have been one of his clients that kind of noticed his appearance and said, okay, maybe he's got some money at home. So the truth is nobody knows. It has been 63 years since the murder of Everett Marlett, and by all means, his killer could very well be dead, but maybe they aren't, and maybe they're still out there somewhere. Or at the very least, the police and everyone in the community just deserves to know who did this, and ultimately, why. So if you have any information on Everett's case, you are asked to please call 517-483-4600. The Exorcist is regarded as one of the scariest films of all time, which was based on an allegedly true story. But how true really was that story? Hello, true crimerers. This is the exorcism of Roland Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is who we will refer to as Roland Doe for the time being. Roland was born in 1935, and he was an only child. He had an aunt named Aunt Harriet that he loved very much, that he played with all the time, but then one day Aunt Harriet died. And then after that, the family, including Roland, began to experience some very bizarre things happening in their home. Furniture moving, strange noises. There were things that flew across the room on its own. They then contacted their local priest, who offered to take Roland in for the night to see if they can maybe see if this was all centering around him. The Catholic priest also alleged that he saw objects flying as well. Roland then began to have some very creepy, scary behavior. His own furniture is moving around his bedroom, and the priests say they believe that he is possessed by a demon. So they perform a number of exorcisms on him at his home in Maryland. That's when allegedly words begin to etch themselves into Roland's stomach and other parts of his body. One of those words being the word Louis, which his mother allegedly thought that meant that someone was telling them to move to St. Louis, and so they did. They got this house in St. Louis, Missouri. Father Albert Hughes performed more exorcisms of him. And another Catholic priest, William Bowdard, helps him. They then enlist the help of other priests. They perform several exorcisms in the St. Louis home of Roland Doe, where again, more crazy stuff is allegedly observed. Obviously, these types of images I'm showing are just artist renderings of various exorcisms. The craziness just got worse and worse, and they said, we can't do this here, at his home. So they end up going to a Catholic hospital there in St. Louis, where they have other religious folk help. They restrain Roland to the bed, and at one point they say he broke free from one of those restraints, and then the bed springs beneath him began to break and fly out of the bed. Chairs in the hospital room would begin to slide across the room and fly against walls. And the boy, who was 14 years old at the time, by the way, he began to have these massive fits where once they got towards the end of the exorcism, he would start speaking and chanting in Latin, which is something he didn't know. All of this lasted several months, and there were somewhere between 20 to 40 or so exorcisms of Roland Doe. But after the final one, apparently it all just went away. The Catholic Church would say, we have exorcised him successfully. And he went back to his normal life. The newspapers only ever referred to him as Roland Doe. At that time, nobody knew his actual name, so he was able to live a very quiet life. And then William Peter Blatty, a novelist, heard about this story, and he wrote his book, The Exorcist, which came out in 1971. Then led to the 1973 Oscar-nominated horror classic, The Exorcist. It was actually nominated for 10 Academy Awards, including Best Director, Best Actress, Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress. And it is regarded even today in 2026 as the ultimate scariest motion picture ever made. And Roland Doe, it sounds like he knew that the movie was based off of his story. It's just he would always seem to be afraid of letting everyone know that it was him. Obviously, they greatly exaggerated his story in the movie, by having, Reagan have her head, spin 360. She spit out pea soup. She levitated into the air. She said things like, "Your mother sucks cocks in hell." Like, most of what they featured in the movie was not what actually happened in the real story, obviously. But Roland Doe would go on to live a very full life. He actually would end up becoming a NASA engineer, and he died in 2020 when his real name was finally revealed. He died at the age of 85, and his name was Ronald Edwin Hunkeler. Then a close companion of his came out with a story. Ronald, I guess, was a very troubled kid and teenager growing up. He had a lot of tantrums. He threw a lot of fits. He always tried to get his way. He was an only child after all. He was also incredibly strong for his young age. He was fully capable of moving furniture around the house. Because sometimes the claim was that furniture moved, but no one actually saw it move. They just saw the after effect. And some of the people who had witnessed the exorcisms, which there was like dozens of people who did, they would come out and say that the stories that were told were not truthful. They were way over embellished. And that the stories that the newspapers went with only came from sources who were Catholic priests. But the truth is that it was very likely that Roland was actually just carving words into his own skin. He had long nails. He was fully capable of doing it. Witnesses said the picture of Jesus Christ never rattled, the bed never rattled or violently shook, and when it did, it was obvious that he was more than likely doing it himself. But this companion, who after his death came out and said, quote, "He told me, he said he wasn't possessed at all. He said it was all concocted. He said I was just a really bad boy." So none of it, unsurprisingly, was real. I'm not a believer in demons or possession, but what I will say is that it does make for great, scary stories. And usually, real life is far scarier than fiction, but there are occasions where fiction is definitely far scarier than real life. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Frederick LaCroix. Viewer discretion is advised, and obviously, I unfortunately do not have a photo of the victim. But this case occurred in Richfield, Michigan. That is where 50-year-old Fred LaCroix lived on his own. According to one newspaper article, he had a wife who passed away in 1986. She unfortunately died from cancer. And I know Frederick had, I think, 6 stepdaughters. And when all of this occurred, he was 50 years old. Frederick was working at a gas station called the All-American Car Company. This, I believe, is the location where it once stood, but the business is no longer in operation. And Frederick, I think, lived actually just across the street from the gas station. And Fred would work the midnight to 8 a.m. shift. The shift he had done many times, and it seemed like that's something he just enjoyed doing. But sadly, November 30th, 1989 would be his last shift. Sometime a little after 5 o'clock in the morning, a customer walked in, and right there by the door, they noticed a man on the ground in a pool of blood. And sadly, he was soon identified as the 50-year-old gas station attendant, Frederick LaCroix. Frederick had been shot through his head, and whoever did this took a bunch of cash from the store. This was obviously a robbery that turned to murder. It appeared, though, that Frederick was killed execution style because he was shot through the back of his head. They don't know if the individuals just surprised him and shot him, or if he knew what was going on before they shot him. Right away, his family would put out cash rewards. Anyone who has anything, you need to come forward and we will pay you if it leads to capturing our loved one's killer. A short time later, there actually is an arrest made. This is also in 1989. It's a 19-year-old teenager. And then a second teenager is arrested, and that's when they find out that there is a third one. The third one is also captured, and all 3 of them are charged, it sounds like, with Frederick's murder, but the charges eventually were dropped. So according to this article, there is a rule that anyone arraigned on a felony charge must receive a preliminary examination of the charge within 12 days unless there are mitigating circumstances. So the charges were dropped and all 3 teenagers were released. And as far as I could tell, that was the end of it. I don't know what evidence they had against these teens, like how solid it was, but apparently it wasn't enough to bring forth charges again. Keep in mind, this is in 1989. This was before a time where every gas station you go to has cameras. I think some did at that point, but it doesn't sound like this one did. This is also before cell phones and GPS, and the technology we have today obviously was not around back then, so you were a lot more limited on what evidence you could gather. Unfortunately, the murder of Frederick LaCroix still remains unsolved. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth, though, about who really killed him, and maybe you can provide the evidence that's necessary to arrest those responsible, because Frederick and his family still deserve justice. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 810-653-3565. 2 men would vanish off a reservation. One of them eventually would be found, but the other is still missing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Fred Walking Badger and Aaron Leland Rivers. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Fred Walking Badger with his wife. At the time this case occurred, he was 42 years old, and they resided on the Gila River Reservation. Fred Walking Badger was someone who had very, very strong connections to activism, political activism, and also the advocacy for Native American rights. He was someone who did not back down, and he was certainly not afraid to fight for what was right. Around this time, his current battle centered around the Gila River Reservation, specifically to limit crop dusting on and around the reservation. It wasn't just natives who grew crops, it was also non-natives who grew crops on or around the reservation, and pesticides would spread with the wind, which resulted in the crops they were growing on the reservation to wilt and die. So he was publicly fighting against this. He got people to sign petitions, and eventually the Gila River tribal government became involved. Pictured here was a relatively new friend of his, 26-year-old Aaron Leland Rivers Sr. They met about 3 months or so prior, and the two of them were actually doing work on construction of a church there. I guess specifically in the Wet Camp Village area of the reservation. Aaron looked up to Fred. He was a huge inspiration to him. And Aaron believed in the causes that Fred was fighting. But then, one day, both of them would vanish. And it's possible that Aaron was just simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was May 21st, 1994. The two of them were doing some work on the church, and they decided they needed to run a quick errand. So both of them got into Fred's car, and they left. They were actually expected to arrive back at Fred's home because his wife had gone back to make sandwiches for both men. They were supposed to be there within an hour, but they never showed up. They were never seen again. It was immediately considered suspicious that both of these men turned up missing, especially considering Fred had been involved in so many causes and was doing petitions and got the tribal government involved. He may have been considered to be raising hell for people on the other side, the people who opposed him. And so there was belief that perhaps something to do with that had to be involved here. A month after they disappeared, the car they left in was found. It was a 1993 Pontiac Grand Am, and when it was found completely burned. And now they knew for sure that foul play was definitely involved. But where are the men? They wouldn't get those answers until about 5 years later. In December of 1999, the remains of Fred Walking Badger were finally discovered. He was identified through dental records, and the police have labeled this a homicide. He was murdered. However, Aaron Leland Rivers was not found with him. They searched that area where he was found, and they just could not find him. It sounds like the overall belief here is that Aaron was not the target here, that Fred Walking Badger was, and so Aaron being with him, unfortunately, he became just a target simply by being there. But what they did with him is unknown. There have been no named suspects. They don't have any leads, or if they have, they haven't really announced them publicly. It has to be, you have to think it has something to do with the crop dusting situation and the people who were doing it, who Fred was trying to get to stop doing it. Seems like a wild reason to kill someone, but someone somewhere out there knows exactly who murdered Fred Walking Badger and Aaron Leland Rivers Sr., and someone out there knows where Aaron could be found. And perhaps that someone with information is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 602-562-3660 or 602-732-9727. A 10-year-old boy got onto his bike to ride to a friend to help mow their lawn. The boy and his bike were never seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of George Burdynski Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is George Burdynski Jr. and his younger brother, and I know he also had a younger sister. When all of this happened, George was just a 10-year-old kid on the verge of turning 11. His birthday would have come about 2 months later, but unfortunately he never got to celebrate it. The last time that anyone ever saw George was on the afternoon of May 24th, 1993. He got onto his bike. He had asked his mom if I can go to my friend's house, who I guess was an adult, to see if he could help mow his lawn. And his mom said, of course. The family lived at the 4300 block of 40th Place there in Brentwood, Maryland. This friend lived at the 4500 block of 37th Street, very, very close to where George lived. It was all in the same neighborhood. The friend whose house he was supposed to be going to, though, said that George never arrived. However, later, there apparently were some witnesses who stated that they did think they saw George somewhere outside of that friend's house, but the friend said he never actually got inside, and he never saw him himself. It was about 8:30 p.m. when the last confirmed sighting of him was there in that same neighborhood on his bike. And then he just vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. His parents would report him missing very quickly, and an investigation and a search began. And then his birthday in July came, and he still wasn't home. They were no closer to finding him at all. But fairly quickly into the investigation, a couple of men would come up on their radar because these men had lived in the neighborhood. They lived at the 3200 block of Varnum Street, which again is all in the same exact neighborhood. These men were named Stephen Leake, who also went by Bruce, and James A. Kowalski Jr. Well, as they were investigating this case, they came across these men because there were rumors and rumblings that these men had been involved in potentially molesting little boys in the neighborhood. And as it turns out, they were able to prove that they had in fact molested little boys who were friends with George, literally the weekend before George's disappearance. This case actually also stemmed into the FBI creating a new task force or division called the Innocent Images, which then began the investigation into predators using the online world and chat rooms to lure children away. And this led to the arrest of both of these men, and both of them would end up pleading guilty to the molestation of George's friends and also connections due to the unrelated cases of like child pornography on their computers. And one of the men, James A. Kowalski, stated he didn't even know this little boy George was missing. But then as they were investigating his home and the mountains of videotapes and stuff that they found in his house, he had recorded hours worth of news footage talking specifically about the disappearance of George. So when he said he had no idea who this little boy was and had no idea he was missing, that was a very bold lie. Now, these two men would end up being convicted of their charges, again, unrelated to anything to do with George's case, and both of them were sentenced to a term in prison. So was a third man named Joseph Lynch. But Leake and Kowalski are both still in prison to this day. The third individual is no longer in prison. They never found any evidence to connect these two men directly to George's disappearance. So they have never been charged or indicted or anything, but they are considered suspects. And then in 2002, almost 10 years after his disappearance, police announced that they were looking into another suspect in connection to this case, but that suspect had nothing to do with the other men who were convicted of molestation. So this was a totally separate individual. Who that person is, though, I'm not 100% sure. If George by chance is alive today as an adult, he would look something similar to this. He would be, I think, about 43 years old today. Someone somewhere out there has got to know what really happened to this little boy back in 1993, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at 1-800-843-5678. You can also contact the Prince George County Police Crime Solvers Department at 1-866-411-8477. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Geraldine Myers. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us here to Riverside, California. I unfortunately don't have any clear photos of the victim. But at the time this case occurred, she was 81 years old. She was living alone in an apartment. And the last time anyone from her family saw her was on May 13th, 2001, which was Mother's Day. One of her sons had spent some time with her that night for Mother's Day, and then he left, and, she was probably going to be going to bed soon. The last time he saw her was at about 8:45 or 9 p.m. But after that, after her family tried to contact her, they couldn't get a hold of her. They go to her apartment, she's no longer there. They don't even see her car in the parking lot. And so, feeling very concerned about their mother's well-being and safety, she's 81 years old, they report her missing to police. An interesting turn of events happened on May 16th, 2001, all the way in Las Vegas, Nevada. Geraldine's 1983 Toyota Corolla was found, and it was being driven by a teenager. And the police confirmed that this was definitely her car. The teenager says, well, I found it. It was just abandoned. The keys were in the car. No one was there, so I took it. He found it in the parking lot of a grocery store. And I don't know if he assumed that it was abandoned or if he just saw an opportunity to steal this car because someone left their keys in it on accident or something. Now, this young boy was arrested and charged with the theft of the vehicle, but they were able to quickly rule him out as being at all responsible for Geraldine's disappearance. He was a resident of Las Vegas. He's a kid. Geraldine was all the way in Riverside, California. And as kind of crazy as it might sound, they believed his story. But in her car, they did find a little plastic shopping bag, and on that bag they found traces of blood, which they later determined was, in fact, Geraldine's blood. And now, for the first time, they're beginning to think that Geraldine might be dead. And then when they search her apartment in Riverside, California, the apartment itself was not broken into. There was no forced entry. They didn't see anything ransacked. Nothing was overturned. There weren't drawers. It didn't look like anyone had gone through it. There was apparently, according to family, a small amount of cash missing, but that was it, other than Geraldine herself. They did also notice a very strong scent of bleach. And there was a stain made by bleach that indicated someone tried to clean up something. And sadly, it's looking like Geraldine was probably murdered. Enter Bailey Lamar Jackson Jr. When Geraldine disappeared, he lived about 2 blocks away from her home. And around that same time, he had been arrested for attacking elderly women. Specifically, he had been charged with attempted murder, sexual assault, and robbery with connection to one other elderly woman who did survive. Then they got information that Bailey Jackson Jr. said that he had, quote, jumped another woman, and he had stabbed her. And also in his possession, they found an envelope. It was a crumpled up piece of mail, and that mail belonged to Geraldine. The woman he said to some other person that he had jumped and stabbed, they believe was Geraldine herself. He was arrested and charged with connection to Geraldine's murder and also other charges related to the other women. They had no body. To this very day, they still have not found her. And if it was him, he has not revealed where she is. But they had enough physical evidence to, try him. And a jury found him guilty of all charges, and they actually sentenced him to death. Now, California has a moratorium on the death penalty, so technically people there who are on death row, or I believe they're actually technically serving life in prison without parole, but are still on death row. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where Geraldine is located, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are asked to please call, and you can do so anonymously if you need to at 951-354-2007. Two women disappear from the exact same area 10 years apart. Is it just simply a coincidence, or is there something more nefarious going on? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Heather Zimmerman and Jamie Harper. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the little area of Rantoul, located in Illinois. And pictured here was 19-year-old Heather Zimmerman. She lived with her family in Gifford, Illinois. But on the night of May 26, 1997, Heather had planned to go to a party. Her parents stated that the last time they saw her was that night when she reached into the fridge, she grabbed out a can of soda, and then she walked out, I guess was picked up by someone to be driven to this party. And it was literally just in Rantoul, which is a very brief drive down the road. But I don't find any mention of if they know exactly where the party was and exactly who was hosting it. But she left around 8:30 p.m. But 19-year-old Heather never came home. All of her personal belongings were still at home. Her purse had been stolen a few days before this case occurred, and that had all of her identification, her credit cards, everything. So she didn't even have that to begin with. She didn't have her own vehicle, and she would have gotten paid from her job a couple of days later. She never arrived to pick it up. Now, according to the friends, they said that one of them dropped Heather off in her family's neighborhood at about 3 o'clock in the morning, now on May 27th. And that's the last time they saw Heather. Heather also had a husband, but he was in the Marines, and at the time he was stationed all the way in Japan. They were having some issues, I guess, trying to work through their marriage problems, but obviously he had nothing to do with what happened to her because he wasn't even in the country. They searched all over for Heather, and from what I understand, they would have asked and questioned her friends, but again, I don't know exactly if they know who held that party or if they're just not revealing those people's names. But all I know is they haven't found her, and they've never announced any persons of interest. And her case just simply goes cold. 10 years later, in March of 2007, another woman also in Rantoul goes missing after attending a party. Her name was Jamie Harper, and she was 20 years old at the time of her disappearance. She left her home on the night of March 9th, 2007 in the company of a male companion. I don't know what his name is. And in this case, I know the party was being held somewhere in the 1300 block of Laurel Drive, also in Rantoul. And this is a tiny little area as well. And the same kind of story with her. They would later find out that she left the party sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, and she just never arrived back home. In her case, her mom waited several days to report her missing because it was kind of common for Jamie to just sort of go away for days on end without talking to anyone, but she always came home. But this time, she didn't, and she made no phone calls or any attempt to contact family at all. There was an anonymous caller who reported to police that I don't know if they knew this for a fact or if they were just speculating, but stating that Jamie Harper died of an overdose at that party. People panicked and they just dumped her body somewhere. Police would go to those areas where this person said the body might be. They searched it thoroughly, but they never found any trace of her. It was around that time, or maybe a year or so later after Jamie's disappearance, that police said that they do in fact have a similar person of interest between both cases. So someone with some association to both missing women. But again, they have not named that person publicly. There was also rumors too that Heather also overdosed at the party that night. And again, people panicked, and again, they dumped her body somewhere and just made up a story about how she left or how she was dropped off. This is something that has tragically happened before. A bunch of, older teenagers or young college kids are partying too hard. People die from taking too much, and nobody wants to get in trouble. So they think the next best thing to do is to just hide the body. When in fact, if you're caught for doing that, you're going to be punished way more severely than you would be for someone else accidentally overdosing. I mean, unless it was intentional, but what are the odds of 2 women who are connected to apparently the same individual, whoever that is, all in the same exact tiny little area, both going to a party and both never coming home? The similarities are insane. But there could also be absolutely no connection at the end of the day. They just don't know for absolute certainty. But someone somewhere out there does know the truth about what really happened to Heather Zimmerman and Jamie Harper, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you were asked to please call 217-384-1213. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Helen Ann Morgan. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to, a little bit outside of Barnesville, Georgia. And the date is May 13th, 1984. It's actually Mother's Day. 26-year-old Helen Ann Morgan was a single mother to 1 daughter. She had recently gone through a divorce. and her daughter were living with her mother. On that May 13th, 1984 evening, sometime around 7 p.m., according to Helen's mother, Helen receives a phone call, and it sounds like the phone call was from her work. Helen worked for a company called the National Cash Register Company, and I guess she did work with the computers there. This is what the building is now today. I think it's the same company, but it's a different name. But according to Helen's mom, this phone call lasted about 5 minutes or so, and then at about 10 p.m., Helen receives another phone call. This time, Helen goes and gets changed, and she tells her mom, can you watch my daughter, because I have to go to work on some computer issue. And then Helen leaves the house and is never seen again. According to this newspaper article, Helen never made it to her place of employment. My only question that I don't know the answer to is, was it actually someone from her job that called her that night? It doesn't sound like it, because the only people who were there that night were just the 2 security guards who were protecting the building. No one else was there, so I don't know if maybe she told her mom a lie about who called her, or maybe it was someone who claimed that they were from her work. But I don't know if police actually verified where the phone calls came from, if they have that phone number or not. I don't know. But Helen was reported missing by her mother just the following day. And then 2 days after that, Helen's car is found. It was found at the Hartsfield International Airport in Atlanta, Georgia. The key to start the car was found underneath the floorboard of the driver's seat, but nothing else was found. No sign of Helen. There was no signs of foul play. Nothing was stolen. Nothing around the car indicated that anything had happened there. But they also found no records in Helen's bank account that indicated she had purchased a plane ticket. They also could not find her name on any manifest. So like with many cases that we've heard like this before, it certainly appears that somebody else planted her car there to make it look like she went out of town. But Helen was a very attentive, very caring and devoted mother to her daughter. And, she was fighting to make sure she regained custody of her daughter. So for her to just suddenly say, nah, screw it, and then just flee, that doesn't make any sense to anyone. Her bank account or social security number have never been used since the day she vanished. I know they looked into her ex-husband. I guess she had told her mom that at one point during the divorce proceedings, she felt like someone was following her. Could that have been a private investigator who the ex-husband hired? Could it have been the ex-husband himself? Could it have been someone else he hired, like a thug, Who knows? It's anyone's guess. But he's never been named a suspect. Nobody has. And also, in case you're wondering, the airport is about 30 minutes away from where her work was, but I don't know where in all of this exactly where she left from, in terms of where she lived. But again, I don't even know if she was the one who left her car at the airport. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Helen Ann Morgan that day on May 13th, 1984, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call, and you can report anonymously. You can call either 770-358-5159 or 912-445-4173. This is CCTV footage of a woman and an unidentified man entering a bar. Shortly after this, the woman was never seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Helen Gracia. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to here, Anaconda, Montana. Seems to be a relatively small little town with a population somewhere around 10,000 people. And that is where 45-year-old Helen Suzanne Gracia lived. And I believe at the time she was living with her mother, and she was kind of helping take care of her mom. The last contact anyone ever had with Helen was on May 23rd, 2008. Helen was supposed to be going to a grocery store and then to a pharmacy to pick up medication for her mother. Later that same day, she was seen here at the Rock Inn, or at least I believe this was the Rock Inn at some point. I'm not sure if it still is. It's located at the corner of Cedar and Commercial. I'm assuming that's the inn, and then right next to it is a little bar. But then after she was seen in this area, that is when she disappeared. Now, Helen had also talked about potentially going to Missoula, Montana. apparently for a job or maybe a job interview. And so when her family hadn't seen her or heard from her in a few days, they kind of just assumed that maybe that's what she was doing. So she wasn't really reported missing for about 10 days. Once police started working on this, they eventually found surveillance footage of Helen entering the bar, and in her company was a male, an unidentified male. It sounds like the police know who the man is based off of tips and information, and they were able to confirm it was that man. But as far as I can see, that man's name has never been publicly released by police. And I think he is still just considered a person of interest. Helen's car was eventually found, and it was found parked behind a bar at the 500 block of Commercial Avenue. In the car was her purse, the groceries she bought that day from the store, and her mother's medication. The groceries had completely rotted, and the vehicle was locked, but again, no sign of Helen. No sign of foul play in or around the car either. And that's going to be like an immediate concern. Like if her car is there, the groceries she bought, and not to mention the medicine her mother needed was still in that car, it seems less and less likely that she just disappeared on her own. Helen loved her mother dearly, and she would never just abandon her like that, especially not bring her the medicine that she needed. According to friends and family, Helen seemed to be in really good spirits around the time she disappeared, nothing out of the ordinary at least. No signs of depression or anything like that. She mentioned no other travel plans other than potentially going to Missoula, but it doesn't sound like it's ever been confirmed if she ever even got to Missoula to begin with. The fact is she was seen in the company of a man at a bar on camera, and then she's just gone. There's just no way, no logical reasoning for her to leave her car behind with all the groceries she bought and the mother's medicine. Something had to have happened to her. But what that thing is, nobody knows. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where she is or what may have happened to her, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Helen Suzanne Gracia and what may have happened to her, you are asked to please call 406-563-5241. This is what remained of a human being after they were reported missing, after they were fed through a wood chipper. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Helle Crafts. Viewer discretion is advised. She was born Helle Lork Nielsen in 1947, and she was actually originally from Denmark. And eventually, she would become a flight attendant for Pan Am. And from that, she would meet a pilot named Richard Crafts. The two of them started to date, and eventually they got married. They then went on to have 3 children together. This seems to be a very typical, normal family. Normal, at least, until Helle vanished. The last time that anyone would ever see Helle was on November 18th, 1986. The friend had taken Helle from the airport because she had just gotten back from a flight from Frankfurt, West Germany, and the friend dropped her off at her home. The friend witnesses Helle walk into the Crafts' home and then gone. Within like a day or so, there were people who were just trying to get a hold of Helle for just different reasons, and she wasn't there. When they spoke to Richard, he said, yeah, I'm actually getting her ready and the kids ready because we're going to be going to my sister's house in Westport, so we'll be gone for the weekend. But when he and the kids got to Westport, Helle wasn't with them. Then, for the next couple of days and weeks, friends who were trying to find out where Helle was, Richard gave them various different stories. One story was that she decided to go to the Canary Islands for unknown reasons. Another story he told friends was, oh yeah, she went back to Denmark to visit her mom. Some friends, he just told her, I don't know where she is, I haven't seen her. And that is when the friends and family and also her attorney, they would come forward with something that Helle had told a few of them. Helle told these people, quote, if something happens to me, don't assume it was an accident. On December 1st, a private investigator by the name of Keith Mayo, he was the one to actually report Helle missing. He had been working with Helle before she disappeared. Helle was concerned about her husband's not being faithful to her, and so he was hired to kind of follow the husband around, and Helle's suspicions were correct. And he took photos of him with another woman, another flight attendant, and they were obviously very romantically involved. Richard was definitely being unfaithful to Helle. But when Keith Mayo reported her missing, the police were like, nah, I think you're just overthinking this. She's fine. Sure, the woman who hasn't been seen now for weeks and who hasn't talked to her kids, hasn't talked to her family, the woman who said, if anything happens to me, it's not an accident. Yeah, sure, everything is just fine and peachy with her. So Keith Mayo took his findings to the state police. The state police in Connecticut took him seriously, and they were able to get a warrant to search the Newtown, Connecticut home of the Crafts, and they definitely found evidence. Dr. Henry Lee, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with if you're into true crime, he found on the mattress some blood. There were 5 different blood spots on the side of the bed. It looked like someone was like kneeling next to the side of the bed when they were struck with something, and they called it medium velocity blood spatter. Then they got some information from an individual who was operating a snowplow when he said in this area he saw a man in a moving truck, and attached to it seemed to be a wood chipper. It looked suspicious enough that when he found out about the Helle Crafts disappearance, he's like, maybe that's related, I don't know. So they go to this area and they find some stuff. They find several little piles of wood chips. In one of those piles, they found this mail addressed to Helle Crafts. What are the odds of finding a very random wood chip pile after someone says they saw someone using a wood chipper, and in that pile you find information about the missing person? They find little pieces of blonde hair. They found a fingernail with nail polish on it. And in the river nearby, they found a chainsaw, and it was clearly broken. It looked like someone deliberately broke it and also scratched off the serial number. In that wood chipper, they found fibers that would eventually link back to a nightgown that Helle Crafts wore all the time. They found human teeth and human tissue. And then they found broken up pieces of human bone. Then some forensic folks were able to reveal the serial number that had been scratched off, and it linked back to a purchase made by Richard. The hair was microscopically similar to Helle Crafts. The fibers microscopically matched fibers from the nightgown. All of the human remains all linked back to Helle Crafts. They now know she is dead, and she was killed and fed through a wood chipper to hide her body. They found information that Richard Crafts had also rented a wood chipper. What they would learn was that Helle had found out about this affair. This was definitely before she disappeared, and that there was enough evidence to show that Helle was now planning on divorcing Richard, which would lead to the kids being taken away, exposing this affair he's been having with another flight attendant. And you know how these type of men are in situations like this. They, instead of saying, okay, you got me, let's just figure this out, maybe we'll do an amicable divorce, figure out a situation with the kids. Nope, he just says, well, fuck it, I'll just kill her and feed her body through a wood chipper. It's genuinely one of the most horrific things I've heard. You know, I've talked about cases where victims have been dismembered or just, thrown into a trash bag and all that. It's all very disgusting and degrading. But for some reason, when I hear stories about a person disposing of a human body through a wood chipper, that's just like a whole new level of sick. To take a human and reduce them down to tiny little fragments of bones and skin, especially the mother of your 3 children. He was arrested and charged with Helle's murder. Richard would go on one trial, but that trial ended in a mistrial, and so he went on a second one. On November 21st, 1989, this time he was convicted and sentenced to 50 years in prison. And in January of 2020, Richard Crafts was released early from prison based on statutory good behavior. This case was sounded very familiar to me when I was reading about it, and I figured out why, because this was the very first case ever featured on Forensic Files. This was episode 1, season 1. There is also mention, I guess, on the special edition DVD case for the 1996 movie Fargo that says that this case also inspired partly that movie. Helle Crafts was a kind, caring individual. She loved her job, she loved traveling, but most of all, she loved her kids. But a monster very close to her stole her and took her away from her children. They will never have their mother ever again because of him. But thankfully, he was captured, and unfortunately, he was released. And so I hope the rest of his life he is somehow spending mentally in hell. A young boy goes out to play with his friends like he did all the time, but unfortunately on this particular evening, he would not come home alive. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jakeob McKnight. Viewer discretion is advised. Jakeob Jeffrey McKnight was born on September 13th, 1980. He was actually born in Honolulu, Hawaii. But eventually, he and his family would move to the Lakewood, Colorado area. When all of this occurred, Jakeob was just an innocent 10-year-old boy. A 10-year-old kid who loved to go outside and play with his brothers, play with his friends, ride bikes, go to the local parks. He was just a kid. And sadly, he never got to live past 10 years. Pictured behind me is the Bear Creek Greenbelt area near or in Lakewood, Colorado. It's like a big open park. And that is where Jakeob was on this particular evening. On July 21st, 1991, Jakeob, along with his older brother, 12-year-old Joshua, and two of their close friends, would go to the Greenbelt area to play. From what I understand, the three of the boys brought their bikes with them, and so they were able to ride their bikes back home, but Jakeob did not have his bike. This was not super uncommon, he would just walk back home. Unfortunately, though, this time, Jakeob did not come home. 10-year-old Jakeob was reported missing a few hours later, and then friends, family, and the police began their search. The Bear Creek Greenbelt sounds like it's a pretty large place, and at night it could be hard to search. But by the following day, they found Jakeob. He was still there at the Greenbelt. Unfortunately, Jakeob was not alive. They found his body underneath a log, and he had been stabbed numerous times. This was definitely a murder. When the information broke, onto the news and in the newspapers, there would be people who would come forward to state that on that date, they saw Jakeob with an unknown man who looks like this. This is the composite drawing they came up with. I guess they were at the 7-Eleven convenience store. I'm not sure if they knew if they were together or just seen in proximity to one another. But many people would recognize this individual, a man named John Ramsey Chin. Now, around this exact same time, John Chin had been arrested for sexually abusing a child. And he was scheduled to go on trial for that. However, the victim's mother would end up dropping the charges because she did not want to put her little boy through a trial. But also because of how unbelievably similar the composite looked to Mr. Chin, he became suspect number one in this case. John Chin had preyed on little boys before, and it sounds like he really was the one and only suspect in this case. But I guess a friend of his or someone close to him would provide an alibi for him. And I was reading in a newspaper that years later, the person who gave the alibi has since passed away, and there was some doubt about that man's truthfulness or accuracy. But John Ramsey Chin has never been charged in connection to Jakeob's murder. That being said, a couple of decades later, he finds himself back in trouble with the law. Why? For another accusation of sexually assaulting a child. And also there were drug charges, and he is linked to child pornography. And I guess they found videos in his possession showing him performing sexual exploitation. But was he the man who murdered Jakeob? My question would be, is that the brother and the two friends last saw him at the Greenbelt. So I'm wondering did Jakeob leave the Greenbelt and go to the 7-Eleven or this convenience store, then bumped into him, and then maybe they went back to the Greenbelt? It doesn't sound like the two of them knew each other. But unfortunately, regardless, his case remains unsolved. Someone somewhere out there knows exactly who murdered this little boy, and perhaps that person who knows is you. It is time to come forward and tell the police what you know to help get this little boy and his family the justice he deserves. If you have information on this case, you are asked to please call 720-913-7867. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of James Perryman. Viewer discretion is advised. I can't find any substantial information on him, but his name was James Lewis Perryman. He was born in August of 1973, and at the time this case occurred, he was 28 years old. James was described as a very straight-laced kind of guy. Everything was just very, you could expect what he would do. James Perryman was last seen on May 3rd, 2002. He was staying at Buffalo Bill's Resort and Casino in Primm, Nevada. The belief is that he was carrying a black attaché case. He would have also had his wallet on him and possibly a 38 or 45 caliber gun, specifically a Sig Sauer pistol. But James was seen leaving and then never coming back. When he was eventually reported missing, they would check on his hotel room. He was still technically checked in. All of his clothing and belongings were still there. But there were no signs or any indications of what may have happened to him. 3 days later, on May 6, his vehicle is found abandoned along Interstate 15 near exit 265, which is the Halloran Summit exit. It's about 25 miles or so away from where he was last seen in Primm. And I'm looking here at an overhead of the Halloran Summit area, and there is nothing there. It is just desert, desert, desert. So why his car would be stopped there is kind of beyond me. But in his car, they found an empty gun case, they found a gun lock, they found a half-empty box of shells. There was also a little bag or something that contained like his birth certificate. They also found a payroll stub and his firefighter certificate. And honestly, that's pretty much the end of this case. There are no newspaper articles that I could find on this man. There is a page or two on Name Us about him, and it looks like some of his family members potentially, unless they're lying, but I don't think they are, have kind of commented. It sounds like his mom in the mid-2000s stated that there was still no updated information on his case, that he is still missing. There weren't any indications from what it looked like that James was suicidal or anything like that. Some reports state that he was actually intending to go to a shooting range in that area where his car was found. So did he make it there and something happened, or was that just not true? Why would he leave his belongings at his hotel? Like, he still had a backpack there, his clothing. Could that be because he had decided to just pick up and leave and didn't care about those things? It's possible he could have just left on his own accord and started a new life somewhere. I don't see any mention, though, of his bank account being used or his social security number being used, because those are easy to find if they're using them. So is he a runaway, so to speak, or did he end his own life, or did he meet with foul play? Did he get injured, accidentally? Nobody knows. 28-year-old James Lewis Perryman just walked away from his hotel in Primm, Nevada, and was never seen again. Someone somewhere out there, though, might know the truth about what really happened to him, and perhaps that someone who knows is you. If you have any information on his case, you are asked to please call 909-387-3699. Quite possibly the one and only person who knew where the little boy was shot and killed by police. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jason Townsend. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Fort Lauderdale in Florida. Jason Townsend was only 3 years old when this case happened. He really didn't get a chance to live a life. He was just simply a little kid who loved to be a kid, who loved to play with his sister. But it will never be known what he would have done with his life because someone decided to take it. On the morning of May 20th, 1980, Jason's mother would leave to go to work, and her son, Jason, and her daughter, 6-year-old daughter, were left behind at home with her then boyfriend, a man she knew as Emerson Blatch. But when she left, that would be the last time she would ever see her little boy ever again. Later that day, when she came home, Jason was no longer there. Her daughter was, the boyfriend was, Jason wasn't. The boyfriend said that at some point earlier that day, they had gone to a convenience store. They walked down to it, and at some point, Jason wandered off, and he has no idea where he went. Apparently, he didn't look for him, and another red flag is that he didn't alert the mother. He didn't call her the moment this all happened. He waited for her to come home to find out that her son was missing. Shortly after she got home and found out her son was missing, her boyfriend left the house carrying one of those blue plastic sheets and a couple of duffel bags. She tried everything she could think of to get him to not leave, but he didn't listen to her and he left anyway. She then calls police and says that I suspect that my boyfriend had something to do with my son's disappearance, and the search for him begins. The police start combing through everything around the area of the home, around the area of the convenience store. They're asking for anyone to come forward if they saw or heard anything. One witness said that they saw the little 6-year-old girl walking towards the store, but no one saw the little boy. It doesn't sound like the 6-year-old also saw or heard anything. She seemed to be completely oblivious, but she was also just 6 years old. But police, as they're digging through, mounds of dirt and bushes and all of that, they're also trying to find this man, this boyfriend. And they finally find him 2 days later. They end up cornering him because he was in a car with a friend here in this area. It used to be a storage center. I'm not sure if it still is, but it was then. And a couple of witnesses did hear the man, the boyfriend, screaming, "I give up, I give up." Then, according to the police and a couple of witnesses who saw this from afar, one of the officers was attempting to place handcuffs on the man known as Emerson Blatch, the boyfriend. And then something happens where one of the officers ends up sliding across the hood of a car because they claim that Emerson Blatch tried to kick the legs out from under one of the cops and then tried to take his gun. And so they shot him. He was shot 9 times, and a couple of hours later in the hospital, they're trying to get information from him, but he's not talking still, and he ends up dying of his wounds. He was able to speak, he was able to talk, but he chose not to answer their questions. And they also found out that his name was in fact not Emerson Blatch. His real name was Roscoe Pierce. I can't find a confirmed photo of him. Roscoe Pierce had recently fled the state of New York, where he was a wanted fugitive. For what? For molesting a child, a young girl. He then flees down to Florida successfully, manages to give himself a new name successfully. This is 1980. Obviously, technology wasn't a thing yet. We didn't have cell phones and there weren't cameras on every street corner. And sometimes, information from like a state like New York isn't going to reach Florida right away or at all. So he was able to evade capture that way. The belief is that he did something to this little boy. They just don't know what that is. And they don't know the motive. Was there a sexual component to this? Or, as I've covered in cases before this numerous times, maybe he was watching the little boy, maybe he, who knows, threw a tantrum, started crying, what kids do, right? And maybe he couldn't handle it. And maybe he accidentally hit him or did something to him which caused him to die. Or maybe he just deliberately killed him for reasons unknown. The problem is they'll never know. I don't know how truthful the story is about the police shooting him because they said he reached for their gun. We've seen some things before where you could think maybe that's not true. But maybe it is. I don't know. There's no footage of it. Whatever he knew, he took it to his grave. If by chance alive today, Jason Townsend may look something similar to this. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Jason that day and where he might be located, whether he is alive or, sadly, he is gone. Someone has to know. It is time to come forward to help bring him home, to lay him to rest, and to get him justice if there's anyone else involved in this case. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 954-480-4300. This is the face of a man who abducted a 9-year-old girl from in front of her home in broad daylight. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jenna Robbins. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Killeen, Texas, and the date is May 14th, 1989. On that day, 9-year-old Jenna Robbins was outside playing with her friend, and they were also picking flowers because it was also Mother's Day. Now, Jenna's mom had left to go run a quick errand in which she asked Jenna, "Do you want to come with me?" But Jenna said no, because she wanted to play with her 6-year-old friend, and her 6-year-old friend's mom was, nearby. So Jenna and her friend were out here playing in this grassy area, just, playing and being kids. When all of a sudden, according to the friend, a man pulls up in his car. It was described as a newer looking two-door, possibly a Plymouth or maybe a Dodge. When this man, and this was obviously an image created when the little girl would talk to police, he was maybe in his early 20s, maybe mid-20s. She described him as a really just clean-cut looking guy, no discernible features, no facial hair. His hair was slicked back. And this is actually the little girl who's later giving the story to police, and they put a car there just so she can reference it. But that's where the car was. And so the guy leans over and tells the girls, hey, get into my car. I want to go, get you a gift. He did the old, I've got some candy for you. And Jenna did get into the car. Her friend, though, was really scared and she ran away. Then the car drives away with Jenna inside. And they never saw Jenna ever again. The 9-year-old would be reported missing to police. The 6-year-old would give her very detailed account of what happened, which then led to the description and then the image of the man. This all happened around the corner of 8th Street and Garrison Avenue in Killeen. Jenna and her friend, they lived in an apartment building near there. Other little children would come forward to state that they also experienced something very similar. A man had tried to entice them into his car in areas nearby. Those children had given descriptions of the man before the image was ever published publicly. And the description they gave was very close to the description of this man. And what's, crazy is that all of this happened in broad daylight. I mean, this was a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where other people were nearby, they were out and about. This guy just very boldly drives up to kids and says, hey, get in, I've got candy, I've got a gift for you. I'm going to go take you shopping to buy you something for your mom for Mother's Day. And, these are kids. These are innocent little kids who don't really know any better. And one of them got into his car. If Jenna Ray Robbins is by chance alive today, this is somewhat close to what she would look like. But I don't think they believe that Jenna is still alive. She was obviously abducted by a monster who probably planned to do unspeakable things and then killed her. But there is always that chance, and this is someone who abducted a young girl, to raise them as their own and brainwash them into thinking that he's her dad. And by the way, her biological father, he was divorced from the mom, but he was ruled out as a suspect. This was definitely a stranger. But yeah, there is that chance that she could be out there somewhere and just has no idea. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who really abducted Jenna Ray Robbins on that afternoon in Texas, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 254-501-8800. Four months after they vanished, the question of where is Joanne and Alex was finally answered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Joanne and Alex Katranek. Viewer discretion is advised. She was born Joanne Marie O'Connor in October of 1968. Joanne was the youngest of 4 total kids. She was described as a fun, likable, beautiful, and always happy type of person. Joanne, pictured here with her mom, had a very infectious personality. She was bubbly, and everyone just seemed to love her. At one point, she did get married, but that marriage just did not last very long, and then it ended up in divorce. And then she met a man, 38-year-old Andrew Katranek. He was about 14 years older than Joanne, but the two of them hit it off. They started dating, and they soon got married. And then Joanne moved into the home that Andy was already living in. And this was in Catasauqua, Pennsylvania. In 1994, Joanne gave birth to their child, Alex. Joanne loved being a mom, and she was an excellent mother. On December 12th, 1994, Joanne receives a phone call, and it's from the ex-girlfriend of her husband. This ex-girlfriend had called numerous times, and she was very much trying to inject herself in Andy's life still. Andy would call this woman basically cuckoo. But when she got the call, it was just a very angry call, and she said, stop calling here, don't call back here again, and she, hung up the phone. 3 days after this, she has plans to go pick up her mom with her son Alex and they were going to go do some Christmas shopping, but Joanne failed to show up to pick up her mom. On that December 15th, 1994 day, her husband gets home from work. Inside, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Everything is clean. No signs of a struggle, no signs of a crime scene, nothing. But what he does eventually notice is that the door to their basement had been pried open. Then he notices a cut phone line. For some reason, Andy Katranak doesn't call police immediately when he notices that both his wife and son aren't home. They were supposed to be home at that point. He found Joanne's car parked across the street at a local tavern. Inside the car, which was locked, there were her keys. The baby's car seat was still there. There was ripped out hair found in the car that was blonde, that did not match either Alex or Joanne. But there was blood on the hair. And so finally, several hours later, he calls police to report both his wife and his son missing. And Andy Katranak becomes suspect number one. He is the husband. That's just sort of the normal thing. The police definitely went very gung-ho on him. They were essentially saying, well, maybe he's having an affair. Maybe he wanted, life insurance money. Was he a bad dad? Was he a bad husband? But everyone was like, for the most part, actually, he seemed to be a really good dad and a really good husband. It was kind of strange how he waited so long to call police, but the search would end about 4 months later in a very just desolate open field that a farm worker was doing some work on. In a field of some trees, he saw a pile of what he initially thought was clothes. But when he got closer, he realized that this was a body. The body was decomposed. He did call the police. The main body was of an adult woman. On top of her chest was a blanket. When they removed the blanket, they found a baby. Both obviously were deceased. Next to the bodies was this little blue rattle. The exact same blue rattle that Alex Katranak played with all the time. It was his favorite toy. The bodies were then soon identified as Joanne and Alex Katranak. Joanne had a single gunshot wound through her eye, but that would not have been fatal. And she actually had about 18 or 19 blunt force trauma injuries to her skull. The investigators believed that the gun probably jammed after the first shot, and because she didn't die from it, the killer had to think of another way of doing it. Baby Alex did not have any gunshots, did not have any blunt force trauma. There were no physical injuries to him. So they believe that this killer suffocated the 3-month-old boy, or they just let him die from the elements. After the bodies were found, focus moved away from the husband, Andy, and then instead went to a woman named Patricia Rohrer, pictured here. Patricia Rohrer was the ex-girlfriend of Andy Katranak. And according to Andy and other people in their lives, Patricia was obsessive. Even after he had broken up with Patricia, he had gotten married to Joanne, she still kept pursuing him. Was very obsessive, very persistent. Patricia, pictured here, would call the house numerous times and eventually started to kind of get angry at Joanne and even threaten her a little bit. Joanne got fed up with these phone calls, which led to that December 12th call where she said, "Don't ever call here again," and hung up the phone angrily. And then 3 days later, Joanne just so happens to be abducted and murdered. The problem, though, is in the car and also at the crime scene where the bodies were found, they found blonde hairs. Joanne, Alex, and Patricia, neither of them had blonde hair. But then police discovered a photograph of Patricia Rohrer taken just a few weeks, I believe, before the murder. This is a photo of her at a rodeo she participated in. And she very clearly, in this photo, has blonde hair. The hair itself, according to prosecutors, was tested, and the DNA from the hairs from the root was consistent with Patricia Rohrer's DNA. The blood was consistent with, Alex and or Joanne. This could have been from a violent struggle where Joanne was already bleeding and ripped the hair out of Patricia. But Patricia said, well, I was at a nightclub that night in North Carolina. It couldn't have been me. And I think one of the phone calls made to Joanne or to Joanne's house was from North Carolina. But there seemed to be some discrepancies on whether or not that December 12th phone call happened and came from North Carolina. The phone records weren't very clear. But based on the DNA from the hair and just her overall obsessive behavior with Andy Katranek, Patricia Rohrer was arrested and charged with the double homicide. Now, the defense would argue that the hair DNA that they were using to say was Patricia, well, the DNA process they used was considered more of a junk science at the time. This was in the mid-90s when the DNA processes we have now weren't around yet. And phone calls don't prove that a person is a murderer. Her defense would say the phrase, well, what kind of normal person would make those phone calls and then kill someone? Correct. A normal person wouldn't do that. A murderer would, and a murderer is not normal. The defense would argue that Andy Katranek was framing Patricia Rohrer for all of this and that maybe he was the one who did it. He had an alibi, though, for the entire time that this would have happened. But I will say that the evidence against Patricia Rohrer at the time was not super strong, but it was convincing enough. Patricia Rohrer was then found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole. She has continued to persist that she is innocent. She, I believe at some point, had gotten to the state Supreme Court, but her conviction was kept, and I'm pretty sure she is continuing to appeal her sentence in her case. And it's kind of understandable in this case because all they really had was that hair DNA, but that wasn't it wasn't a 100% identical match. They just said it was consistent with Patricia's DNA. Have they retested it to say, it's hers? I don't think they have. And I think that's what they're trying to do. There's also questions from the defense is, did that hair even have root? Because if there was no root, you couldn't get DNA from it. And people are obsessive all the time that don't go on to murder someone. So it's I don't know how I personally feel about it. I do feel like she's guilty, but I couldn't say for 100% certainty. But as of now, 26-year-old Joanne and 3-month-old Alex Katranek have gotten justice, and hopefully it is the correct justice that they both deserved. And hopefully, if she is the killer, hopefully she sits there until the end of her days. He claims to have 10 personalities, and it was the Damien personality that murdered the young woman. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kathy Bonney. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes place in Chesapeake, Virginia. That is where 19-year-old Kathy Bonney, who was actually born in Norfolk, Virginia, that's where she was living at the time with her family. And she was actually one of 6 kids. On November 21st, 1987, Kathy would leave the home with her father, Tom, because the two of them were going to be reportedly looking at a vehicle. A short time after he left the house with Kathy, one of his other daughters, Susan, would sneak out of the house, and she would head over to the local 7-Eleven. And it sounds like she was kind of surprised to see her father and Kathy inside their car parked at that 7-Eleven. Susan then says she sees them after a few minutes pull away and drive away from the store. 2 hours later, Susan's now back home, and she sees her father, Tom, come home, but he is without Kathy. And he walks in and says, "Hey, have you guys seen Kathy?" Well, he told the family that he had dropped Kathy off with this person who was selling a vehicle so that she could take a test drive, and then she would be home after that, but then she just never came home. By the following morning, when Kathy still had not arrived back home, had not called home, her father walks into the Chesapeake police station to report her missing. They do the old, well, you need to wait 24 hours, yada, yada, yada thing. And while they were giving him the runaround about reporting her missing, along the border of Virginia and North Carolina, there was a person driving down the road when he looked off to the side and saw someone just lying there. They were in a ditch down from the road. Sadly, it would soon be confirmed that this body, that this young woman they found, was that of Kathy Bonney. Her cause of death was determined very quickly. She had been shot to death, not just once or twice. She had been shot 27 times. 1 or 2 shots, that's going to do a person in for the most part. So to shoot them 25 more times, what is that about? Well, police now have questions for Tom Bonney because he is reportedly the last person to ever see his daughter. Well, he says, Kathy, I found out, was having an affair with a former employee of mine named John Hoskins. He said he had found some secret letters that Kathy had written to John. He says that, his daughter was having an affair with John, who was a married man. Okay, Tom, but what does this have to do with your missing daughter? He was really trying to shift blame over to this John Hoskins guy. And at the same time, he also is conveniently missing a couple of guns, and he's also now conveniently missing the truck he was seen in with Kathy the day she disappeared. First, the truck was missing, but he says, oh, actually, I sold it to someone. You see, because Kathy's sister, Susan, the night that her father came home without Kathy, she had kind of just peered into the truck. She saw a large blood stain in the truck, and she told her mom, but her mom, who was terrified of Tom, didn't really do much about it. He was a bad guy, and she was just petrified of him. So police tracked down the car that he said was at one point stolen, then it said at one point was sold, and that blood stain, they found it. That blood stain was still in the car, and it was the same blood type as Kathy's. They also found her ripped out hair with blood on it in the vehicle as well. On December 1st, 1987, Tom Bonney flees. He went on the run, and his wife went into hiding because she was afraid he was going to find her and do something to her. But thankfully, in January of 1988, Tom was finally captured. He was arrested, and he was charged with the murder of his daughter, Kathy. Now they need to figure out why the hell this happened. Kathy wasn't sexually assaulted. She was shot 27 times. They think her body was found nude so that to throw police off the scent. Well, his defense will, hire some psychologists, and they put him under hypnosis, and they reveal that Tom apparently has 10 personalities, and their names were Tom, the host personality, Satan, Mammy, Damien, Viking, Tommy, Hitman, Preacher, Dad, and one of them was even named Kathy. Each one of these personalities had a different function in order to help Tom deal with his, past experience where he had a lot of trauma in his childhood. Tom Bonney had said that he was physically abused by his father on a daily basis. A beloved family member that he was really, really close to as a child suddenly died. And all of this sort of accumulated and turned into trauma, which then apparently turned into multiple personality disorder, even though it had never really showed itself ever before this murder happened. But once he has gone under all of this treatment, he says, well, okay, I did shoot Kathy once. We were in my truck, and I confronted her about the letters I found that she was writing John, and we got into a big argument. I got really mad. Kathy reached for my gun, but then suddenly the gun just went off, and Kathy was accidentally shot. And after that, I don't remember what happened. The prosecution would also present their own psychologists and mental health professionals. They determined that based off of all of the footage they saw, the videotapes of the defense team's psych team working on the defendant, that they went about all of this completely wrong. They put him under hypnosis and almost planted suggestions about the possibility of Tom having multiple personalities. That they were almost feeding him these things. Because again, none of this had ever really come up before in Tom's life. And now suddenly it's a huge thing. However, there was also no denying that Tom Bonney did suffer from severe mental health issues. Both sides, it sounds like, agreed to that, but they did not agree to this whole multiple personality thing. And the jury ended up siding with the prosecution, and they found him guilty of the murder of Kathy, and they sentenced him to death. However, a short time later, around 1991 or 1992, his death sentence was overturned. The conviction remained, but because of his mental health issues, they determined that the jury in his initial trial wasn't given all the right instructions on how to sentence a person with potential mental health issues like this. So eventually, Tom Bonney was resentenced to life in prison without parole. I don't know if her murder was planned or if it stemmed from something else or if it really was just a heat of the moment killing. He says he shot her just once, but then why the 26 more times? It was extreme overkill. Tom Bonney murdered his own daughter, and thankfully he will be in prison for the end of his life, and Kathy Bonney can finally get peace. The image you see here is one of the last known images of a pregnant woman who disappeared in Chicago in 2018. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kiera Coles. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Chicago's South Side back in 2018. Kiera Coles was just 26 years old when her case occurred. Kiera actually worked for the United States Postal Service at the time. Her family said that she was a very just happy, bubbly, energetic type of person. Someone who was just full of joy, who loved fashion, who loved, doing makeup. And it just sounds like she was at a very good place in her life. And she was pregnant. This was her first child, and she was beyond excited to have a baby. And Kiera would be a really fantastic mom. She was very motherly. But whether or not Kiera had her baby is still unknown. The last time anyone ever saw Kiera Coles was on October 2nd, 2018. I believe that morning or that day she actually called off of work from the U.S. Postal Service. Initially, once this case broke onto the news, they were showing this image here, as well as another one, this one right here, where they claimed that this was CCTV footage of Kiera in her U.S. Postal Service uniform, despite her already calling off of work. However, her mom and her family have seen these videos time and time again, and they say that it's definitely not her. But her car was found still parked in front of her house, and it actually had her lunch in it for work. And her phone was inside. But when Kiera was reported missing, they really needed to look into a couple different angles here, like, did she have a boyfriend? Because, as we all know in stories like this, unfortunately, it often is the boyfriend or the girlfriend in some cases. And also, was she seen anywhere else by anyone else? Now, they would eventually release this image here. This is an image of what they, I believe, have confirmed is Kiera getting money out of an ATM. She is then seen leaving. Now, in this store, she is seen alone. Nobody appears to be with her. But they did, I guess, have other video evidence, which I can't find, but of Kiera leaving her home at some point that night, and getting in the car with her was someone they described as a person of interest. In some places described this person as an unidentified male. But from what it sounds like, this person was with her when she went to the ATM. He just never came inside. I guess an hour or so after the ATM footage, her vehicle is spotted at another location somewhere there in the south side, where this unknown or person of interest male gets out of the passenger side of the car, but no one appears to get out of the driver's side. Then, the following morning, that man is once again captured on camera when he parks in front of Kiara's home, and he gets out of the driver's side this time. But Kiara does not get out of the car at all. So they apparently have footage of her leaving her home with this man, but then he comes back the following morning without her. And I guess they have tracked down that particular person of interest and asked him, what's the story here? And apparently he gave various different stories about what was going on. Who that man is, though, I don't know. They have not actually named him. One of her close friends was interviewed that, so Kiara had a boyfriend named Josh. Apparently he was described as a really respectful, quiet kind of guy that her family said seemed to be okay with them. But then the friend said that around the time of the disappearance, after it already had happened, the friend had gone to Kiara's home and they talked to one of Kiara's neighbors. The neighbor said that there was a man, I guess, pounding on Kiara's door very incessantly, looking for Kiara. But the neighbor said it did not appear to be the boyfriend. I also see mentioned in like another article or two that her boyfriend seems to kind of fall off the face of the earth shortly after her disappearance. That could be looked at as someone trying to flee this, the area. But also, he's never been labeled as a suspect. Nobody has. They've only said there's persons of interest. And then at one point, the detective said, this case it's frozen. There's nothing we can do about it anymore. And the family believes that there could be some sort of, racial side of that, where because she's, a younger black woman, that it's not their top priority, which sadly is the reality in which we live. But at the end of the day, Kiara is a human being. She is a missing person. Not to mention the fact that she was 3 months pregnant at the time. And they have no idea if she ever even gave birth to that child. They don't even know if she is alive. She's not the type of person who just suddenly runs away, especially in 2018 where there's technology everywhere. Everybody has cameras. We can track everything and everyone. It doesn't appear that her bank account has been touched since the day she vanished. Her social security number hasn't been used, which nowadays it's very difficult to get by without using those things. There has been no traces of her found, no sign of her. But the family obviously is holding on to hope that maybe she is alive out there somewhere. Maybe she did give birth to that baby. Maybe she is being held captive by someone. The possibilities, unfortunately, are endless. And they need help. They need answers. They need anyone to come forward with information. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth and knows exactly where she is, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Kiara or what may have happened to her, you can actually call the United States Postal Inspection Service, and you can call them at 1-877-876-2455, and just say the words law enforcement, and you will be directed to where you need to go. If you have information, it is time to come forward. Help her family, bring her home, and if she needs justice, help her get the justice she deserves. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kim Remmel. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred back in 2012 here in Arvada, Colorado. I'm also not 100% sure if her last name is pronounced Remmel or Remmel or something different. But Kim was 46 years old at the time this case occurred. Kim was an animal rights activist, especially when it came to horses, but she also loved all animals. It sounds like she at one point had a Facebook page, which is no longer there, where she talked immensely about animals. And according to multiple sites, it says that she was an activist in opposition to legislation allowing wild horses and burros removal from government grazing lands and allowing horse slaughter for meat consumption. So she was obviously against all of that. And it sounds like she was pretty vocal about this, about her beliefs. Kim was also an avid hiker. She was an outdoors person. There are various state parks that she would enjoy hiking. The last time anyone can confirm seeing Kim was on May 25th, 2012. That night, she went out and had some dinner with a couple of friends, and her friends said that she was in a very happy, relaxed type of state of mind. Nothing out of the ordinary. She was just Kim, as Kim always was. She then goes back to her home after that in Arvada, which she shared with her great aunt, and according to her great aunt, Kim did come home that night. I don't know, though, if she visually saw Kim or just heard something or just thought that Kim had come home. But what I do know is that the following morning when the great aunt woke up, Kim was gone. Her car was gone. She also noticed that Kim's laptop was gone. There's a place or two that mentions that Kim typically did that. She would bring her laptop with her a lot. So I don't think the speculation was that something happened and someone stole her laptop. I think she probably just had it with her. One of the most distinctual things about this entire case is her car. So she drove a 1986 Mazda. This is what the back of her car actually looks like. She actually modified it where she took off some of the letters and kind of fixed the Z portion where it would say NADA. And the license plate number was 155XYX. Both Kim and her car have never been seen again. And really, from that point moving forward, it's just a lot of speculation because nobody knows the circumstances of her disappearance because nobody saw her leaving, nobody heard her leaving. She did not tell a single soul, at least not that's come forward. She had a beloved cat at her home that she loved dearly, that she took care of, that suddenly no longer had her. And that's not something she would do willingly. But you also never really know what a person would do. But as I'm looking around the map of Arvada, again, I don't know specifically where she lived, but this is like an overview of the general area. You can see there's like little tiny bodies of water kind of just peppered in there. I personally have only ever been to Colorado once. I went to Aurora for a week for work when I was working at the baby store, and it was snowing and it was cold and everything was frozen. But from what I understand, what people have read, during the non-winter months, a lot of times these smaller bodies of water, during a drought especially, they dry up fully or partially, and that if a car was in them, it would have been easily spotted. But this car has never surfaced anywhere. Have the police actively searched those bodies of water, though? Because I'm sure there are some that are still deep enough that will certainly contain the car. I don't know if they've searched them. There is very, very, very vague information about this case. There was reportedly issues with her car, something to do with like the brake pads and other aspects of it that needed some repairs. So there is some speculation that maybe she was driving the car, something happened with the car, maybe she went into a lake, maybe she went off a cliff somewhere. Like, you don't know. Like, it could have been the cause for her disappearance. Could Kim have just said, screw it, I'm picking up and leaving? Sure. I mean, you can sit there and say all you want, I know her and she would never do that, but again, every single person has something hidden inside that they're never going to show you. So we'll never fully, truly understand a person 100%. Some mentions that she did at some point have some kind of depression, but that doesn't necessarily mean she was suicidal. And that's the problem with her case, is that this could branch off in so many different ways. It could have been an accident. It could have been suicide. It could have been her just picking up and starting a new life. I don't know if they've checked her bank account and seen if her social security number has been used anywhere. She could have gone hiking and maybe she ran into the worst possible person who did something to her and then took her car and hid it or disposed of it. She herself could have gone hiking and fallen somewhere and just, died from the elements. You would think her car would probably be found at some point, but, these state parks are quite large. She could have parked somewhere remote that maybe not many people go to. Who knows? But it's like you always have to go back to this car because someone has to recognize this. This is incredibly unique. This is not something you see. You're going to see, we see Mazdas all the time. We see that Mazda logo, and you see NA/DA. That's something that'll stick out to you, that someone modified the back of their car to look like that. You have to think that somebody saw this car on or around that time, and that might be able to help provide some answers. Because her friends, families, colleagues, they're all left with a mystery. And that mystery is what happened to Kim Remmel after that dinner on May 25th, 2012. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what really happened to her. It might be able to help bring her home or get her justice or whatever the case may be. Just bring the answers home. Perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 720-898-6757. He was last seen in Las Vegas, Nevada, where he had $10,000 in cash on him, but he never came home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kinsey Otto. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Kinsey Otto was 24 years old and he lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I know that when all of this happened, he was actually a father. He had a 5-year-old son. And Kinsey also had a history of doing modeling. And later his dad would say that Kinsey essentially seemed to have two different lives. His life in Minnesota with his son and his family, and then a life that consisted of partying, which is totally fine. On May 13th, 2000, Kinsey would board a plane to head to Las Vegas, Nevada. But I guess what he actually told his father or his family was that he was still in Minneapolis, but he was visiting a friend who had gotten into some kind of accident. But the reality is that he went to Las Vegas. And from what everyone understands now is that he went there with roughly $10,000 in cash on his person to, just spend in Las Vegas, have a good time, party. But they also learned later down the road it was for other reasons too. Kinsey was expected back in Minneapolis on May 19th, 2000, but he never arrived back home. They would later learn through the investigation that that plane ticket was never even used. He never boarded the plane in Las Vegas to head back home. And so what they would eventually learn is that the $10,000 in cash was actually supposed to be used for a drug deal involving ecstasy. According to one newspaper article, there were rumors that Kinsey was acting as a mule of some kind. And this was a part of Kinsey's life that his family had no idea about. They can confirm that Kinsey, in fact, was in Las Vegas. He had gone to several nightclubs. There were numerous people who interacted with him, but nobody is talking in terms of what may have happened to him. Police even offered immunity to a particular woman and said, if you can tell us anything and you will not be prosecuted for anything. And she was still too afraid to tell police. I think the belief was that some of these people who could have said something and give the police information were afraid that what might have happened to Kinsey might happen to them if they talk. Meaning the belief is that Kinsey was killed, and probably due to this drug deal that went south quick. But that's really just speculation, because no one's really talking. Kinsey fully expected to come back home. He was to spend time with his son. He was actually starting at a new modeling agency on June 1st, something he was excited about. He had also gotten his business degree a couple of years prior. Clearly, he had plans for a future. But obviously in Las Vegas, something happened to him, and it's more than likely something very, very bad. According to family, he was very, very devoted to his 5-year-old son. And there is just no way that he would ever just leave him forever. His son has, obviously since grown up. This photo was taken when his son was the same age as Kinsey when he disappeared. But the mystery remains. What happened to Kinsey Otto? If it was drug related and the murder happened because of that, obviously a lot of people are going to be way too afraid to talk. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Kinsey Otto. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his case, what may have happened to him, and where to locate him, you are asked to please call 702-828-3111. That's the investigators in Las Vegas. You can also contact the investigators in Minneapolis at 612-673-3645. Hollywood, California, a place where many people will go to get their big break. One woman in 2003 thought she had gotten that break, but unfortunately, she vanished. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christy Johnson. Viewer discretion is advised. Christy Johnson, pictured here with her mom, she was born on February 27th, 1981. And Christy and her mom, it seemed, had a really, really close relationship. She would go on to graduate high school by 1999, and then a short time after, she moved to Hollywood, California. The glitz and the glam attracted Christy Johnson to Hollywood. She, like many before her, had aspirations of working in the industry. Now, she actually wanted to work more behind the scenes. She had dreams of being a makeup artist, and she was doing great working her way up towards that. And then one day in 2003, she tells family and friends, "I may have just gotten my break." On February 15th, 2003, Christy would go to the Century City Mall there near Hollywood. While she was there, she ran into a man she didn't know, a total stranger, who appeared to have a camera with him. He looked to be a photographer. This man told Christy, "Hey, you have got the look. We're doing a new James Bond movie, and you are the ideal person. Why don't you come to our office, and why don't you audition for the role we're looking for?" The man asks Christy, when you come to the audition, you have to be wearing a specific outfit for, just for the look of the movie. You have to wear a men's dress shirt that's white. You need to wear a black miniskirt. You need to also be wearing sheer pantyhose and a pair of sky-high stilettos. She excitedly tells her friends, I have this audition I'm going to go do tonight. And so she gets into her white car and she takes off. That is it. No one ever saw Christy alive ever again. Her mom would end up reporting her missing within a couple of days because typically Christy and her mom talked every single day on the phone, except for 2 days straight in a row, it didn't happen. And she got kind of worried about that. Then she called Christy's work line at her work and she wasn't there either. And that's when a coworker told her, "We're worried because Christy hasn't showed up to work for a couple of days." And so now her mom reports her missing. So once the police get involved, they put out the story in the news and in the newspapers about this mysterious man she was supposed to be meeting for an audition for a James Bond movie. And that is when they start to get tips, because other women had read that article and said, "Jesus, that sounds almost identical to what happened to me." These women would state that a man who looked like this would approach them also near the mall with the exact same story. And he's wearing a camera and says, "I'm a photographer. I'd like to take your photos. I also like for you to audition for this James Bond movie." And he also said you need to be wearing this specific outfit, the same outfit that Christy was supposed to wear. Some of the women were very put off by this and they never went. One woman says that, she wanted to take the opportunity just in case it was real, but she brought her boyfriend. And so when she gets there with her boyfriend, the location, the address was just an empty house, an abandoned home. And she goes up, knocks on the door. This man opens, the same man from earlier, and he looks and sees that this woman's boyfriend is in the car, and he says, "You know what? You don't have the look anymore. You're not right for this part, so we don't need to interview you." And so they leave. They put up missing persons flyers for Christie because now they're getting multiple stories from multiple women saying the exact same scenario. And they began to feel that they came into contact with this man, and this man is likely probably someone who abducted Christie and did God knows what to her. That this entire James Bond, I'm a photographer thing was all just a ruse. You have to understand that when you're in Hollywood specifically to get that break, it's not easy. It is not easy to get that. Some people are there for years and years and years and nothing ever happens. And so when you are finally given this potential opportunity, hey, I'm in Hollywood, I see you, you're beautiful, you would fit the part for this new James Bond movie. Sometimes you're going to go, this might be legit. This might be my break. Why? I can't pass up on this. If this was in like Boise, Idaho, you might think twice about it. But in Hollywood, But the search for Christie Johnson would sadly come to a tragic end. 16 days after her disappearance, her body was found near the Hollywood Hills. Her hands and her feet were bound. She had a severe skull fracture, and she had also been strangled to death. Clearly, the man she was supposed to meet for this audition was her killer. Once this image began to circulate widely, a parole officer would come forward to say, I know who that man is. The man you're looking for is Victor Paleogelis, and it is a damn near identical drawing. A month before Christie disappeared, he had actually just been paroled from prison. He had been in prison for sexually assaulting a woman. He had also gone on trial previously for a rape, but was acquitted of that. Another time, he broke into an ex-girlfriend's house and chased her around her home and tried to strangle her. A real estate agent would then come forward to police that this man, Victor, had inquired with her to find a home that's soundproof, where no one could hear you scream. They found Victor pretty quickly once his name came up, because at that point, when his name came into play, he was back in jail. He had tried to steal a car from a BMW dealership. All of the women who had previously been in contact with him all identified him as being the exact same man who tried to use the exact same ploy to get them to audition. And with his history of sexual assault, rape, attempted rape, they didn't have any DNA evidence to connect him because unfortunately, before her body was found, it had rained a few times and evidence was all washed away. At his, Jesus Christ, Gollum, fuck. At his trial, all of these women were testifying against him and he began to realize, I'm cooked. And so midway through his trial, he took a plea deal. They agreed and he was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Prison is where he remains to this day, but hopefully he is there forever. He took advantage of the fact that many women were in Hollywood to catch their big break, and so he preyed on them and he conned them. And unfortunately, one day he was successful. He was able to lure one woman away where he had raped her and killed her and threw her body over a hill like she was trash. But thankfully, her killer was caught. The other women came together to help get her justice, and justice is what she got. And hopefully her monster dies in prison. Five women are linked to a serial killer. This victim here may be his sixth victim, and also there may be a whole lot more. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Lawton serial killer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Lawton, Oklahoma. Yippee-ki-yay, pilgrim. What? The range of time here was between 1999 and 2003. And it was in 1999 where the first victim was discovered. The woman found just discarded was 34-year-old Pamela Woodring. Her cause of death, I guess, is undetermined, but there were no obvious signs of trauma anywhere to her body, like no gunshot wounds, no stab wounds, or anything like that, no bruising. It's possible she could have been suffocated. Pamela was a mother to three, and she was also at the time involved in drugs, alcohol, and sex work. The second victim was found in Kiowa County in Oklahoma. Like the first victim, she was found nude and murdered. And I believe she was found partially submerged in water underneath a bridge. A while later, using DNA technology, they were able to discover who she was. Rebecca Boyd was a 29-year-old mother of two when she disappeared. She had been married but was, at the time, estranged from him. So she is the one victim who, for some reason, the police have not been able to say with certainty that is linked to the other victims. But there are also enough similarities between how she was found, where she was found, her ultimate potential cause of death, and the fact that she also, was did some sex work and had, drug and alcohol issues as well. Then Jane Marie Chafton, a 28-year-old woman also involved in substance abuse and sex work, her body was found as well. Pretty much in the same condition as the others. She was also found near a body of water. Definitely she was nude, and she clearly had been murdered. The next victim is Cassandra Lee Ramsey. She was 25 years old when she went missing. She too had fallen into the world of drugs, alcohol, and sex work. She was also found nude, partially submerged in water near a bridge. 21-year-old Mandy Raitt was another victim, also found, again, partially submerged near water, and she too had been working as a sex worker. She was the youngest victim. The final known victim was 29-year-old Janice Marie Buono. It sounds like she was at a point in her life where, there was potentially sex work, but she also had been in drugs. Like they found cocaine in her system, but she was at a point in her life where she was trying to turn everything around. She had talked to family and said that I want to pull my life back together, but unfortunately she never got that opportunity. So the 5 women are confirmed to link back to what they believe is the same person, this serial killer. Then you have a 6th victim who basically everything was very, very similar. And I think she was found in a certain distance away that would kind of give them the hesitation of, was she a part of this or was she not? But it sounds like she was another one of the victims of this person. And also around that time frame between the late 90s and the early 2000s, near Lawton, Oklahoma and surrounding areas, other women had gone missing. People involved in sex work, people who had drug and alcohol addictions that just sort of disappeared, that potentially could be other victims of this person. They just haven't been found. Police have had everything from cab drivers to drug dealers who could have potentially been involved in all of these deaths. Could it be involved with maybe drug deals gone wrong? Or could it just be a sick, demented, twisted individual who gets off on killing sex workers? Newsflash, they're human beings too, by the way. But unfortunately, when you have victims like this, people tend not to take it very seriously. People will say some stupid crap like, well, they asked for it, they brought this upon themselves. No, they didn't. Nobody asks to be hunted down and murdered by a serial killer. These are women who just, at a certain point in their life, they just went down the wrong path. Some of them were trying to turn things back around and get their life back together. These women had children, they had family, sisters, brothers, mothers, fathers, grandmas, grandpas, just like you and me. It's just unfair that victims like this just get treated so flippantly, like, well, whatever. Maybe one day we'll solve it, who knows. We have DNA technology. You can go through all of the evidence they've collected, and you can test it for DNA. Have they done that? I don't know. 6 women, probably strangers in life, but connected by death. They have not gotten justice yet. Their killer could very well still be out there hunting down more women and killing others. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who this monster is, and maybe you can help capture them and get these women and their families the justice they deserve. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to call the OSBI at 1-800-522-8017. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Lee Young. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to somewhat near my neck of the woods, Scottsdale, Arizona, where unless you have $1 billion, you can't afford to live there. But Lee Roy Young was a 56-year-old married man. This is his wife here. And he specifically worked as a bank fraud investigator, which could be a potentially scary field to work in. He was working at First Security Bank, but Lee was last seen leaving a restaurant in Scottsdale, Arizona at 12:30 p.m. on May 4th, 1990. Now, on that particular day, he was supposed to be picking up his wife, Connie, from this location here, which is Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix, Arizona. But Lee never made it there. He never picked up his wife. And so he is eventually reported missing, and they look into some details about his life. So Lee drove a Lincoln Town car, and in his car he had one of those car phones, which were a big deal back in the 90s. And they learned from phone records that on the day he disappeared, there were 3 calls made from his vehicle. And 2 of those calls were made to a payphone, which was unusual because he didn't call payphones. And then a 3rd call, they linked back to a woman who has not been identified, but also that woman has denied ever talking to Lee that day. The following day, on May 5th, 1990, they then realized that this was not just simply a guy who decided to leave. On that May 5th afternoon, they found the burned out remains of his Lincoln Town car. The car was found a little under 2 hours away in Oracle, Arizona, which is just north of Tucson. And they suspected that this was probably like a carjacking or a robbery that went very deadly. Lee was someone who carried a lot of cash on his person at all times. He was relatively wealthy. But the idea of robbery seemed to kind of go out the door when they searched his car. They found thousands of dollars worth of jewelry still in it. Only 2 things were actually missing from the vehicle: his Rolex watch and his briefcase. Briefcase in which he kept all of his fraud-related files for the bank. A few weeks or so before he disappeared, Lee was actually working on a case, a fraud case that involved money laundering to a Colombian drug cartel. The Colombian cartel was using the bank he worked at to launder the money. Lee had specifically contacted the federal authorities with regards to this, specifically to the federal agents who deal with drug smuggling. And then a week before his disappearance, he tries to contact those same agents, but does not reach them. And then he disappears. Foul play is 100% suspected in this case. They do believe that Lee was likely murdered, and that the person calling from his car the day he disappeared was not him. In fact, it was someone who had abducted him, likely one of his killers. However, his body has never been found. Police have reached out to several people, but they're just not getting a whole lot of help. Because if this does involve a Colombian drug cartel, not a lot of people are going to want to talk about it. Like, if they have information, a lot of people are going to be way too scared to come forward. Even now to this day, this is 2026. If his would-be abductors and killers are still out there and people who have information are still alive, they probably want to remain staying alive. If Leroy Young is still alive to this day, which is unlikely, he would be about 92 years old. He was 6'1", 200 to 215 pounds. He was last seen wearing his Rolex watch, which has also not been located. He was driving his plum-colored Lincoln Town car, which was found and burned out. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Leroy Young. His family, his friends, everyone in his life deserves to know, and they deserve to be able to bring him home and to get him justice. If you have information, you can report information anonymously. You are asked to please call 480-312-5155. 85 years ago, a mother and her daughter walked away from this home to go grocery shopping and never came home. And the question became, did they ever even leave the house? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mary and Layla Bryan. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the 200 block of Raleigh Avenue in the Carolina Beach, North Carolina area. This is obviously what it looks like in present day. 36-year-old Layla Lewis Bryan was born in 1904. Along the way, she met a man named E.C. Bryan. The 2 of them got married and eventually had a child, and they named her Mary Rachel. Mary Rachel was born in 1937, and when this case occurred, she was just 4 years old. The family lived here in this house, and by all accounts, it appeared to look like a normal, healthy family. But obviously, what the world sees can be very, very different from what's actually happening behind closed doors. Which is another question in this case, is was there anything going on in this house that nobody knew about? There are some reports that Layla and Mary got into the car and were supposed to be driving to Mary's relative's house in Bladenboro. But other stories say that it was actually on May 10th, 1941, where Layla and Mary had gotten into her husband's car to drive down the street to the store to get a couple of groceries, and this was around 9 p.m. Now, that story is according to the husband, E.C. And then the story goes that Layla's brother ends up, I guess, driving to their Carolina Beach, North Carolina home to visit his sister. But when the brother gets there, she's not there, neither is Mary. And according to him, the husband was just asleep in bed. And that's when EC tells, her brother that, oh yeah, she just got into the car to go to the grocery store, and Mary asked to go along with her. And I don't know why she's not home yet. So the brother then drives around the area. Obviously, it was going to look a lot different than this. He went to the grocery store. He went to other places. Nobody had seen her or the child. And what was also missing was EC's car, a 1935 Ford Coupe, which also to this very day has never been found. And the license plate number on this vehicle was 219-056. There's also an engine number listed with the case, which is 18-1833996. According to witnesses and also her family, when right around the time that she and her daughter went missing, EC was actually pouring concrete in their home, like in the garage area. Well, EC told them, well, I was doing that before they even left. That was just for a project I'm doing. And so now that she's reported missing, as well as her daughter, they have police now involved. They're searching the Carolina Beach area. They also have families search the Bladenboro area, because that's part of the rumor where she was supposed to, at some point that weekend, she was supposed to be going there with Mary. They searched that entire area, all the places she could have gone or would have gone, and she was nowhere. Neither was Mary. Weeks go by, months go by, years, and then decades go by, and still no answers. E.C. Bryan was absolutely a suspect in this case, and he was so until the very day he died in 1976. If he was the one who did something to his wife and daughter, he took those answers to his grave. It doesn't sound like he ever told anybody about any of this. He was never charged in connection to their disappearances. And according to him, back when all of this happened, there was no marital issues going on. But he also would lie about that if he did something to them. It's just that no one really could tell, or no one really knew if there were anything, big, any issues happening in that house. No one knew. But cases like this, as we have heard time and time again, typically stem from some sort of marital dispute. Maybe he was cheating on her. Maybe she didn't like things that he was doing. Who knows? And maybe he reacted by killing her, and then he had to make it look like she went somewhere with their daughter, and so he killed the daughter too. There could be a multitude of reasons. It could also mean he had nothing to do with it. It's just that the problem is if he does have information, they're never going to know what it is. In 2009, the current, or at that point, owners of the home agreed to let police search the garage area. They brought in ground-penetrating radar. They brought in dogs to pick up the scent. And while the radar did pick up on some tiny anomalies, ultimately they found nothing underneath the concrete of that garage. But keep in mind, E.C. Bryan was still alive for a couple more decades after they disappeared. He had plenty of time to potentially dig them back up and move them somewhere else. But nobody can report ever seeing anything like that, any kind of activity happening like that in the house after the disappearance. It has been 85 years since this mother and daughter disappeared off the face of the earth. The one and only suspect is dead. Anything he knew, he took to his grave. And they will likely never get justice if justice needs to be served. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where to locate these two individuals, at the very least, to help bring them home, to lay them to rest, because they deserve that. If you, by chance, have any information on the location of these two individuals, you are asked to please call 910-486-1262.
I don't know where she might be. She's never done anything like this before. Mm-hmm. Her kids are her life, and they're here with me.
Obviously, guilty person says what? Anyway, hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Anger. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us down here to Rochester, Minnesota. 40-year-old Linda Jean Anger had recently moved there with her 2 teenage boys. She moved into one of these homes with her ex-husband, who was also already married again, and so his wife obviously lived there too. But Linda wanted to make sure her kids got the best life possible, and so she agreed to move into the house so that she can get back on her feet and make sure her kids are taken care of. But on Friday, May 7th, 1993, Linda's children would say goodbye and never see her again. On that particular morning, her ex-husband, this man here, Dennis Anger, said he was going to be taking her to the local courthouse, I guess. He says he drove her down to this area and then pulled into the parking lot of the courthouse. He then says he watched her get out of the car and walked into the building, and then he left. And then he says never saw her again. Linda also failed to show up to work that day and the following day, and her co-workers would end up reporting her missing. When they got the story that the husband or the ex-husband had dropped her off at or near the courthouse, they looked into this. The police go to the courthouse and say, do you remember seeing this woman? They showed photos. No, never saw her that day. No one saw her in the parking lot. Not a single person can claim she was there other than her ex-husband, who was, admittedly, the last person to ever see her. There were immediate red flags from the very beginning of this entire case. And so police go to the home to talk to Dennis and his wife and also to search it. They discover that Dennis and his new wife, just 2 or 3 days after Linda was reported missing, completely gutted out and cleaned her bedroom. Got rid of everything as if she never even lived there. That is another massive red flag. The news even interviewed him.
I don't know where she might be. She's never done anything like this before. Her kids are her life, and they're here with me, and
at least he attracts flies. But he did stick by his story, that he dropped her off at that office at the courthouse and then just never saw her again. The problem that police also have, though, is that Linda was 40 years old. She is legally allowed to pick up and leave. Her kids were with their father. They were living under his roof. And they just couldn't prove that something horrible had happened to her. The home did not yield any evidence like blood or any signs of a struggle. The kids didn't hear anything that would suggest that something bad happened there. But even though they know that a grown woman is allowed to pick up and just move out on her own and never be seen again, it also just didn't feel that way. According to her kids and her coworkers, she was loving life. She was doing everything she could think of to support her kids. I mean, she went to move in with her ex-husband who's married. Very awkward situation, but she did it to make sure, she was taking care of her kids. She was doing great at work, never any indications that she planned on picking up and moving. Her social security number has never been used. Her bank account has never been used. And the detective said there were just too many red flags from the very beginning to think anything other than she met with foul play. They can't prove it, but that's just what their gut tells them. And if her ex-husband, Dennis, knew what happened to her and knows where she is, he took it to his grave. He died in 2007, never saying a single word about where Linda is. I do know that his wife at that time, I believe, is still alive, but it doesn't sound like she's talking. Police did state in a recent interview that when they were talking to Dennis and his wife back then, they came off as very nervous. Their hands were visibly shaking. So it's possible that this wife may know something, but she ain't talking either. 2 teenage boys had to grow up without their mom. They would go on to get married and have their own kids, and she would have been a grandma, and she would have been a great grandma, but they don't get that because something clearly bad happened to their mother, and their one and only suspect is dead, and whatever information he had, he took to the grave. But it's possible he told someone, or it's possible the wife told someone. Maybe someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and now that he's gone, you don't have to be afraid of him anymore. And now is the time to come forward, but you can report information anonymously. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to call the Crime Stoppers of Minnesota at 651-452-7463. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lisa Addington. Viewer discretion is advised. Lisa Addington was 22 years old when this case occurred, and she was living in the Dallas, Texas area. Lisa was described as a really upbeat, always happy type of person. She laughed all the time. She had an infectious personality. Lisa never ran with the wrong crowd. She was not into drugs. She was a wonderful friend and just a wonderful person all around. Lisa was also engaged to be married. As a matter of fact, 10 days after this case occurred, she was supposed to be getting married. The dress was ready to go, all the invitations had been sent out. Of course, like pretty much every bride, she would have a bachelorette party. The bachelorette party was on May 16th, 1984. Her friends were having this party at the Great Escape Club, which used to be located at Garnett Road and 21st Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Lisa arrived with all of her friends, and they had a really great night. When it was time to go, Lisa's friends kind of began to slowly, shuffle out and go home. A couple of her friends last saw her still inside the bar, talking to an unidentified male. Then, those friends kind of began to leave, just assuming that Lisa was going to be heading home herself. She didn't. As a matter of fact, none of her friends, family, anyone ever saw Lisa ever again. She never got back to her home in Dallas, Texas. Her friends and family could not reach her, and so they reported her missing. They called Tulsa, Oklahoma police because that's where she was last seen, and that's where she was reported missing. But I believe they also kind of filed something similar probably in Dallas, Texas as well. The man she was talking to at the bar, who has not been identified, was described as a white male who was about 6 foot tall, 160 pounds, had a medium build, and was probably in his mid-20s, and had collar-length brown hair parted in the center and was wearing a green shirt. They don't know if he is a suspect in her disappearance or if he has anything to do with this at all, but that's just the last person they saw her with. What is kind of interesting, though, is that her future husband, her fiancé, who remained back in Dallas, Texas when she went to the party, so he wasn't there that night, but he'd never seemed to be all that interested or curious about where she was. They know that he wasn't there, but at the same time, he appeared to be very just casual, very flippant. According to police in both Dallas and Tulsa, when they interviewed him, he just seemed completely out of it. And also, he never called ever to ask if there's an update. Where is she? Has she been found? What's the progress? Her family says that her and the fiancé had gotten into a pretty big argument just a few days prior. While they were trying to get the marriage license, he did not have the proper identification with them, which he knew he was supposed to bring, but it caused an argument. But the wedding was still scheduled, and she was still very excited to be getting married just 10 days later. But Lisa never got to walk down that aisle, and nobody knows if her fiancé had anything to do with it. Again, he was not there, or if this was just a stranger on stranger case, an abduction. But where is she? Someone somewhere out there has got to know exactly where Lisa Addington is and what exactly happened to her. And perhaps that person is you. If you have any information on her disappearance, you are asked to please call 918-596-9222. She was very clearly abducted from this parking lot, but police told the family, nah, she's just out getting coffee with friends at 3 o'clock in the morning. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Margaret Yasa. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us back to my old stomping grounds, Oceanside, California. This is the Oceanside Pier. This is the Oceanside Amphitheater. Ah, memories. Is there a ruby still at the end of this thing? Now, Margaret Yasa was actually born in Pennsylvania back in 1927. She was the oldest of 5 and had a very modest upbringing with working-class parents. Eventually, she met a man named Angelo Yasa, and the two of them got married. And then by 1955, they relocate to Oceanside, California, where Margaret herself would become a mother to 7 kids. One of her children, though, died at the age of 19 of cancer, and this was obviously very devastating. And less than a year after that, her beloved, her husband Angelo, died. And at that point, while some of her other children had become adults, she was still raising 3 teenagers. And eventually she would become a volunteer at Mission Elementary School in which then she became a paid employee, which takes us to February of 1994. On February 15th of that year, Margaret was supposed to pick up one of her grandkids from dance class. She did this basically every single time she had a dance class for the past 6 or 7 years. But this time, she didn't show up, and they knew right away something was very wrong. So her children started calling one another saying, "Have you seen her? Have you seen her?" Nobody has seen her. The family calls the Oceanside Police Department, and they tell them, well, she's a 66-year-old woman, she's just out there somewhere, she'll come back. Which then prompts the family to just do their own investigation into finding her. Which takes them to a Ralph's parking lot along Oceanside Boulevard. Now, this is the complex where the Ralphs used to be on 1702 Oceanside Boulevard. I believe it's now a Big Lots, or it was at one point. Well, when her family pulled in there, they found her car. It was just parked there. Looking inside, though, they didn't find her keys, they didn't find her purse, and they didn't find any groceries from the Ralphs. So this is now around 3 o'clock in the morning, and basically it's just her car there in the parking lot, and nobody else's. Obviously something is wrong. They contact the Oceanside Police Department again. An officer comes out. The officer still tells them, "I'm sure she's fine. We can't take a report. Call us tomorrow morning." Well, this is Margaret's only vehicle. She's not at her home. None of her friends have seen her. Yeah, but she's just out drinking coffee with friends. Really, at 3 o'clock in the morning, even after we told you none of her friends have seen her. Yeah, it's just, she's an adult. It's just whatever. But then an officer who is walking around the car notices a .22 caliber bullet right by her car. And so now he's like, oh, God dang it, now I have to do something. And so they have to now take her car and take it in for evidence. But they still said, call back tomorrow morning to report her missing. What the fuck? And they do. They still won't take a missing persons report. Still. Which is just unbelievable. And so the family says, screw this then. We're going to take this to television. We're going to the news. The news took the story, and essentially this was a way of kind of calling out the police. And now the police were like, hey, family, come back to us. We'll take the missing persons report. Oh, really? Now that the news is calling you out. And then they finally begin their investigation. They start putting out stories in the newspaper saying she was last seen at this Ralph's. Her car was last found parked right there. So anyone see anything, please come forward. But it doesn't sound like anyone ever came forward. It's obvious that she was abducted, right? And obviously this would have happened earlier in the day when she had gone to the grocery store. They weren't open at 3 o'clock in the morning. Someone had to have seen someone being dragged away from their car, heard someone screaming. There was a spent bullet right by her car. Someone had to hear a gunshot, but they got nothing. Now, I have mentioned Margaret Yasa before on this TikTok page. I mentioned her when I was talking about this woman's case. Her name was Mary Elizabeth Rico. Well, Mary Elizabeth Rico also disappeared 2 years before Margaret Yasa. And there are some very bizarre coincidences here. Mary Elizabeth Rico also worked for Mission Elementary. As a matter of fact, she knew Margaret Yasa. And the last known place that Mary Elizabeth Rico was seen was at the Ralph's grocery store. The exact same one. But what are the odds? Was this someone they worked with who did this? Or is there a very suspicious employee at that Ralph's grocery store who obviously no longer works there, but they have to be connected in some way because the coincidences are just too much. But the difference here is that Mary Elizabeth Rico was never found. Margaret Yasa was. Her body was discovered a short time later in a wooded area, and they didn't release her cause of death, but they did say that this definitely was a homicide. Sadly, there's been really no development since they found her body. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about both of these cases, and someone has to know who murdered Margaret Yasa. And perhaps the person with information is you. If you have that information, you are asked to please call 760-435-4900. Her remains were found in a garbage bag, just dumped on someone's property as if she were trash, and her killer to this day still roams free. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Maria Patrice Jackson. Viewer discretion is advised. When this case occurred, Maria Jackson was 19 years old and she was living in Florida. I believe she was living in the Coral Springs area. At the time, she was working as a dancer at the Gold Rush, which is located in Miami, and she worked under the stage name Dynasty. Maria would eventually graduate from Coconut Creek High School, and then she was offered a scholarship from Duke University. She was a very determined, incredibly independent person. Her family would describe her as an absolute angel on earth, who was just simply trying to get by, to make ends meet, to support a future. She had aspirations and dreams, but unfortunately they never became reality. Maria was reported missing by her family in June of 2003. A few weeks later in Boca Raton, Florida, on July 18th, 2003 specifically, the police were called to this home here because there was a very foul odor coming from somewhere near it. When police arrived, they noticed outside the house there was a large garbage bag, and that's where the odor was coming from. They opened it, and they found a human body. The remains were soon identified as 19-year-old Maria Jackson, and this was obviously a homicide. They were able to somewhat trace her steps on the last day she was seen or heard from. On June 27th, 2003, at 1:47 a.m., she went into a Walmart to make a small purchase, and that was in Coral Springs. They then know she made it back to her apartment where she dropped off her purchases, and then it sounds like she was supposed to go to work at the Gold Rush. Now, on that same morning, her brother says that he spoke to his sister, Maria, at about 1:30 a.m., so this is around the time she would have been at the Walmart. She had told him that she was going to be going into work, but it doesn't sound like she ever made it there. In the initial part of her disappearance investigation, they found no sign of a struggle in her apartment, no blood, no foul play, or anything in that apartment. Her car, which was a beloved BMW, she loved BMWs, was still parked at her apartments. Again, no signs of foul play, nothing indicating anything bad happened in or around the car. No witnesses heard or saw anything, at least not that have come forward. I do know that on her clothing, they also, when they found her body, they found this sticker, BMW Kid, future BMW driver, on her clothes. But other than that, unfortunately, there really isn't much more to tell. But police do want to make people aware that when she was last seen alive, she was wearing this sticker on her clothes, and her clothing specifically was a dark t-shirt that had been knotted in the back. Maria Patrice Jackson was just 19 years old at the time of her murder. She was just trying to make ends meet so that she could have a more successful future. But unfortunately, that never got to happen because someone, a mystery person, a monster, took her and killed her and then threw her away like trash. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to her and who killed her. And perhaps that someone is you. If you can help bring her family justice, you are asked to please call 561-338-1320. His mother kissed him goodnight. He went to bed, and when he woke up the following morning, his mother was gone. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Marjorie Kane. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Pensacola, Florida. I don't know if this is what the home looked like back then, but this is the address where this all took place. That is where 33-year-old Marjorie Ann Kane was living with her young son. She had recently divorced her ex-husband, Gary Breeze, and according to friends and family, she had accused her ex-husband, Gary, of raping her a short time before this case occurred. This takes us to the evening of May 11th, 1990. Mary and her 10-year-old son were at home, and it was bedtime. You know, she said, "I love you," kissed him goodnight, and he would go to bed. And then he says he did not hear or see anything occur that entire night. But when he woke up and walked around the house, he could not find his mom. His mom was gone. He said that he did see her purse in there, and he just kind of thought, maybe she's out, somewhere doing something, and he had to get to school. So he ends up getting his backpack and getting ready, and he left for school. But when he gets home later that afternoon, she still isn't home, but her purse is still there. And so on that afternoon, which is now May 12th, around 2 p.m., Marjorie is reported missing. When police arrived and they searched the home, they are certain that foul play had to have occurred here. On the porch, there were very obvious drag marks in blood, and there were other blood stains. There were shoe prints that were left in blood. Inside the house, it appeared that someone had attempted to clean blood, but they did not succeed. Her car is found a short distance away that same day, and in the trunk of that car, they find more blood. And the driver's seat, as always happens in cases like this, the driver's seat is pushed all the way back, indicating a much taller person was driving it, because again, if Marjorie was driving it, there's no way she could have done so successfully where the seat was positioned. All of the blood was tested, and all of it came back to matching Marjorie's blood type. They believed it all belonged to her, and that, sadly, she is probably dead. In 1992, police are given numerous tips from several people that Gary Breeze was going around telling people and almost bragging that he murdered his ex-wife, Marjorie. He even told people, there's no way they're ever going to catch me or arrest me because they're not going to find her body. Well, unfortunately for Gary, we have prosecuted people before without having a body present. And that is what happened here. He would go on trial for the murder of his ex-wife in 1993. Numerous witnesses would testify that he, in fact, was bragging about and giving them explicit details about how he killed his ex-wife. He was, by all accounts, an incredibly violent man who had raped Marjorie before. He had a criminal history. It was essentially about as slam dunk of a case as you could get without having a body. You know, the shoe impressions were basically, they matched him to his shoes. Witnesses could place him near or around the scene. It was obvious he did this. The jury saw that, and they found him guilty and convicted him and sentenced him to 40 years in prison. And that is where he remains to this day. It came out at his trial that he had also committed sexual assault against young boys before. Here's hoping he croaks while in prison. Meanwhile, a son grew up without a mother. A family does not have their loved one to lay to rest. But someone somewhere out there might know where she is, might know where they could find her, if possible. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Marjorie Ann Kane, you are asked to please call, and you can report anonymously, 850-433-7867. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mary Elizabeth Loper. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Mary Elizabeth Loper was a married mother to 3 kids. All 3 of her children were still very, very young. And I guess the family was living in George County in Mississippi, specifically somewhere along the 200 block of Clarence Bonnet Road. And it's a pretty desolate area, and that's today. And this case occurred back in 2002. The marriage between Mary and her husband, 29-year-old Jonathan Loper, was not great. Apparently, it started off to be a wonderful marriage, but then it turned into an abusive marriage. Jonathan had physically attacked Mary before. As a matter of fact, he attacked her just before this case occurred. Mary, according to her husband and kids, was seen inside of their home on the evening of May 29th, 2002 at approximately 10 p.m. But a few hours later, their 6-year-old child walks into the bedroom and wakes up his father and basically says, "I can't find mommy." This is around 4 or 5 in the morning. According to Jonathan, then he hears the baby crying, and it's like, Mary's not around, and where is she? But Jonathan doesn't do anything. He doesn't call anyone. He doesn't report her missing or anything. He can't find her. Rewinding a bit to around the morning of May 29th, 2002, Mary called her mom from the emergency room. Mary said, "I'm in the ER getting some stitches because Jonathan and I got into an argument. Jonathan got physical and injured me. And it was bad enough that caused her to bleed profusely and needed stitches." She had told the mom, that I'm going to be heading back home. I'm going to pick up the kids, to leave. Both her mom and her sister said, "Do you need company? Do you want us to come with you?" They also had a friend, I guess who was a reverend, who said, "I can go with you as well if you need some help or protection or whatever." Mary just politely said, "No, that's okay. I can do it on my own." But it would be her mom who ends up dropping Mary off at the house. And again, Mary says, "It's okay. You can leave. I'll be okay." On May 30th, 2002, it's her family, her mother, that reports her missing because, again, Jonathan did not, and Jonathan was not cooperating with anyone. But this does cause the police now to go to the home because they need to investigate this missing person. And they do, in fact, find a blood stain in the house. Now, police don't know if that blood stain came from something else or if that was from the altercation that Mary and Jonathan had, which caused her to need stitches. It was still fresh enough, though, but again, that it still all happened the same day. But Jonathan would not talk to police. He would not cooperate with them whatsoever. But then, in an unfortunate twist for Jonathan, he ends up getting arrested anyway, because as they're searching the home looking for Mary, they find all sorts of marijuana there, which is at that time illegal for him to have. So he was actually arrested on drug-related charges. He had been arrested before for various other drug charges. And they were kind of hoping to use this as a way to like maybe get him to spill the beans about what happened to Mary. But again, nothing. He ain't saying a thing. Meanwhile, the police, the family, friends, everyone is out there still trying to find her. Weeks go by, months go by, and they have no luck. I mean, if you look around the surrounding areas of where they lived, it is very, very desolate. There is probably a lot of places in this heavily wooded area for a person to be disposed of, but I'm sure they also searched it as thoroughly as they could, and they just never found any trace of her. But because they have no witnesses who saw or heard anything other than the husband, who again isn't talking, which in itself is extremely suspicious considering the fact that he also hit her the same day that caused her to go to the hospital. But the house yielded no actual evidence of any kind of foul play in terms of murder. There was nothing they found there. Nothing around the house outside that would indicate there was foul play. But they do know that Mary was seen walking into that home later that same day, and then a few hours later, she's suddenly gone, leaving her 3 kids behind, which is something she would never do, especially leaving her kids with Jonathan. By the way, because Jonathan was arrested, the kids end up going into the custody of Mary's mother. Now, I know her bank account and social security number have never been used, but again, they still don't have any evidence that she was murdered and disposed of somewhere. That being said, I think they do believe she was probably killed. But, we can't just arrest people and charge them with things when we don't have any evidence to show that thing happened. But this is one of those situations where if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. But they need the public's help. They need to know where to go, where to look. They need to be able to bring Mary home, and if she needs justice, they need to be able to have proof to get that justice served. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Mary Elizabeth Loper on that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you were asked to please call 1-877-787-5898. This family would experience a horrible tragedy not just once, but twice, all within 2 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Melissa Sloan. Viewer discretion is advised. Melissa Maureen Sloan was born in July of 1970, and when this case occurred, she was 23 years old. At the time, her and her husband were living in Orlando, Florida, and she was working as a practical nurse here at Orlando Health. I believe she was actually originally from Kentucky, and about 2 or 3 years before her story happens, this family experienced a horrible tragedy. On October 6, 1991, in Kentucky, Melissa's 55-year-old father, Frank Brady, had been murdered. He was killed during a carjacking. He was killed by 2 prison escapees, Dennis Reese and Michael St. Clair. These 2 would go on a crime rampage, killing more people, and they were eventually captured and convicted of their crimes. And you have to imagine that's obviously going to be incredibly devastating for the entire family, especially his daughter. But meanwhile, she's also having to deal with a very abusive husband. They had moved to Florida, I guess from Kentucky, so that he could go to school, but he was also incredibly controlling of her, and that led to physical abuse. Melissa would end up calling the police on him on a number of occasions. He was arrested multiple times. And as a matter of fact, there were going to be court proceedings against him about a week or so after her case occurred. She was set to testify against her husband, but she would not be there to do so. Her friends in Orlando would last see her on the afternoon of May 1st, 1994. So she apparently went to the Orlando International Airport where she picked up a rental car and was planning to drive that car from Orlando to Kentucky. She reportedly did get the car and got into it and drove away. It's just that she was never seen again. She vanished. Her rental car was found, though, and it was found abandoned in Pensacola, Florida, and it had been completely burnt out. But no sign of Melissa in the car, no forensic evidence of her in the car. She was still missing. Once she's reported missing by friends and family, police go to the apartment she lived in with her husband. He tells police, yeah, she just picked up and left me. She just took all of her stuff and left. He let the police search the apartment where, in fact, they found nothing of Melissa's there. The only thing that was there that belonged to her was her robe and her cat. And everyone knew right away that something was wrong because that cat was everything to her. She loved her animal. She would never leave it. And it's also very concerning that in this apartment, it appears that Melissa never even lived there to begin with. And nobody saw, when Melissa was last seen, nobody saw her with like a car packed full of things. I don't think she was planning to move back to Kentucky. She was just going there to visit. She had to be back in Orlando to attend this court appearance. And how convenient that it's against her husband who is accused of abusing her, and now suddenly she can't testify. How many times have we seen that before? A short time after Melissa disappeared, I don't know what happened with the court thing because she wasn't there to testify and she was the key witness. But I do know that he ended up divorcing Melissa just a few months after she went missing. He then remarries very quickly, where at some point down the road, that wife dies of a drug overdose. Then he remarries again and has kids with this new wife. He has never been arrested or charged in connection to Melissa's disappearance because Melissa has never been found. Melissa Sloan's credit cards, debit cards, social security number, driver's license, none of it has ever been used since the last day she was seen. Foul play is obviously probably what happened here. They just cannot prove it. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Melissa Sloan is. They want to be able to bring her home and lay her to rest and get her justice. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 407-246-2909. 9 women presumably murdered by the same killer, a killer who has never been caught. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Miami Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. All of these cases happened in Miami, Florida, the first being on August 17th, 1964. 68-year-old Mary McGreevy, who lived alone, was found murdered in her apartment. She had been smothered to death with a pillow. Fast forwarding to March 8th, 1965. This was Sylvia Valdez. At approximately 9 p.m., Sylvia would leave her job and she would walk towards the parking garage. Her car had a flat tire. She alerts a parking attendant. Then that parking attendant later sees 2 men who he presumed were Cuban men fixing her tire. The following morning, Sylvia's car was in the exact same spot it was the night prior, and she was inside of it. She had been killed. Her skirt had been pulled over her head and a scarf was wrapped tightly around her neck. She also had 2 gunshots from behind her right ear. They were .22 caliber. Her purse, her wallet, and her keys were all missing. She, like the first victim, by the way, was not raped. February 1966. Another victim. 44-year-old Bernita Gonzalez was last seen at a beauty salon. Everything was fine there, then she left, but then she never made it home and no one ever saw her again. 8 weeks later, her body is found in Levitt's Lake. She had been killed by blunt force trauma, they think possibly by something like an axe or a small hatchet. Her underwear was missing, but all of her expensive jewelry that she was wearing was still on her. August 16th, 1969. The body of 21-year-old Sherivon Wooten was found. She was found on a dirt road in a neighborhood somewhere in Miami. Her clothing had all been pulled up above her head, and she was strangled to death. The last time anyone ever saw her, she was actually leaving her house the night before her body was found. May 5th, 1970. I do not have a photo of this victim either. 64-year-old Louise Danford was found murdered. Her friends and family went to go check on her in her home, and that is where they found her. And unfortunately, she had also been strangled to death. Like the other previous victims, her clothing was also pulled up above her head, and her underwear was missing, but nothing else appeared to have been stolen. Now, while her friends and family hadn't heard from her in a couple of days, according to witnesses, she was actually seen just a few short hours before her body was found. She was seen at a grocery store nearby. June 2nd, 1970. The body of 64-year-old Ruth Bonner had been found in the hotel where she was staying. Her clothing was also pulled up above her head. She had blunt force trauma to her skull, and also she had been strangled. August 5th, 1970, an 84-year-old woman was found murdered. Her name was Maddie Ophelia. She was found dead in her kitchen with a piece of clothing wrapped tightly around her neck, and that was her cause of death, strangulation. Her nightgown that she was wearing, you guessed it, was also pulled up over her head. Her home appeared to have been rummaged through. October 10th, 1970, another murder. 48-year-old Regina Bonanno, who was actually deaf and mute. When she was found tied up to her bed, and she was also strangled to death. There was a pillowcase wrapped around her head, and her underwear was shoved down her throat. What's really even more upsetting about this one is that she literally had no way of alerting anyone because she was unable to produce sound from her mouth. She couldn't even scream. October 26, 1970, the last known victim, Patricia Newkirk. The 36-year-old woman was found in the trunk of her own car. She had been bludgeoned over her head. A part of her own dress that she was still wearing was ripped off of her and wrapped tightly around her neck. It was obvious that someone had also strangled her. Her purse, her keys, her wallet, her cash, all stolen. Between 1964 and 1970, 9 women confirmed were killed by what they presume is one person, who they would nickname the Miami Strangler. The MO across all 9 cases is just way too similar. Considering the majority of them were found with their clothing pulled up over their head, all of them had some kind of strangulation done. It may not have been their cause of death at every time, because some of them were bludgeoned to death, some of them had been shot, but ultimately all of them had something wrapped around their neck. They weren't sure if he specifically was targeting white people because most of his victims were white. There was only one victim who was black. And none of these women obviously were not, sex workers. A lot of them were older, and they were vulnerable women. They were women who lived alone, women who did not really have many other people in their life close by. But none of them knew each other. None of them were connected that way. This person might have stalked these women to realize they were more alone than other people, and took advantage of that. The youngest victim was 21. The oldest was 84. It's hard to say what this person's type really was. There was one suspect who came on the board briefly, a man named Calvin Jones Jr. He was actually connected to 2 of the victims. He knew the final victim, Patrice Newkirk, and Sylvia Valdez, who was found killed inside of her car in a parking garage of her work. The parking attendant she spoke to that night about her flat tire was, in fact, Calvin Jones Jr. He was the one who said that there were 2 Cuban men at her car eventually fixing her tire, who he says he did not know. But they had no physical evidence to connect him to any of the actual murders. No fingerprints, and this is, in the 60s where DNA wasn't even a thing yet. There were no cameras literally anywhere. No cell phones to track anyone. No witnesses saw any of these women being kidnapped or attacked or heard them being attacked. Whoever did this was a ghost in the night. And with no evidence against Calvin Jones Jr., they, released him, and he was never charged. 9 women, strangers in life, but linked by the same killer. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who killed these women. The killer might be dead, but it does not mean that they don't deserve to have the answers, that their families don't deserve to know who did this. And maybe the killer is still alive. That person deserves to be brought to justice. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 305-468-5900. Near a Louisiana bayou, multiple bodies would be found, but unfortunately to this very day, there are still some victims who are waiting to be brought home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Morgan City murders. Viewer discretion is advised. It was March 2nd, 1978, when 16-year-old Mary Rodermond had gone to a pharmacy, but then never came home. A short time after she was last seen, her parents receive a phone call, and this is from a person, I believe a man, who is demanding that they give him $5,000 for Mary's safe return. This individual actually puts Mary on the phone. The parents listen and confirm it was her. But then the caller never calls back, and that was it. No one has seen or heard from Mary Rodermond ever again. The only thing of hers they ever found was her car. It was still in the pharmacy parking lot. In April of 1978, 2 more teenagers go missing after they were last seen, I guess, in a Penny Savers store. They were 19-year-old Bridget Cantrell's sons and 17-year-old Gordon M. Cannella Jr. And as they're trying to investigate all of these missing teenagers, it happens again. May 11th, 1978. 14-year-old Bertha Yvonne Gould was last seen with her friend, 15-year-old Judy Ann Adams. The two of them attended Central Catholic High School, and the high school was having a fair on that particular May 11th day. It was being held here at the Morgan City Municipal Auditorium, in which both Bertha and her friend Judy were last seen leaving it at about 10:30 p.m., and they were on foot. They never made it home. A witness would soon come forward to state that they're pretty confident they saw both teenage girls getting into a white car somewhere near the auditorium being driven by a male, just one person in the car. Now, while all of this is going on, there have also been sightings of this man here. His name is Robert Carl Hohenberger, and he was originally from California. He was actually a sheriff's deputy out there, but then he got caught raping and abducting multiple women. And so he was arrested and charged with that and put in prison, but then he escaped prison and somehow found his way all the way to Louisiana under a false name. This appears to be the man that was seen near the vicinity of some of these missing teenagers. Then near Bayou Vista, Louisiana, and close by to an actual bayou, there were bodies discovered. 2 bodies were actually pulled from a septic tank. Those bodies were soon identified as Judy Ann Adams and Bridget Cantrell sons, 2 teenage girls who had disappeared at different times from different circumstances. But because they were both found together, that gave them the immediate suspicion that this was done by the same person. Both of them were found tied up and they were strangled to death. Then the body of Gordon Cannella Jr. was found somewhat nearby the bayou. He was actually found in a cane field, also tied up and murdered. Judy, Bridget, and Gordon, all found now, and all of them confirmed murdered, and it's 100% guaranteed that they were killed by the same person. But Bertha Gould and Mary Rodermond were not found in either location. They continued to search those areas, but they just didn't find any trace of them. Now, they know that Bertha disappeared with Judy, and Judy was found in the septic tank with another missing person who disappeared at a completely different time along with somebody else. So they know that Bertha is connected to that series as well. I believe just through process of elimination and investigating, they determined that Mary Rodermond, because she fit the exact same profile, she was this person's type, if you will, that she had to have also been a part of this. And they are convinced that it's Robert Hohenberger who is likely responsible for all of these. So they're out there looking for him. And they find him. But unfortunately, once they basically say, hey, we're placing you under arrest, he kills himself. This was obviously his way of not dealing with the horrible things he did, not taking ownership of it. But because of that, everything he knew about all of these cases went to his grave with him. They don't know with absolute certainty if it was him who took all of these teenagers. They believe it was him, but they don't know for 100% certainty. And most importantly, there are still 2 more victims, at least, out there that he likely killed, but have not been found. Again, all 5 of these victims were almost guaranteed to have been killed by him. And it didn't sound like he knew anyone, so I'm not even sure if he even talked to anyone to maybe indicate where he might have put the other 2. But you never know. Someone somewhere out there just might know exactly where both of these victims are buried, and perhaps you can come forward, even anonymously, to say what you know to help bring them home, because they deserve to be laid to rest just like the rest of the victims. If you have any information on this case, you were asked to please call 985-380-4605. This is another worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This story will take us to the Nassau Open MRI in Westbury, New York. A 61-year-old woman was going there for a routine MRI of her knee. Accompanying her was her husband, Keith. At a certain point, the MRI was concluded, and his wife says, "Hey, can you come in here and help me get off the table?" The footage you are about to see is from the actual CCTV taken from the control room towards the MRI room. And I'm going to cut the video off right at the moment where the event happens. So this is the MRI technician, and from what I now understand, this walker is, I guess, a special walker that has no metal in it. And this is Keith entering the room, obviously going to help his wife get up off the table. And as he gets closer to the MRI machine, an incident will occur. What you don't see in the video is that Keith was wearing what some news articles describe as just a necklace. It actually wasn't. It was a 20-pound weighted chain that he uses for weight training. And so what happened was that when Keith got really close to the MRI, the severe magnetism of an MRI machine pulls the chain, causing Keith to be pulled right against the machine itself. And then what happened was the chain would wrap tightly around his neck and portions of his body, and it kept getting stronger and stronger. It was literally like breaking the bones in his neck and choking him. His wife says that after the next few moments of watching her husband struggle and not being able to do anything, he literally waves goodbye to her, and then he just goes limp. It would later be revealed that Keith suffered a heart attack during the moment itself. He was then rushed to the hospital where he was still technically alive, and then had a series of other heart attacks, and then eventually he sadly passed away. And as recently as just last month, April of 2026, his wife is now suing the MRI business for negligence. I don't know the answers, and I'm not going to speculate or guess or anything. But what you can see in the video is that the technician does notice Keith walking in with that chain around him, and at one point the technician looks directly at him. To me, that's plenty of time to say, hey, you need to get out of here immediately with that thing. And I'm wondering if they were led to believe that once the MRI was done, they probably thought maybe the MRI machine was turned off completely, but that's just not true. That's not how it works. Even when the MRI is powering off, the magnetism is still extremely powerful. I just don't know what they were told or what they were not told. And what I just learned is that an MRI machine has something called a quench button. The technician, all they have to do is hit that quench button in the case of an emergency, and once that button is hit, it causes a quench, a rapid boiling off of liquid helium that then basically damages the magnet almost instantly, causing the magnetism to drop. But that also destroys the MRI machine, which then causes them tens of thousands of dollars of repairs. Again, I would like to think that this was cause for an emergency. And if they didn't hit it because they don't want to pay tens of thousands of dollars, well, they're being sued where they can probably potentially lose millions of dollars now. But the court proceedings have not actually happened, and I don't have the court documents, so I don't know exactly what occurred in that building. All I know is what one person says and what another person says. I don't know if there's more footage there. There could be. But either way, I'm not going to sit here and blame the victim. This man died a really horrible death, and his wife had to watch it occur. And there was simply nothing that he or his wife could do. I hope that someday soon the true answers do come out, and I hope that Keith is resting in peace. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Myung Noah. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to San Bruno, California, just outside of San Francisco. That is where 60-year-old Myung Noah lived with his wife and 15-year-old son. They were Korean immigrants. He also had a previous marriage. They were obviously divorced, and he had 2 other adult children with that marriage. Around 2007 or so, Myung started up his own business. It was a limousine business, essentially. He called it E-Limousine Services, and I believe it was just getting started. And he had purchased this Lincoln Town Car. It was May 1st, 2007. Myung and his wife and teenage son, they all had dinner at 6. he had mentioned to his wife that he was picking up a fare at about 7:30 p.m. Now, his wife would end up leaving the house around 6:30 because she had to go to an evening class. And according to the 15-year-old son, he saw his father leave the home at approximately 7 p.m. to go pick up this fare, who he did not mention a name or where he was going or anything. But young Noah has never been seen again. His wife would end up reporting him missing fairly quickly, and the police, it seems like they did take this pretty seriously from the get-go. Because looking into Myung's life, they found no enemies. His business dealings with this company was all going smoothly. They couldn't find a single person that maybe felt Myung wronged them at all. He was in perfectly good standing with his ex-wife and children from that marriage, and there were no issues, no affairs or anything going on with the current marriage. He wasn't showing any signs of depression. He wasn't showing any indications that he was unwell. Everything about this was completely out of character for him. And so police there in San Bruno felt, kind of from their gut, right from the very beginning, that foul play was probably involved. They are still looking for him, and they're still looking for his car. Transportation number is TCP 18525, printed on the back bumper, in case the right person sees this video and finds a car somewhere, you know. They searched all over San Bruno. They searched all the airports. His car was actually fitted with a piece of technology that would send out an alert if it had gone into the airport areas, but that alert never went off. They also looked into who was this person he was supposed to be picking up. Well, this is 2007. Everything wasn't digitalized yet. I mean, it was obviously getting very close to that, but for this particular situation, there was no digital record. This isn't like an Uber where you can track everything. So they have no idea who he was going to pick up that night. They don't have a phone number. They don't have an address. They don't have a name. They have nothing. It would go to reason, however, that that person might very well be involved in whatever happened to him, because they have put out this information quickly to the news, the newspapers. Nobody has ever come forward to say, yeah, I was the guy he was supposed to pick up, but he didn't show up, or yeah, he picked me up, then he left, and no one has come forward, and that's very suspicious. And his family has been waiting ever since to find out where he is. His wife, his son, his other children, everyone in his life is desperate to find out where he is. They want to bring him home. Because, again, people don't fall off the face of the earth. They don't disappear into thin air. They're somewhere. Young Noah would be 79 years old today. He was 5'8", 165 pounds. He was last seen wearing a black suit and a white t-shirt, driving the black 2007 Lincoln Town Car with a number that I mentioned a few times earlier. He is a Asian male of Korean descent with black hair, brown eyes. He might spell his last name N-O-H, and he went by the nickname Mike sometimes. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where he is and what happened to him, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information about this case, you are asked to please call 650-616-7100. Four lives taken, dozens injured, hundreds of homes lost, and the person who did it was never caught. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the 1980 Panorama Fire. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured behind me is the more wooded areas surrounding San Bernardino County, California. The population in 1980 was somewhere around 900,000 people, which nowadays is way, way higher. And November 24th, 1980 started like every other day. People woke up, made breakfast for their families, got ready for work, and went to work. And then, a fire. The fire reportedly started sometime around 10:50 in the morning. And unfortunately, it was also coinciding with an extremely windy day. This would cause the small fire to begin to spread rapidly. Hundreds of firefighters were called in, but the devastation was almost instant. It ravaged through neighborhoods, burned down many homes. Smoke filled the air, you couldn't see anything. Homes where many family memories were stored were now burned out shells. People lost everything. And this was not an easy fire to subdue. I mean, as we all know, when fires like this happen, once they spread, it can take a very long time to put out. They had day shifts and night shifts working around the clock to subdue this thing. The fire started on the morning of November 24th, and it took them till December 1st to finally extinguish this thing for good. But this was the aftermath for many, many people. 325 buildings, when it was all said and done, were destroyed, including 310 homes, where families lost everything they owned. This newspaper was from kind of an earlier report before they knew exactly how many homes were lost. But thousands and thousands of people had to flee the area. They had nowhere to go. Thousands of acres of land were ravaged, and 4 people lost their lives. 83-year-old Earl Welty and his 82-year-old wife Edith were both caught in the fire and died from that. 54-year-old Joseph Benjamin was on his roof trying to put out fire with his hose, but unfortunately the roof collapsed and took him with it, killing him. 64-year-old Rosa Myers died of a heart attack while being evacuated from her home. 77 other people had serious enough injuries that they needed to be hospitalized. And in the end, they determined through their investigation that this was not a wildfire. This was an arson. Someone deliberately set this fire. How exactly they know that, I'm not 100% sure, but they have stated through and through that this was an arson. There's apparently some local legend that some guy with a grenade launcher started it, which is not obviously true probably. But that person who murdered 4 people, injured 77 others, caused $40 million worth of damage back in 1980, which is equivalent to about $156 million of damage today. That person got away with it. They were never caught. They were never found. I mean, you might as well call them a mass killer or a serial killer. Part of me wonders because, so this is John Orr. He was a serial arsonist in the mid-80s, around 1984, 1985. They believe he probably started hundreds, if not thousands, of fires. He actually ended up killing 4 people as well. And ultimately, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison in 1991. The majority of his arsons, especially the fatal ones, happened in and around Pasadena. And that's less than an hour away from San Bernardino. And the Panorama fire was in 1980. His arsons, at least the ones that started killing people, began around 1984. I don't know. It's just like, because I recently watched a thing on him and I just kind of thought, could it have been him? Maybe. But that's just a theory. That's not proven or anything. Someone got to go out there and murder 4 people and injure dozens and dozens others and destroy hundreds of homes, hundreds of family memories, completely wiped out by an unknown arsonist. And that person, quite honestly, will probably never be caught. And this is the type of case that it's going to be damn near impossible to ever solve. And unfortunately, the Panorama fire of 1980 might just remain an unsolved mystery forever. The image you see here is that of a man being pursued by police just 24 hours after he abducted a teenage girl. Would he ever tell them where she is? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Pearl Pinson. Viewer discretion is advised. Pearl Pinson grew up with 2 siblings. She had a brother and a sister. She seemed to be a happy kid who loved to go outside. She liked skateboarding. She liked going to the beach. One of her friends would say that Pearl was basically really quick-witted. She can come back with a joke almost instantly. It was someone who just made you feel good about yourself. And when this case occurred, Pearl was only 15 years old. It was the morning of May 25th, 2016 in Vallejo, California, where she lived. Every school morning she would wake up and she would walk to the bus stop, which would take her across this pedestrian bridge over the highway. On this particular morning, as she was crossing the bridge, she was violently abducted in front of numerous witnesses. What people described a younger Hispanic male who just walked up to Pearl and just grabbed her and began to pull her away as she was screaming, calling for help. There were people who tried to intervene, who tried to help, but this man was also brandishing a gun. He began waving it around, and according to one witness, he actually fired off a round. But this is a case where it sounds like people were there trying their best to help. But also when a man is pointing a gun and potentially could shoot you, it becomes risky. You might put Pearl in more harm. It's just a shitty situation. The witnesses then saw Pearl being thrown into the trunk of this man's vehicle, a Saturn, and it just sped away. At the scene, police did find Pearl's cell phone. It had been dropped during the altercation. But police began to get several descriptions of her abductor, and it sounds like some people might have even recognized the guy. The man was identified as 19-year-old Fernando Castro. He drove a tan-colored Saturn, the exact same vehicle that was seen during the abduction. So while they're beginning a search for Pearl, because, she could be anywhere at this point, they're also trying to find Fernando. And less than 24 hours later, Fernando Castro was spotted on the freeway driving that same vehicle. This is the actual image of the pursuit. Once they were notified, police began to chase him. And that is him right there driving behind the wheel. This is a closer look of it. He seems pretty casual in this photo, like, no big deal. Eventually, this leads to a showdown between Fernando Castro and the police. Fernando pulls out his gun and he begins to fire that gun at the police officers. And obviously, the police officers returned fire. 19-year-old Fernando Castro was struck several times by the officers, and he would be pronounced dead at the scene. Whatever information he had about the whereabouts of Pearl Pinson, he is now taken to his grave. Obviously, this is not the outcome police wanted, but when a suspect is firing at officers, they're going to return fire. They need to protect themselves, but also any pedestrian, anyone else who might be around. I don't know, what the training is, if they have several officers returning fire. I don't know if they're trained to shoot his legs or shoot his arms, but whatever happened, he was fatally shot. Now the family is left with, where's Pearl? Where did he put her? What did he do to her? Sadly, to this day, that question has never been answered. At the time of her abduction, her hair was blonde, her eyes were green and blue, she had a piercing on her lower lip, and at the time she was kidnapped, she weighed approximately 130 pounds and was about 5 foot 3 inches tall. I think there is still hope that there is a chance that maybe she is alive out there somewhere. He abducted her, but then what did he do with her? Did he kill her? And then what? Just discard her somewhere? Is she in a shallow grave? Was she thrown into some water? Was she, so many things could have happened. But unfortunately, the one and only person who knows directly is dead. But someone somewhere out there might know exactly where she is located. Her abductor is dead. You don't have to be afraid of that person anymore. So now is the time to come forward with any information you have. Her family deserves to bring her home and lay her to rest. They'll probably never get justice, but bringing her home is the next best thing. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 707-784-1963. Somewhere in these deep, dark waters off the coast of Florida, the remains of two teenage boys might be. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Perry Cohen and Austin Stefanos. Viewer discretion is advised. Both Austin and Perry were both 14 years old, and they were very good friends. And they were both living with their families in the Tequesta, Florida area. These two boys would go out on the ocean in their little boat here all the time. They actually went out probably 25 times before. They departed on July 24th, 2015, and they were using a 1978 19-foot-long Seacraft. The two boys were then seen at the Jib Yacht Club and Marina, where they filled up $100 full of gas into the vessel. At 11:25 a.m., Austin would text his mom that we are basically about to leave the marina. And it was also common for the boys to text their families when they were out at sea, just to constantly check in with them, just to let them know everything was going fine. Just a short time after they left, there was a pretty big storm that rolled in, a large thunderstorm that they did have some prior knowledge of. And it was around that same time where the National Weather Service would send out a warning that the winds could be somewhere around 40 miles per hour. Now, they were checking in with the family, but at around 1:15 p.m., Austin had sent a Snapchat to, I guess, a friend or two. He sent out a photo of him and Perry on the boat and basically indicating they were heading towards the Bahamas. Then a short time after that, another Snapchat video was sent to some people basically showing that there was a storm around their boat. And on the screen, Austin wrote the words, "We're fucked." And that was it. It's the last time anyone ever heard from them ever again. One of the boys' family would actually do their own personal search for them before the boys were reported missing. And unfortunately, that search yielded nothing, so they did officially report them missing. And at that point, they put helicopters in the air. They had boats on the ocean, not only just from like the Coast Guard and everything, but also, family and friends who had boats also went out to go search. The search lasted for quite some time, but eventually they all had to call off the searches because they just weren't finding anything. No trace of the boat, no trace of the boys, absolutely nothing was found. And the belief was at that point that, they had to have gone into that storm and something obviously happened. Roughly 2 weeks or so after the boys disappeared, all the way up in Savannah, Georgia, a pretty haunting discovery was made. They found some bright colored life jackets. They were the exact same life jackets, or colors at least, that the two boys would have had on that boat. Did it belong to them? I don't know if they were absolutely positive it was theirs, but it sure seemed like it was. But they never actually truly confirmed that they belonged to them. And about 8 months after all of this, now in March of 2016, the boat was finally discovered. And as you can see here, it was discovered off the coast of Florida. This is an actual image of the discovery. When they first found it, it sounds like they said it looked to be fully intact, but it was capsized. So these are going to be some images of them finding the boat and retrieving it. It looks to me like there was definitely some damage on the boat, but also keep in mind, this was like 8 months later. And this thing had been in the ocean for that entire time, exposed to God knows what, other storms. But it sounds like they had the entirety of the boat there. There was only 1 or 2 traces of anything to do with the boys found on the boat. They found this cell phone. This is the phone that belonged to Austin Stefanos. They investigated the actual craft, trying to find any signs or indications of what may have happened, but it doesn't look like they found any kind of evidence to suggest that, exactly what occurred here. I believe they just simply believe that this became because of the storm, based on that Snapchat message of him saying, we're fucked, while showing images of the storm. But there is also some belief that foul play could have been involved. Because what they also discovered was that the boat's battery switch and ignition key were both in the off position. That these would have had to have been disabled by a person. And based on the severity of the storm that would have happened that night, they indicated that it may have been physically impossible for one of these small boys, while the boat is being ravaged by a storm, to even reach these switches. So there is that speculation of a third party potentially being involved, maybe getting on that boat, kidnapping them or whatever, for who knows what reasons. There was a legal battle with regards to the phone. Austin's family wanted to keep the phone for themselves, but Perry's family said, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be giving that phone to the authorities. It should be in their custody so that they can investigate it thoroughly. But Austin's family said, no, we're going to keep it. And so the Perry's family filed a lawsuit and eventually did not go in their favor. Austin's family did get the phone back. That family did send it to Apple, and Apple concluded that there was no evidence found on the phone. It had been severely damaged. Then another lawsuit comes about when Perry's parents will file a lawsuit against Austin's parents, and it was a wrongful death lawsuit. That his family was negligent for allowing the boys to go out onto that boat when they knew that a storm was coming, and that the vessel wasn't truly up to code. They also allege that Austin's father delayed the search because he wanted to search on his own first. But the lawsuit was thrown out by the courts. They said that basically the whole search thing, it really meant nothing. It did not affect the investigation at all. And they also found that there was just no negligence. Honestly, it's just a tragic story. I believe that the boys were just lost at sea because of the storm. But, the true crime brain in me thinks like, well, that, those switches were turned off. Could that have indicated that something else happened to them? But then my next question is why? I mean, I guess they were young boys. They could have been kidnapped by very unsavory people, and, fill in the blanks after that. But I think this was just a tragic accident. And the saddest part about all of this is that the two teenage boys are still out there somewhere. They are still lost at sea. They have never been recovered. And unfortunately, with the vastness of the ocean, the fact that there are sharks and other animals in the sea, the odds of those two boys ever being found is probably low to non-existent. And so, sadly, this whole case is just a huge tragedy. And those two boys are probably lost at sea forever. A package is delivered to a man's home. He brings it inside, puts it on the table, and slowly opens it. And then, an explosion. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Robert Vance and Robert Robinson. Viewer discretion is advised. It was December 16th, 1989, here in this home in Mountain Brook, Alabama. That is where a federal judge named Robert Vance lived with his wife. On that morning, Robert Vance noticed there was a package on his doorstep, so he brought it inside the house. He placed it on the kitchen table, and with his wife within somewhat close proximity, he begins to slowly open the box. And the next thing anyone knows is that Helen, she wakes up after falling unconscious, and she sees that the whole kitchen is just destroyed, and her husband is on the ground unresponsive. Judge Robert Vance was dead. He died from an explosion. His wife Helen did survive the bombing, but she was pretty badly injured. 2 days later, it happened again. This was the home and office of a man named Robert Robinson. 42-year-old Robert Robinson was a lawyer and a civil rights activist. Also a city council member in Savannah, Georgia. Same thing, there was a package delivered, he put it on his desk, he opened it, and then another explosion. A neighbor heard all of this happen, he rushes across the street, he goes inside, and he finds his friend hanging on to life. But unfortunately, Robert would also soon be declared deceased. Now, around all of this same time, there were other package bombs delivered. One was to the NAACP headquarters in Florida. Another one was delivered to the 11th Circuit Court in Atlanta, Georgia. One of them had a note that basically said this was a declaration of war. The packages were all pretty much the same kind of package across all four cases. And after analyzing all of these bombs, which were all pipe bombs, they determined that these were made by the same person. And through a very extensive investigation looking into all of the parts and pieces made to craft these explosives, using like the mailing, the packaging, all of that stuff, they were able to figure out where all of this came from. This man here, Walter Leroy Moody Jr. Back in 1972, Walter Moody Jr. had sent a package bomb to a car dealership. That's because it was retaliation because they had repossessed his vehicle. Well, before he can send it off, his wife at the time, Hazel, saw the package and she kind of got close to it and began to fiddle with it, and it exploded. Now, Hazel did survive, but he was arrested initially for creating the bomb and basically the threat of sending that bomb. In 1972, he was found not guilty of making the bomb itself, but he was found guilty in possessing explosives, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Now, at a certain point, Walter Moody Jr. had appealed to the 11th Circuit Court. They refused to overturn his 1972 conviction, and this enraged him. You see, because early in his life, Walter was starting to go to school because he wanted to practice law. And because of his conviction later on, he was no longer able to practice law unless they would overturn his conviction, but they refused to do so, and again, really pissed him off. So this was a retaliation against the 11th Circuit Court. But Robert Vance was not a part of anything to do with that entire situation. And so he just targeted him randomly. He attacked Robert Robinson because he figured he could throw the law enforcement off the trail by making them think that this was some sort of racially motivated crime, because he had also sent a bomb to another NAACP office. And so Robert Robinson was killed for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Just targeted by a madman hoping that it would throw off the scent. It didn't. Walter Moody is arrested and he is charged with both murders. He has various other charges with connection to the bombs, and he is found guilty of all charges, and he is sentenced to death. Apparently in 2015, he tried to do some sort of Ponzi scheme from death row. I guess you gotta keep entertained somehow. April 19th, 2018. His final meal was a Philly cheesesteak, a Dr. Pepper, and some M&Ms, and he had no final words. At 8:42 p.m., he was executed by lethal injection. Two very innocent men who had absolutely nothing to do with Walter Moody's problems were both murdered because the man was seeking some sort of twisted revenge. But thankfully, he was captured and he was convicted, and he was sentenced to death. And these men's monster is finally rotting in hell. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Russell Bovett. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Walden in Vermont. That is where 30-year-old Russell Bovett was living. I guess Russell first came to Vermont when he was in junior high. The guidance counselor recommended that because he was a skiing fanatic. After high school, he would attend Goddard College, and then he started farming in Walden, Vermont. Now, right before this case occurred, he had actually sold his entire farm to a friend of his who I guess he initially purchased the farm from, but then she would buy it back from him because he had planned to move to Stowe, Vermont. He was actually working with a realtor to purchase property there in Stowe, and his main goal was to attend the University of Vermont. The last time any of his friends would ever see him was on the night of May 6, 1986, at approximately 9 p.m. These friends had been watching TV with him, and then I guess they left, and then that was it. Russell had an appointment at 8 a.m. the following morning with his realtor that he never showed up to. And this was all about his purchase of a condominium in Stowe, Vermont. For him to not show up to that was very, very bizarre. 24 hours after he was last seen by friends, his car was actually found on Coles Pond Road, about 4 miles away from his home at the time in Walden. His vehicle described as a 1973 Renault. I'm not sure if this is the exact type. I know it was a light blue colored car, but his car had gotten stuck in some deep mud, and obviously whoever was driving it was not able to get it out. It would seem very unusual for Russell to drive his car and then just abandon it at that point. And there were potential signs of foul play in his car. In the trunk specifically, police found blood. None of his personal belongings were inside the car, and there were no signs or traces of Russell himself. Now, even though his car was found abandoned the day after he was last seen, he was actually not reported missing officially until May 11th. At that point, police were able to gain entry to his apartment that he was living in Walden, and they found more blood. They found blood on his mattress. It was a big blood stain that someone had flipped the mattress over to hide that stain. The testing that they were capable of doing back in 1986 showed that it was the exact same blood type found in the car and also on the mattress. And basically everything he owned was found in his apartment. He didn't have anything with him. This included his credit and debit cards, his wallet, and there was a pretty decent amount of cash still found in his apartment. So was this a robbery that led to a murder? It doesn't sound like it. A convicted killer named Garth Drew told police while he was in prison that he knows where Russell's body is. This random man tells them that his body was placed into a U-Haul vehicle. It was then taken to Lake Willoughby, where it was dumped inside the lake. Police would search that lake. They even brought in a little mini submarine that they can control from outside of it with a little camera, and they searched that lake from top to bottom. They found no traces of Russell. This Garth Drew individual was never charged with connection to Russell's disappearance, and that's primarily because they still don't even have Russell's body. I know that man was released from prison in 2001. I don't know where he is today. 30-year-old Russell Bovett seemed to keep to himself. He did not get involved in any of the wrong crowds. He certainly did not appear to have any enemies, but obviously someone wanted to cause him harm because it appears that someone abducted him from his home or attacked him in his home, then put him in his own car, and then that car got stuck in mud, but Russell was not found with the car. Russell is out there somewhere. He is probably in some shallow grave, out in some wooded area, all alone, and he deserves to be brought back home. And if justice can be served, then he deserves that too. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Russell Bovett, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, you are asked to please call the Vermont State Police at 802-748-3111. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sharon Medlin. Viewer discretion is advised. Sharon Medlin, who would also go by Sherry to everyone, lived here in this home in this neighborhood in Greer, South Carolina. On May 2nd, 1998, the 50-year-old was supposed to be driving from the Greer area to Atlanta, Georgia, which would have been about a 2.5-hour drive. But according to the friend she was supposed to be going to see, she never showed up. The friend tried calling Sherry, but Sherry never answered. The friend never heard from Sherry ever again. So the friend contacts police in Greer and says, hey, listen, can you do a welfare check on my friend because she was supposed to be here, but she didn't show up. I'm just really concerned. So they go to her home, they knock on the door, and her husband, Joe Medlin, answers the door. And they're like, hey, we have a welfare check on your wife. Where is she? Oh, she just went on a little trip this weekend. She'll be back. And there's not much police could really do at that point. But then on May 4th, Sharon's son, who I believe was from a previous relationship, he gets back into town and goes to the home. And he sees that his mother is not there. But what's weird is her car is in the garage. And literally all of her belongings are at the home as well. All of her clothing, all of her makeup, things that she would have packed and brought with her on a trip, all still at the house. So on that May 4th, he officially reports her missing because the friend who called only called in a welfare check, did not file a missing persons report. Sherry's husband also never reported her missing. When the police go back to the home and talk to the husband, he gives them a slightly different story. So the friends in her life and her other family members, they had not physically seen her since May 2nd. That's the last time they actually saw her. But the husband, who said she was gone all weekend, now changes his story to say that actually, on the morning of May 3rd, 1998, I left the house to go to a local restaurant to get breakfast. When I left, Sherry was still in her bed, asleep. When I got home a short time later, Sherry was gone. But police confirm now that her car is, in fact, in the garage. Her bank account has not been used since before she disappeared. There were no recent cash withdrawals to maybe indicate she would use cash to buy like a plane ticket or a bus ticket or something random. Her finances were exactly the way they were before she disappeared. The car did not appear that it had been driven at all. Sherry also had a very large circle of people in her life. Friends, family, colleagues, what have you. Not a single one of them has heard from her since that May 2nd. They all told police that was highly unusual for her because she was extremely sociable. She would never not return a phone call. She would never not get in touch with someone if she needed to. They all felt in their guts that something really bad has happened to her. And with the husband changing his story a couple of times, with the husband being very flippant about the whole thing, the fact that he wasn't the one to report her missing, obviously he's going to be a suspect. But at the same time, maybe he had nothing to do with it, because that is also very possible. When police interviewed neighbors, they all seemed to say like it was a normal couple. They never really noticed anything wrong. They searched the home. They found nothing. No signs of foul play. No signs of like a crime scene. No blood or anything. No scuff marks. No indications of a recent, deep cleaning of the house. No smells of bleach. Same thing in the garage where her car was still at. No sign of a crime scene or anything. Sharon just vanished. And as we all know, that's not possible. Family, friends, and even police, it sounds like, believe that foul play is likely involved here. They just do not have any proof of it. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about, one, where Sharon is and who did this horrible thing to her. And perhaps the person who knows is you. It is time to come forward. If you have any information on this case, you were asked to please call 864-232-7463. This case shows that even in the tiniest of towns with the smallest populations, where people don't lock their doors or their cars, evil is everywhere. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sharon Erickson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Colon, Nebraska. And this is the epitome of small town. Back in 2003, it had a population of 134 people. This is one of those fabled towns you hear about where people, even in modern day, will still keep their cars and their homes unlocked. Because truly everybody knows everyone and you trust everyone for the most part. One of the people who lived there was Sharon Erickson. Sharon had been living for decades there in Colon, Nebraska. She had worked for the state treasurer for quite some time. Sharon was described as someone who had the absolute highest of standards. She was very cordial, very happy, very kind. But eventually it was time to call it quits and she retired in 1998. Where she began to live a life of peace and quiet. She would travel from time to time, go on hikes, go on nature walks. The definition of retirement. Pictured here is the home that Sharon lived in. And while many people who lived there at the time said they absolutely just kept their doors and their windows unlocked, Sharon was beginning to grow a little weary of people in the area and did at times begin to feel concerned about safety. And so she had a big white fence constructed around her home. It was tall enough that people couldn't really just easily look over it and it wasn't see-through. But unfortunately, even that fence did not protect Sharon. It was June 30th, 2003. Sharon called one of her relatives on a daily basis, but on this day, she didn't call. And when the relative called her, she didn't answer. The relative didn't live there in Colon, but Sharon was someone who was really close with like the local businesses there. Sharon would spend her time, talking to employees at the bank. She was really close with the people at the post office. And so her relative knew that, and the relative would call the postmaster and said, "Hey, can you check on Sharon? I can't get a hold of her." The postmaster, I guess, had a key to her home. So he goes to her house and he opens the door and walks inside, but he doesn't find Sharon anywhere. But right across the street from her home, right here, this little tiny building is a garage that Sharon had built. He walks across the street, opens the garage, and he finds Sharon. Sharon was lying on her back in a pool of blood, and she was very clearly deceased. So obviously the police were called and they entered the garage themselves. Next to Sharon was a gun. This is from a recreation, not an actual photo. And so initially they said, okay, this was a suicide. She shot herself, which no one in her life said that's even remotely a possibility, but you never know. But the odd thing is they found a blood smear on one side of her car and a blood smear on the other side of her car. They also found a blood smear on the outside of the side door to enter and leave the garage. They know Sharon couldn't have done that. She was dead. Was this really a self-inflicted gunshot? It turns out it wasn't a gunshot at all. That's not how she died. The gun, it was empty. There was no clip in it. There were no bullets in the garage. Sharon had died of blunt force trauma and strangulation. And on top of that, the 66-year-old woman had been sexually assaulted. They found male bodily fluid in her. They had evidence that Sharon's home was actually broken into that night, but there really wasn't anything stolen. She didn't actually keep a lot of valuables in her home. And actually next to her body in the garage was her purse, and in that purse was cash. So was robbery the motive, or was the sexual assault the motive? They begin to talk to people in the small little town of Colon, and they start to get a couple of tips. 2 suspects, actually. Sharon had gotten into arguments a couple of times with one of her neighbors who was a trucker, so they thought that maybe he just finally lashed out at her and killed her. But they looked into him, his alibi, and everything like that, and they confirmed that there was no way he did this. They had proof, absolute proof, that he was not even there. The other suspect was a 25-year-old man named James Mars. James was another neighbor who lived on a farm just behind her property. But James says he was in town that night. He had gone to a bar. He had drinking with some friends. Then he went to a friend's house and hung out. And his friend and his mom confirmed that alibi. They also questioned the postmaster who had a key to her home, who I guess she had a really close relationship with, but they also were able to rule him out. But then, in 2004, they found out that one of the alibis of one of the suspects was proven false. that a friend may have been lying about where James Mars was that night. They bring James Mars back into questioning, and he actually willingly gives his DNA to them. The DNA found with Sharon's body matched the DNA of James Mars. He had raped her. James Mars is then brought back in. He is questioning. He says, essentially this time he confesses, saying he was out drinking that night, but he also did cocaine, and he got angry that night, and he decided he wanted to steal cash from someone. Well, he had a neighbor that he could break into her home and just take her money. Then he forced his way into the house. And in this confession, he tells police that she took out her gun because the gun that was found in the garage was hers. But then Sharon realized that it wasn't loaded and she panicked. And so at that point, he struck her. Now, nobody should have known that the gun was not loaded other than police and Sharon and possibly her killer. So James beat her. Then she got up and she ran for her garage, again, which is across the street from her home. And keep in mind, this is also the middle of the night where everyone is sleeping. So then he follows her into the garage where he continues to assault her, raped her, and then strangled her until she was dead, and stole absolutely nothing. For some reason, the confession ended up being tossed, but it didn't really matter because they had the DNA evidence. They know he raped her. James Mars was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Sharon was just trying to live out the rest of her life in a peaceful, small, quiet little town. And unfortunately, the most horrible thing happened to her. But thankfully, her monster was caught, and he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Nearly 5 years after a triple homicide in Alabama, the police finally got their killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Culver House family. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Alabama, specifically between Ayrton and Ozark. The Culver House family specifically lived somewhere along Route 19 between the two areas. It was September 7th, 1988, when Jason Hunter Culverhouse, who was 18 years old at the time, he calls authorities to alert them that he has discovered the bodies of his father, Tully Robert Culverhouse, his mother, Nina Jo Culverhouse, and his 19-year-old brother, Obie Lee Culverhouse. And so an investigation into the triple homicide would begin. They questioned the surviving children of the family, including obviously Jason, the one who called in the discovery of the bodies. The cause of death was they had all been shot to death with a shotgun. But nobody was there who was still alive. Nobody witnessed it. And so the police were essentially, they were at odds because they didn't know who did this and why it happened. The Culverhouse family was a well-known family in that area. I mean, it was a pretty small type of place where everyone knows everyone anyway. But no one could come up with any kind of like enemies or people that they wronged or anything. But police did have a suspect at some point, but they needed to dig further into, finding evidence. But 4.5 years later, they did have what they needed to finally arrest their suspect. They arrested this man here and charged him with all 3 murders. The man's name was Jason Hunter Culverhouse, the son who found the bodies. It sounds like they had pretty much suspected him from the beginning, and they finally just got, after investigating through, witness statements and other things, they were able to get enough to arrest him. And initially, he said he was innocent, and he had a group of friends and family basically start up a fund to help defend, to help pay for his defense. He said, quote, absolutely believe that Culverhouse is innocent of the capital murder charge. We absolutely know where he was beyond all doubt. Did they know? In 1993, a jury convicted Jason Hunter Culverhouse of the triple homicide. He then admitted to what he did. So these friends and family who said, we know for sure where he was when these murders happened, we know he didn't do it, they were lying. Because Jason Culverhouse would end up giving a detailed description of how he killed his family. Jason entered his 18-year-old brother's bedroom, and as he was lying in bed, he just put a shotgun up to him and pulled the trigger. Then goes into his parents' bedrooms, who were still sleeping, and he fired a round at both of them, killing his mother. His father was wounded but not killed, and when Jason was trying to leave, his father would begin to pursue him, in which Jason then turned around and shot him again. And then he shot him again, and then he shot him again. He shot him 3 times. He then went back and shot his mother again. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole, which is where he sits to this day. But why did he do it? So he claimed that his parents, specifically his father, were abusive. They abused him and one of his brothers. That the father would beat them with a whip and a strap, and then he said that his mom took notes throughout the day about what, little things they did, that, caused trouble, and then she would give those notes to their father, who would then allegedly beat them. Also then alleged that the father also had taken a gun and shot the boys' horses in the head, killing them. And he allegedly told the boys, "This is how I could discipline you if I wanted to." Is any of that true? I don't know for sure. They aren't alive to defend themselves. If it is true, yeah, it's a shitty-ass thing, like to kill horses like that. But then, why would you kill the 19-year-old brother? And why would you kill him first? What the hell did he do to deserve that? Because he said it's just the parents who were abusive. Why would you kill your brother? He was asleep. Maybe he was afraid he would be a witness? Well, if he's going to do this kind of thing, then wait for the brother to be out of the house. I can't speak for the parents. And first of all, murder is never the answer. Accuse them of crimes, get them arrested, maybe. Sue them, take them to court. But unless they were physically doing it to you right then and there in the moment where you had to defend yourself, you can't just walk up to a person while they're sleeping and put a shotgun up against their head and pull the trigger. You just can't do that. I'm not sitting here and saying the parents were good, because I don't really know. But there's no justification for killing the brother. Were the parents that abusive? I can't say for sure. But what I do know is that they were asleep in bed. They were not currently in that moment attacking their son. And so the way he did this was completely wrong. And killing the brother was just completely evil, in my opinion. And now that man is behind bars for the rest of his life. And I guess he will just have to stew in that forever. A 15-year-old girl had planned to walk into town to buy a birthday gift for her brother, but unfortunately she never arrived at the store, and she was never seen again. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Wendy Eaton. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Media, Pennsylvania. The date is 1975. That is where 15-year-old Wendy Eaton lived with her family. She was a 10th grade student at Pencrest High School there. Wendy was a fantastic student. She always got good grades. She did a lot with music, which she loved. Was especially great at playing the piano, and she also sang. It was the afternoon of May 17th, 1975. It was a very typical, bright, sunny day. Wendy's family had all gone to play golf at a local country club, but Wendy decided herself that she was going to stay home because she wanted to walk into town to buy a birthday gift for her older brother. Sometime just before 3 p.m. in the afternoon, she would leave her home to walk into town in Media. This news reporter is standing near the corner of Moccasin Trail, which is where Wendy's home was. Later, numerous witnesses would say they saw Wendy walking towards the intersection of Indian Lane and Media Station Road. It was right here where this big tree is where she was last seen. But then, she was never seen again. She vanished. This is another angle of that road, and you kind of see near it, it is heavily wooded. So a place where someone could very easily hide and potentially come out and take someone. Wendy's family comes home a few hours later. They notice that her bedroom window is open, but her purse and all of her belongings are still in the house. So she probably just took the cash that she needed with her to buy this gift. But they did confirm that Wendy never made it to the store she was supposed to be going to. She is reported missing, and police begin their search. The reward went from $1,000 to $2,000, which again back in 1975 was a lot, but they weren't getting any tips. This was also around the same time that other teenage girls had gone missing. Like another girl had gone missing about 2 or 3 months prior to her, and they were kind of beginning to think, oh, maybe could they be connected, but they found no connections between Wendy and any of the other girls. They all went to different high schools and whatnot. They were not connected by friend circles. But it could have also been, back then at least they could have thought, oh, it could have been a stranger who just took all of these girls. And then something truly shitty happens. The family receives a phone call. Phone call from an individual claiming that they are the one who abducted Wendy and that they demanded a $10,000 cash payment. They gave them a specific drop-off area, and the family actually came up with the first portion of that money and, in fact, dropped it off. Police were obviously waiting, and so an individual came up to take the money and was promptly arrested. There was a 17-year-old kid named William C. Richardson, then implicated another man involved in this plan. But it turns out, they didn't abduct Wendy at all. They had nothing to do with it. It was all a stupid hoax, taking advantage of a grieving family who was desperate to get their 15-year-old daughter back just to get money out of them. I think they were charged with extortion charges after that. Then, back in 2025, police began a very extensive search of an area near where she was last seen. Apparently, working on tips and information, they began to bring in a crew to start digging up this area, hoping that they would find Wendy, but they didn't. If Wendy Eaton is alive today, she may look something like this. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what really happened to Wendy that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 215-452-5216. A young boy leaves his apartment and walks down the road, but unfortunately, he never came home. That was 43 years ago. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Wilfredo Torres. Viewer discretion is advised. 9-year-old Wilfredo Torres lived here in this apartment building in Dorchester, Massachusetts, and he lived there with his mom and his brother. The 9-year-old just seemed to be a really happy kid, and he liked to go out and collect bottles so that he could sell them. And that is all he was doing on the evening of May 9th, 1983. At approximately 6:30 p.m., he would walk out of his apartment building, and he would walk down the street to, I guess he would typically walk to a little corner store there. I don't know if it was this direction or the opposite direction or which way exactly. So I guess this was back then described as the Upham's Corner neighborhood there. And he was supposed to be walking to a corner store, but there's no accounts of him ever actually making it there. And he never came home. A search for him would begin, and obviously you can see the area surrounding it is just full of buildings. I mean, this is like a city. This isn't a heavily dense wooded area. You do have a body of water up there, but could he have gone there? It doesn't sound like they ever found him in that water. They never found him anywhere because he was reported missing. The police and the family and neighbors and friends would all become very involved in trying to find him, but they had absolutely no luck. And his mom, just kept fighting just to bring him home in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, they preferred alive, but as time goes on, you realize that that's probably not what's actually going to happen, unfortunately. It does sound like the belief is that Wilfredo was probably abducted by someone. He was kidnapped and God knows what happened to him. I guess there was a local man who lived in the neighborhood who went by the name Jose that he would sometimes buy candy bars from. This Jose, I don't know his last name, had been charged in the past of sexual assault and murder. And at one point, he is considered a possible suspect in what happened to Wilfredo, but they had no proof he was involved. And it's not really clear if he was ever officially connected to or charged with his disappearance. The only thing they ever found of Wilfredo was his shoes. It was a pair of black nylon sneakers that they confirmed were his. And those were found right by the apartment. Why would he be without his shoes? I saw a Facebook post where Wilfredo's younger brother actually is posting about his case. And unfortunately, he never even met his brother because he was born after he disappeared. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to him. And someone can help his brother bring him home so that their mother can finally know what happened before she herself, unfortunately, passes away. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 617-343-4296. 000.